Edgar Allan Poe. An appreciation. Caught from some unhappy master whom unmerciful disaster followed fast and followed faster till his songs one burden bore. Till the dirges of his hope that melancholy burden bore. Of never never more. This stanza from The Raven was recommended by James Russell Lowell as an inscription upon the Baltimore Monument, which marks the resting place of Edgar Allan Poe, the most interesting and original figure in American letters, and to signify that peculiar musical quality of Poe's genius, which enthralls every reader. Mr. Lowell suggested this additional verse from the haunted palace. And all with pearl and ruby glowing was the fair palace door, through which came flowing, 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 and sparkling evermore, a troop of echoes whose sweet duty was but to sing, in voices of surpassing beauty, the wit and wisdom of their king. Born in poverty at Boston, January 1809, dying under painful circumstances at Baltimore, October 7, 1849, his whole literary career of scarcely 15 years, a pitiful struggle for mere subsistence. His memory, malignantly misrepresented by his earliest biographer Griswold. How completely has truth at last rooted falsehood, and how magnificently has Poe come into his own for The Raven first. Published in 1845, and within a few months read, recited, and parodied wherever the English language was spoken, the half-starved poet received 10 less than a year later. His brother poet, N.P. Willis, issued this touching appeal to the admirers of genius on behalf of the neglected author, his dying wife, and her devoted mother, then living under very straitened circumstances in a little cottage at Fordham, NY. Here is one of the finest scholars, one of the most original men of genius, and one of the most industrious of the literary profession of our country, whose temporary suspension of labor from bodily illness drops him immediately to a level with the common objects of public charity. There is no intermediate stopping place, no respectful shelter, where with the delicacy due to genius and culture he might secure aid, till with returning health he would resume his labors and his unmortified sense of independence. And this was the tribute paid by the American public to the master who had given to it such tales of conjuring charm, of witchery and mystery, as the fall of the house of Usher and Ligeia, such fascinating hoaxes as the unparalleled adventure of Hans Fall MSS, found in a bottle, a descent into a maelstrom, and the balloon hoax, such tales of conscience as William Wilson the Black Cat, and the telltale heart, wherein the retributions of remorse are portrayed with an awful fidelity, such tales of natural beauty as the Island of the Fae, and the Domain of Arnheim, such marvelous studies in ratiocination as the Gold Bug, the murders in the Rue Morgue, the Purloined Letter, and the Mystery of Marie Roget, the latter a recital of fact demonstrating the author's wonderful capability of correctly analyzing the mysteries of the human mind, such tales of illusion and banter as the Premature Burial, and the System of Dr. Tar and Professor Feather, such bits of extravaganza as the Devil in the Belfry, and the Angel of the Odd, such tales of adventure as the Narrative of Arthur Gordon Pym, such papers of keen criticism, and review as one for Poe the enthusiastic admiration of Charles Dickens, although they made him many enemies among the overpuffed minor American writers, so mercilessly exposed by him such poems of beauty and melody as The Bells, the Haunted Palace, Tamerlane, the City and the Sea, and The Raven, what delight for the jaded senses of the reader is this enchanted domain of wonder pieces, what an atmosphere of beauty, music, color, what resources of imagination, construction, analysis, and absolute art. One might almost sympathize with Sarah Helen Whitman, who, confessing to a half-faith in the old superstition of the significance of anagrams, found in the transposed letters of Edgar Poe's, name the words a good peer his mind, she says, was indeed a haunted palace echoing to the footfalls of angels and demons. No man, Poe himself wrote, has recorded, no man has dared to record the wonders of his inner life. In these 20th century, days of lavish recognition, artistic, popular, and material of genius, what rewards might not a Poe claim? Edgar's father, a son of General David Poe, the American Revolutionary patriot and friend of Lafayette, had married Mrs. Hopkins, an English actress, and the match, meeting with parental disapproval, had himself taken to the stage as a profession. Notwithstanding Mrs. Poe's beauty and talent, the young couple had a sorry struggle for existence when Edgar, at the age of 2 years, was orphaned. The family was in the utmost destitution. Apparently the future poet was to be cast upon the world homeless and friendless, but fate decreed that a few glimmers of sunshine were to illumine his life, for the little fellow was adopted by John Allan, a wealthy merchant of Richmond, brother and sister, the remaining children were cared for by others. In his new home, Edgar found all the luxury and advantages money could provide. He was petted, spoiled, and shown off to strangers in Mrs. Allan. He found all the affection a childless wife could bestow. Mr. Allan took much pride in the captivating, precocious lad at the age of 5. The boy recited with fine effect passages of English poetry to the visitors at the Allan house. From his 8th to his 13th year, he attended the Manor House School at Stoke Newington, a suburb of London. It was the Rev. Dr. Bransby, head of the school, whom Poe so quaintly portrayed in William Wilson. Returning to Richmond, in 1820, Edgar was sent to the school of Professor Joseph H. Clarke. He proved an apt pupil. Years afterward, Professor Clarke thus wrote: while the other boys wrote mere mechanical verses, Poe wrote genuine poetry. The boy was a born poet. As a scholar, he was ambitious to excel. He was remarkable for self-respect without haughtiness. He had a sensitive and tender heart, and would do anything for a friend. His nature was entirely free from selfishness. At the age of 17, Poe entered the University of Virginia at Charlottesville. He left that institution. After one session, official records prove that he was not expelled. On the contrary, he gained a creditable record as a student, although it is admitted that he contracted debts and had an ungovernable passion for card-playing. These debts may have led to his quarrel with Mr. Allan, which eventually compelled him to make his own way in the world. Early in 1827, Poe made his first literary venture. He induced Calvin Thomas, a poor and youthful printer, to publish a small volume of his verses under the title Tamerlane and Other Poems. In 1829, we find Poe in Baltimore with another manuscript volume of verses, which was soon published. Its title was Al Araf Tamerlane and Other Poems. Neither of these ventures seems to have attracted much attention. Soon after Mrs. Allan's death, which occurred in 1829, Poe, through the aid of Mr. Allan, secured admission to the United States Military Academy at West Point. Any glamour which may have attached to cadet life in Poe's eyes was speedily lost, for discipline at West Point was never so severe, nor were the accommodations ever so poor. Poe's bent was more and more toward literature. Life at the Academy daily became increasingly distasteful. Soon, he began to purposely neglect his studies and to disregard his duties, his aim being to secure his dismissal from the United States service. In this, he succeeded. On March 7, 1831, Poe found himself free. Mr. Allan's second marriage had thrown the lad on his own resources. His literary career was to begin. Poe's first genuine victory was won in 1833, when he was the successful competitor for a prize of 100 offered by a Baltimore periodical for the best prose story. A MSS Found in a Bottle was the winning tale. Poe had submitted 6 stories in a volume. Our only difficulty, says Mr. Latrobe, one of the judges, was in selecting from the rich contents of the volume. During the 15 years of his literary life, Poe was connected with various newspapers and magazines in Richmond, Philadelphia, and New York. He was faithful, punctual, industrious, thorough. N.P. Willis, who for some time employed Poe as critic and sub-editor on the Evening Mirror, wrote thus: with the highest admiration for Poe's genius and a willingness to let it alone for more than ordinary irregularity, we were led by common report to expect a very capricious attention to his duties, and occasionally a scene of violence and difficulty. Time went on, however, and he was invariably punctual and industrious. We saw but one presentiment of the monarch: quiet, patient, industrious, and most gentlemanly person. We heard from one who knew him well what should be stated in all mention of his lamentable irregularities, that with a single glass of wine, his whole nature was reversed, the demon became uppermost, and though none of the usual signs of intoxication were visible, his will was palpably insane in this reversed character. We repeat, it was never our chance to meet him. On September 22, 1835, Poe married his cousin Virginia Clem in Baltimore. She had barely turned 13 years. Poe himself was but 26. He then was a resident of Richmond and a regular contributor to the Southern Literary Messenger. It was not until a year later that the bride and her widowed mother followed him thither. Poe's devotion to his childwife was one of the most beautiful features of his life. Many of his famous poetic productions were inspired by her beauty, and charm. Consumption had marked her for its victim, and the constant efforts of husband and mother were to secure for her all the comfort and happiness there. Slender means permitted. Virginia died January 30, 1847, when but 25 years of age. A friend of the family pictures the deathbed scene, author and husband trying to impart warmth to her by chafing her hands and her feet, while her pet cat was suffered to nestle upon her bosom for the sake of added warmth. These verses from Annabel Lee, written by Poe in 1849, the last year of his life, tell of his sorrow at the loss of his child wife. I was a child and she was a child, in a kingdom by the sea, but we loved with a love that was more than love. Eyes and my Annabel Lee, with a love that the winged seraphs of heaven coveted her and me. And this was the reason that long ago, in this kingdom by the sea, a wind blew out of a cloud chilling my beautiful Annabel Lee, so that her high-born kinsmen came and bore her away from me to shut her up in a sepulchre. In this kingdom by the sea, Poe was connected at various times and in various capacities with the Southern Literary Messenger in Richmond Vaugraham's magazine and the Gentleman's Magazine in Philadelphia, the Evening Mirror, the Broadway Journal, and Godey's Lady's Book in New York. Everywhere Poe's life was one of unremitting toil. No tales and poems were ever produced at a greater cost of brain and spirit. Poe's initial salary with the Southern Literary Messenger, to which he contributed the first drafts of a number of his best-known tales, was 10 a week. 2 years later his salary was but 600 a year, even in 1844, when his literary reputation was established securely. He wrote to a friend expressing his pleasure, because a magazine to which he was to contribute had agreed to pay him 20 monthly for 2 pages of criticism. Those were discouraging times in American literature. But Poe never lost faith he was finally to triumph. Wherever preeminent talents win, admirers his genius has had no better description than in this stanza from William Winter's poem, read at the dedication exercises of the Actors' Monument to Poe May 4, 1885 in New York. He was the voice of beauty and of woe, passion and mystery and the dread unknown, pure as the mountains of perpetual snow, cold as the icy winds that round them moan, dark as the caves wherein earth's thunders groan, wild as the tempests of the upper sky, sweet as the faint far-off celestial tone of angel whispers fluttering from on high, and tender as love's tear when youth and beauty die. In the 2.5 score years that have elapsed since Poe's death, he has come fully into his own. For a while Griswold's malignant misrepresentations colored the public estimate of Poe as man and as writer. But thanks to J. H. Ingram, W. F. Gill, Eugene Didier, Sarah Helen Whitman, and others, these scandals have been dispelled, and Poe is seen as he actually was, not as a man without failings, it is true, but as the finest and most original genius in American letters. As the years go on, his fame increases. His works have been translated into many foreign languages. His is a household name in France and England. In fact, the latter nation has often uttered the reproach that Poe's own country has been slow to appreciate him. But that reproach, if it ever was warranted, certainly is untrue. W.H.R. Edgar Allan Poe by James Russell Lowell. The situation of American literature is anomalous. It has no center, or if it have, it is like that of the sphere of Hermes. It is divided into many systems, each revolving round its several suns, and often presenting to the rest only the faint glimmer of a milk-and water way. Our capital city, unlike London or Paris, is not a great central heart from which life and vigor radiate to the extremities, but resembles more an isolated umbilicus stuck down as near as may be to the center of the land, and seeming rather to tell a legend of former usefulness than to serve any present need. Boston, New York, Philadelphia, each has its literature almost more distinct than those of the different dialects of Germany, and the young Queen of the West has also one of her own, of which some articulate rumor barely has reached us dwellers by the Atlantic. Perhaps there is no task more difficult than the just criticism of contemporary literature. It is even more grateful to give praise where it is needed than where it is deserved. And friendship so often seduces the iron stylus of justice into a vague flourish that she writes what seems rather like an epitaph than a criticism. Yet if praise be given as an alms, we could not drop so poisonous a one into any man's hat. The critic's ink may suffer equally from too large an infusion of nutgalls or of sugar. But it is easier to be generous than to be just, and we might readily put faith in that fabulous direction to the hiding place of truth, did we judge from the amount of water which we usually find mixed with it. Remarkable experiences are usually confined to the inner life of imaginative men, but Mr. Poe's biography displays a vicissitude and peculiarity of interest, such as is rarely met with the offspring of a romantic marriage. And left an orphan at an early age, he was adopted by Mr. Allan, a wealthy Virginian, whose barren marriage bed seemed the warranty of a large estate to the young poet. Having received a classical education in England, he returned home and entered the University of Virginia, where after an extravagant course followed by Reformation at the last extremity, he was graduated with the highest honors of his class. Then came a boyish attempt to join the fortunes of the insurgent Greeks, which ended at St. Petersburg, where he got into difficulties through want of a passport, from which he was rescued by the American consul and sent home. He now entered the military academy at West Point, from which he obtained a dismissal on hearing of the birth of a son to his adopted father by a second marriage, an event which cut off his expectations as an heir. The death of Mr. Allan, in whose will his name was not mentioned soon, after relieved him of all doubt in this regard, and he committed himself at once to authorship for a support. Previous to this, however, he had published in 1827 a small volume of poems, which soon ran through 3 editions, and excited high expectations of its author's future distinction in the minds of many competent judges. That no certain augury can be drawn from a poet's earliest lispings, there are instances enough to prove. Shakespeare's first poems, though brimful of vigor and youth and picturesqueness, give but a very faint promise of the directness, condensation, and overflowing moral of his maturer works. Perhaps, however, Shakespeare is hardly a case in point. His Venus and Adonis having been published, we believe in his 26th year. Milton's Latin verses show tenderness, a fine eye for nature, and a delicate appreciation of classic models, but give no hint of the author of a new style in poetry. Pope's youthful pieces have all the sing-song wholly unrelieved by the glittering malignity and eloquent irreligion of his later productions. Collins Callow Nambapambi died, and gave no sign of the vigorous and original genius which he afterward displayed. We have never thought that the world lost more in the marvelous Boy Chatterton than a very ingenious imitator of obscure and antiquated dullness, where he becomes original, as it is called. The interest of ingenuity ceases, and he becomes stupid. Kirk White's promises were endorsed by the respectable name of Mr. Southey, but surely with no authority from Apollo. They have the merit of a traditional piety, which to our mind, if uttered at all, had been less objectionable in the retired closet of a diary, and in the sober raiment of prose. They do not clutch hold of the memory with the drowning pertinacity of Watts. Neither have they the interest of his occasional simple lucky beauty. Burns, having fortunately been rescued by his humble station from the contaminating society of the best models, wrote well and naturally from the first. Had he been unfortunate enough to have had an educated taste, we should have had a series of poems from which, as from his letters, we could sift here and there a kernel from the mass of chaff. Coleridge's youthful efforts give no promise whatever of that poetical genius which produced at once the wildest, tenderest, most original, and most purely imaginative poems of modern times. Byron's Hours of Idleness would never find a reader, except from an intrepid and indefatigable curiosity. In Wordsworth's first preludings, there is but a dim foreboding of the creator of an era. From Southey's early poems, a safer augury might have been drawn. They show the patient investigator, the close student of history, and the unwearied explorer of the beauties of predecessors. But they give no assurances of a man who should add aught to stock of household words, or to the rarer and more sacred delights of the fireside, or the arbor. The earliest specimens of Shelley's poetic mind already also give tokens of that ethereal sublimation in which the spirit seems to soar above the regions of words, but leaves its body, the verse, to be entombed without hope of resurrection in a mass of them. Cowley is generally instanced as a wonder of precocity, but his early insipidities show only a capacity for rhyming and for the metrical arrangement of certain conventional combinations of words, a capacity wholly dependent on a delicate physical organization and an unhappy memory. An early poem is only remarkable when it displays an effort of reason, and the rudest verses, in which we can trace some conception of the ends of poetry, are worth all the miracles of smooth juvenile versification. A schoolboy, one would say, might acquire the regular seesaw of Pope merely by an association with the motion of the playground tilt. Mr. Poe's early productions show that he could see through the verse to the spirit beneath, and that he already had a feeling that all the life and grace of the one must depend on and be modulated by the will of the other. We call them the most remarkable boyish poems that we have ever read. We know of none that can compare with them for maturity of purpose and a nice understanding of the effects of language and meter. Such pieces are only valuable when they display what we can only express by the contradictory phrase of innate experience. We copy one of the shorter poems written when the author was only 14. There is a little dimness in the filling up, but the grace and symmetry of the outline are such as few poets ever attain. there is a smack of ambrosia about it. To Helen, Helen, thy beauty is to me like those Nicean barks of yore, that gently o'er a perfumed sea the weary wayworn wanderer bore to his own native shore. On desperate seas long wont to roam, thy hyacinth hair, thy classic face, thy naiad airs have brought me home to the glory that was Greece, and the grandeur that was Rome. Lo, in yon brilliant window niche, how statue-like I see thee stand, the agate lamp within thy hand. Ah, Psyche, from the regions which our holy land. It is the tendency of the young poet that impresses us here, is no withering scorn, no heart-blighted air. It has safely got into its teens, none of the drawing-room sansculottism, which Byron had brought into vogue. All is limpid and serene, with a pleasant dash of the Greek helicon. In it, the melody of the whole too is remarkable. It is not of that kind which can be demonstrated arithmetically upon the tips of the fingers. It is of that finer sort which the inner ear alone can estimate. It seems simple, like a Greek column, because of its perfection. In a poem named Ligeia, under which title he intended to personify the music of nature, our beau poet gives us the following exquisite picture. Ligeia, Ligeia, my beautiful one, whose harshest idea will to melody run. Say, is it thy will on the breezes to toss, or capriciously still, like the lone albatross, incumbent on night, as she on the air, to keep watch with delight on the harmony there? John Neal himself, a man of genius, and whose lyre has been too long capriciously silent, appreciated the high merit of these and similar passages, and drew a proud horoscope for their author. Mr. Poe had that indescribable something which men have agreed to call genius. No man could ever tell us precisely what it is, and yet there is none who is not inevitably aware of its presence. And its power, let talent writhe and contort itself as it may, it has no such magnetism, larger of bone and sinew, it may be, but the wings are wanting. Talent sticks fast to earth, and its most perfect works have still 1 foot of clay. Genius claims kindred with the very workings of nature herself, so that a sunset shall seem like a quotation from Dante. And if Shakespeare be read in the very presence of the sea itself, his verses shall but seem nobler for the sublime criticism of ocean. Talent may make friends for itself, but only genius can give to its creations the divine power of winning love and veneration. Enthusiasm cannot cling to what itself is unenthusiastic, nor will he ever have disciples who has not himself impulsive zeal enough to be a disciple great. Wits are allied to madness only inasmuch as they are possessed and carried away by their demon, while talent keeps him, as Paracelsus did, securely prisoned in the pommel of his sword. To the eye of genius, the veil of the spiritual world is ever rent asunder, that it may perceive the ministers of good and evil who throng continually around it. No man of mere talent ever flung his inkstand at the devil. When we say that Mr. Poe had genius, we do not mean to say that he has produced evidence of the highest, but to say that he possesses it at all is to say that he needs only zeal, industry, and a reverence for the trust reposed in him to achieve the proudest triumphs and the greenest laurels. If we may believe the Longinuses and Aristotles of our newspapers, we have quite too many geniuses of the loftiest order to render a place among them at all desirable, whether for its hardness of attainment or its seclusion. The highest peak of our Parnassus is, according to these gentlemen, by far the most thickly settled portion of the country, a circumstance which must make it an uncomfortable residence for individuals of a poetical temperament, if love of solitude be, as immemorial tradition asserts, a necessary part of their idiosyncrasy. Mr. Poe has 2 of the prime qualities of genius, a faculty of vigorous, yet minute analysis, and a wonderful fecundity of imagination. The first of these faculties is as needful to the artist in words as a knowledge of anatomy is to the artist in colors or in stone. This enables him to conceive truly, to maintain a proper relation of parts, and to draw a correct outline, while the second groups fills up. And colors, both of these Mr. Poe has displayed with singular distinctness in his prose works, the last predominating in his earlier tales, and the first in his later ones, in judging of the merit of an author and assigning him his niche among our household gods. We have a right to regard him from our own point of view and to measure him by our own standard. But in estimating the amount of power displayed in his works, we must be governed by his own design, and placing them by the side of his own ideal, find how much is wanting we differ from Mr. Poe in his opinions of the objects of art he esteems that object to be the creation of beauty, and perhaps it is only in the definition of that word that we disagree with him, but in what we shall say of his writings, we shall take his own standard. As our guide, the temple of the god of song is equally accessible from every side, and there is room enough in it for all who bring offerings or seek an oracle. In his tales, Mr. Poe has chosen to exhibit his power chiefly in that dim region, which stretches from the very utmost limits of the probable into the weird confines of superstition and unreality. He combines in a very remarkable manner two faculties, which are seldom found, united: a power of influencing the mind of the reader by the impalpable shadows of mystery and a minuteness of detail which does not leave a pin or a button unnoticed. Both are in truth the natural results of the predominating quality of his mind, to which we have before alluded: analysis. It is this which distinguishes the artist. His mind at once reaches forward to the effect to be produced, having resolved to bring about certain emotions in the reader. He makes all subordinate parts tend strictly to the common center. Even his mystery is mathematical to his own mind. To him, X is a known quantity all along in any picture that he paints. He understands the chemical properties of all his colors, however vague some of his figures may seem, however formless the shadows, to him the outline is as clear and distinct as that of a geometrical diagram. For this reason, Mr. Poe has no sympathy with mysticism. The mystic dwells in the mystery, is enveloped with it, it colors all his thoughts, it affects his optic nerve especially, and the commonest things get a rainbow edging from it. Mr. Poe, on the other hand, is a spectator ob extra. He analyzes, he dissects, he watches with an eye serene the very pulse of the machine. For such it practically is to him, with wheels and cogs and piston rods, all working to produce a certain end. This analyzing tendency of his mind balances the poetical, and by giving him the patience to be minute, enables him to throw a wonderful reality into his most unreal fancies. A monomania he paints with great power. He loves to dissect one of these cancers of the mind, and to trace all the subtle ramifications of its roots in raising images of horror. Also, he has strange success conveying to us, sometimes by a dusky hint, some terrible doubt, which is the secret of all horror. He leaves to imagination the task of finishing the picture, a task to which only she is competent. For much imaginary work was there. Conceit deceitful, so compact, so kind, that for Achilles' image stood his spear. Grasped in an armed hand himself behind, was left unseen save to the eye of mind. Besides the merit of conception, Mr. Poe's writings have also that of form. His style is highly finished, graceful, and truly classical. It would be hard to find a living author who had displayed such varied powers. As an example of his style, we would refer to one of his tales, The House of Usher. In the first volume of his tales of the grotesque and arabesque, it has a singular charm for us, and we think that no one could read it without being strongly moved by its serene and somber beauty. Had its author written nothing else, it would alone have been enough to stamp him as a man of genius. And the master of a classic style in this tale occurs perhaps the most beautiful of his poems. The great masters of imagination have seldom resorted to the vague and the unreal as sources of effect. They have not used dread and horror alone, but only in combination with other qualities, as means of subjugating the fancies of their readers. The loftiest muse has ever a household and fireside charm about her. Mr. Poe's secret lies mainly in the skill with which he has employed the strange fascination of mystery and terror. In this, his success is so great and striking as to deserve the name of art, not artifice. We cannot call his materials the noblest or purest, but we must concede to him the highest merit of construction. As a critic, Mr. Poe was aesthetically deficient, unerring in his analysis of dictions, meters, and plots. He seemed wanting in the faculty of perceiving the profounder ethics of art. His criticisms are, however, distinguished for scientific precision and coherence of logic. They have the exactness, and at the same time, the coldness of mathematical demonstrations, yet they stand in strikingly refreshing contrast with the vague generalisms and sharp personalities of the day. If deficient in warmth, they are also without the heat of partisanship. They are especially valuable as illustrating the great truth, too, generally overlooked, that analytic power is a subordinate quality of the critic. On the whole, it may be considered certain that Mr. Poe has attained an individual eminence in our literature, which he will keep. He has given proof of power and originality, He has done that which could only be done once with success or safety, and the imitation or repetition of which would produce weariness. Death of Edgar Allan Poe by N. P. Willis. The ancient fable of two antagonistic spirits, imprisoned in one body equally powerful, and having the complete mastery by Turnsoff, one man that is to say inhabited by both a devil and an angel, seems to have been realized, if all we hear is true in the character of the extraordinary man whose name we have written above our own. Impression of the nature of Edgar Allan Poe differs in some important degree, however, from that which has been generally conveyed in the notices of his death. Let us, before telling what we personally know of him, copy a graphic and highly finished portraiture from the pen of Dr. Rufus W. Griswold, which appeared in a recent number of the Tribune. Edgar Allan Poe is dead. He died in Baltimore on Sunday, October 7th. This announcement will startle many, but few will be grieved by it. The poet was known personally, or by reputation in all this country. He had readers in England, and in several of the states of continental Europe, but he had few or no friends, and the regrets for his death will be suggested principally by the consideration that in him, literary art has lost one of its most brilliant but erratic stars. His conversation was at times almost supermortal in its eloquence. His voice was modulated with astonishing skill, and his large and variably expressive eyes looked repose or shot fiery tumult into theirs who listened, while his own face glowed or was changeless in pallor as his imagination quickened his blood or drew it back frozen to his heart. His imagery was from the worlds which no mortals can see, but with the vision of genius suddenly starting from a proposition exactly and sharply defined in terms of utmost simplicity and clearness, he rejected the forms of customary logic, and by a crystalline process of accretion, built up his ocular demonstrations in forms of gloomiest and ghastliest grandeur, or in those of the most airy and delicious beauty, so minutely and distinctly, yet so rapidly, that the attention which was yielded to him was chained till it stood among his wonderful creations, till he himself dissolved the spell, and brought his hearers back to common and base existence by vulgar fancies or exhibitions of the ignoblest passion. He was at all times a dreamer dwelling in ideal realms in heaven or hell, peopled with the creatures and the accidents of his brain. He walked the streets in madness or melancholy, with lips moving in indistinct curses, or with eyes upturned in passionate prayer. Never for himself, for he felt or professed to feel that he was already damned, but for their happiness who at the moment were objects of his idolatry, or with his glances introverted to a heart gnawed with anguish, and with a face shrouded in gloom, he would brave the wildest storms, and all night with drenched garments and arms, beating the winds and rains, would speak, as if the spirits that at such times only could be evoked by him from the Aiden close, by whose portals his disturbed soul sought to forget the ills to which his constitution subjected him close, by the Aiden where were those he loved, the Aiden which he might never see, but in fitful glimpses as its gates opened to receive the less fiery and more happy natures whose destiny to sin did not involve the doom of death. He seemed, except when some fitful pursuit subjugated his will, and engrossed his faculties, always to bear the memory of some controlling sorrow. The remarkable poem of the Raven was probably much more nearly, than has been supposed even by those who were very intimate with him, a reflection and an echo of his own history. He was that bird's unhappy master whom unmerciful disaster followed fast and followed faster till his songs one burden bore, till the dirges of his hope that melancholy burden bore. Of never never more. Every genuine author in a greater or less degree leaves in his works, whatever their design, traces of his personal character, elements of his immortal being in which the individual survives the person, while we read the pages of the fall of the House of Usher, or of mesmeric revelations we see in the solemn and stately gloom which invests one, and in the subtle metaphysical analysis of both indications of the idiosyncrasies of what was most remarkable and peculiar in the author's intellectual nature. But we see here only the better phases of his nature only. The symbols of his juster action for his harsh experience had deprived him of all faith in man or woman. He had made up his mind upon the numberless complexities of the social world, and the whole system with him was an imposture. This conviction gave a direction to his shrewd and naturally unamiable character. Still, though he regarded society as composed altogether of villains, the sharpness of his intellect was not of that kind which enabled him to cope with villainy, while it continually caused him by overshots to fail of the success of honesty he was in many respects like Francis Vivian in Bulwer's novel of the Caxton's passion in him, comprehended many of the worst emotions which militate against human happiness. You could not contradict him. But you raised quick choler, you could not speak of wealth, but his cheek paled with gnawing envy. The astonishing natural advantages of this poor boy's beauty, his readiness, the daring spirit that breathed around him like a fiery atmosphere had raised his constitutional self-confidence into an arrogance that turned his very claims to admiration into prejudices against him. Irascible, envious, bad enough, but not the worst, for these salient angles were all varnished over with a cold, repellent cynicism. His passions vented themselves in sneers. There seemed to him no moral susceptibility, and what was more remarkable in a proud nature, little or nothing of the true point of honor he had to a morbid excess, that desire to rise which is vulgarly called ambition, but no wish for the esteem or the love of his species, only the hard wish to succeed not, shine not, service exceed, that he might have the right to despise a world which galled his self-conceit. We have suggested the influence of his aims and vicissitudes upon his literature. It was more conspicuous in his later than in his earlier writings. Nearly all that he wrote in the last 2 or 3 years, including much of his best poetry, was, in some sense, biographical in draperies of his imagination. Those who had taken the trouble to trace his steps could perceive, but slightly concealed the figure of himself. Apropos of the disparaging portion of the above well-written sketch, let us truthfully say, some 4 or 5 years since, when editing a daily paper in the city, Mr. Poe was employed by us for several months as critic and sub-editor. This was our first personal acquaintance with him. He resided with his wife and mother at Fordham, a few miles out of town, but was at his desk in the office from 9 in the morning till the evening paper went to press, with the highest admiration for his genius and a willingness to let it atone for more than ordinary irregularity. We were led by common report to expect a very capricious attention to his duties, and occasionally a scene of violence and difficulty. Time went on, however, and he was invariably punctual and industrious, with his pale, beautiful, and intellectual face as a reminder of what genius was in him. It was impossible, of course, not to treat him always with deferential courtesy, and to our occasional request that he would not probe too deep in a criticism, or that he would erase a passage colored too highly with his resentments against society and mankind, he readily and courteously assented, far more yielding than most men we thought on points so excusably sensitive. With a prospect of taking the lead in another periodical, he at last voluntarily gave up his employment with us. And through all this considerable period we had seen but one presentment of the mana, quiet, patient, industrious, and most gentlemanly person, commanding the utmost respect and good feeling by his unvarying deportment and ability. Residing as he did in the country, we never met Mr. Poe in hours of leisure, but he frequently called on us afterward at our place of business, and we met him often in the street, invariably the same sad-mannered, winning, and refined gentleman, such as we had always known him. It was by rumor, only up to the day of his death, that we knew of any other development of manner or character. We heard from one who knew him well what should be stated in all mention of his lamentable irregularities, that with a single glass of wine, his whole nature was reversed, the demon became uppermost, and though none of the usual signs of intoxication were visible, his will was palpably insane, possessing his reasoning faculties in excited activity at such times, and seeking his acquaintances with his wonted look and memory. He easily seemed personating only another phase of his natural character, and was accused accordingly of insulting arrogance and bad-heartedness in this reversed character. We repeat, it was never our chance to see him. We know it from hearsay, and we mention it in connection with this sad infirmity of physical constitution, which puts it upon very nearly the ground of a temporary and almost irresponsible insanity. The arrogance, vanity, and depravity of heart, of which Mr. Poe was generally accused, seemed to us referable altogether to this reversed phase of his character, under that degree of intoxication, which only acted upon him by demonizing his sense of truth and right. He doubtless said and did much that was wholly irreconcilable with his better nature, but when himself, and as we knew him, only his modesty and unaffected humility, as to his own deservings, were a constant charm to his character. His letters, of which the constant application for autographs has taken from us, we are sorry to confess, the greater portion, exhibited this quality very strongly. In one of the carelessly written notes of which we chance still to retain possession, for instance, he speaks of the Raven, that extraordinary poem, which electrified the world of imaginative readers and has become the type of a school of poetry of its own and, in evident earnest, attributes its success to the few words of commendation with which we had prefaced it in this paper, it will throw light on his sane character, to give a literal copy of the note. Fordham, April 20, 1849. My dear Willis, the poem which I enclose, and which I am so vain as to hope you will like in some respects, has been just published in a paper, for which sheer necessity compels me to write now. And then, it pays well as times, ga, but unquestionably it ought to pay 10 prices, for whatever I send it I feel I am consigning to the tomb of the Capulets. The verses accompanying this may, I beg you to take out of the tomb, and bring them to light in the home journal, if you can oblige me so far as to copy them. I do not think it will be necessary to say from the that would be too bad, and perhaps from a late paper would do. I have not forgotten how a good word in season from you made the raven, and made Ulalume, which by the way people have done me the honor of attributing to you. Therefore, I would ask you, if I dared to say something of these lines if they please you. Truly yours ever, Edgar Poe, in double proof of his earnest disposition to do the best for himself, and of the trustful and grateful nature which has been denied him, we give another of the only 3 of his notes which we chance to retain. Fordham, January 22, 1848. My dear Mr. Willis, I am about to make an effort at re-establishing myself in the literary world, and feel that I may depend upon your aid. My general aim is to start a magazine to be called The Stylus, but it would be useless to me, even when established, if not entirely out of the control of a publisher. I mean therefore to get up a journal, which shall be my own at all points with this end in view. I must get a list of at least 500 subscribers to begin with. Nearly 200 I have already. I propose, however, to go south and west among my personal and literary friends, Old College and West Point acquaintances, and see what I can do in order to get the means of taking the first step. I propose to lecture at the Society Library on Thursday the 3d of February, and that there may be no cause of squabbling. My subject shall not be literary at all. I have chosen a broad text, the universe. Having thus given you the facts of the case, I leave all the rest to the suggestions of your own tact and generosity. Gratefully, most gratefully, your friend always, Edgar Poe. Brief and chance taken, as these letters are, we think they sufficiently prove the existence of the very qualities denied to Mr. Poe: humility, willingness to persevere, belief in another's friendship, and capability of cordial and grateful friendship. Such he assuredly was when sane, such only he has invariably seemed to us in all we have happened personally to know of him through a friendship of 5 or 6 years, and so much easier is it to believe what we have seen and known than what we hear of only that we remember him, but with admiration and respect these descriptions of him, when morally insane, seeming to us like portraits painted in sickness of a man we have only known in health. But there is another more touching and far more forcible evidence that there was goodness in Edgar Poe to reveal it. We are obliged to venture upon the lifting of the veil, which sacredly covers grief and refinement in poverty. But we think it may be excused if so we can brighten the memory of the poet, even were there not a more needed and immediate service, which it may render to the nearest link broken by his death. Our first knowledge of Mr. Poe's removal to the city was by a call which we received from a lady who introduced herself to us as the mother of his wife. She was in search of employment for him, and she excused her errand by mentioning that he was ill, that her daughter was a confirmed invalid, and that their circumstances were such as compelled her taking it upon herself. The countenance of this lady, made beautiful and saintly, with an evidently complete giving up of her life to privation and sorrowful tenderness, her gentle and mournful voice urging its plea, her long forgotten but habitually and unconsciously refined manners, and her appealing and yet appreciative mention of the claims and abilities of her son, disclosed at once the presence of one of those angels upon earth that women in adversity can be. It was a hard fate that she was watching over. Mr. Poe wrote with fastidious difficulty, and in a style too much above the popular level to be well paid. He was always in pecuniary difficulty, and with his sick wife frequently in want of the merest necessaries of life winter after winter for years. The most touching sight to us in this whole city has been that tireless minister to genius, thinly and insufficiently clad, going from office to office with a poem or an article on some literary subject to sell, sometimes simply pleading in a broken voice that he was ill and begging for him, mentioning nothing but that he was ill, whatever might be the reason for his writing nothing, and never amid all her tears and recitals of distress, suffering one syllable, to escape her lips that could convey a doubt of him, or a complaint, or a lessening of pride. In his genius and good intentions, her daughter died a year and a half since, but she did not desert him. She continued his ministering, angel living with him, caring for him, guarding him against exposure. And when he was carried away by temptation, amid grief and the loneliness of feelings unreplied to, and awoke from his self-abandonment prostrated, in destitution and suffering, begging for him still, if woman's devotion born with a first love and fed with human passion, hallow its object, as it is allowed to do what does not a devotion like this pure disinterested, and holy, as the watch of an invisible spirit say for him who inspired it. We have a letter before us written by this lady Mrs. Clem, on the morning in which she heard of the death of this object of her untiring care. It is merely a request that we would call upon her, but we will copy a few of its words sacred, as its privacy, isto, warrant the truth of the picture we have drawn above, and add force to the appeal we wish to make for her. I have this morning heard of the death of my darling Eddie. Can you give me any circumstances or particulars? Oh, do not desert your poor friend in his bitter affliction. Ask Mr. to come, as I must deliver a message to him from my poor Eddie. I need not ask you to notice his death. And to speak well of him, I know you will but say what an affectionate son he was to me, his poor desolate mother. To hedge round a grave with respect, what choice is there between the relinquished wealth and honors of the world, and the story of such a woman's unrewarded devotion, risking what we do in delicacy? By making it public we feel other reasons. Aside that, it betters the world to make known that there are such ministrations to its erring, and gifted what we have said, will speak to some hearts. There are those who will be glad to know how the lamp whose light of poetry has beamed on their faraway recognition was watched over with care and pain, that they may send to her, who is more darkened than they by its extinction, some token of their sympathy. She is destitute and alone. If any far or near will send to us what may aid and cheer her through the remainder of her life, we will joyfully place it in her hands. The unparalleled adventures of one Hans Fall one. By late accounts from Rotterdam, that city seems to be in a high state of philosophical excitement. Indeed, phenomena have there occurred of a nature so completely unexpected, so entirely novel, so utterly at variance with preconceived opinions, to leave no doubt on my mind that long ere this all Europe is in an uproar, all physics in a ferment, all reason and astronomy together by the ears. It appears that on the day of, I am not positive about the date, a vast crowd of people, for purposes not specifically mentioned, were assembled in the great square of the Exchange, in the well-conditioned city of Rotterdam. The day was warm unusually, so for the season there was hardly a breath of air stirring, and the multitude were in no bad humor at being now and then besprinkled with friendly showers of momentary duration that fell from large white masses of cloud which checkered in a fitful manner the blue vault of the firmament. Nevertheless, about noon a slight but remarkable agitation became apparent in the assembly. The clattering of 10,000 tongues succeeded, and in an instant afterward 10,000 faces were upturned toward the heavens, 10,000 pipes descended simultaneously from the corners of 10,000 mouths, and a shout which could be compared to nothing but the roaring of Niagara resounded long, loudly, and furiously through all the environs of Rotterdam. The origin of this hubbub soon became sufficiently evident from behind the huge bulk of one of those sharp-eyed fine masses of cloud already mentioned, was seen slowly to emerge into an open area of blue space, a queer heterogeneous, but apparently solid substance, so oddly shaped, so whimsically put together, as not to be in any manner comprehended, and never to be sufficiently admired by the host of sturdy burghers who stood open-mouthed below. What could it be in the name of all the vrouws and devils in Rotterdam? What could it possibly portend? No one knew, no one could imagine, no one, not even the burgomaster Mynheer Superbus von Underduck, had the slightest clue by which to unravel the mystery. So as nothing more reasonable could be done, every one to a man replaced his pipe carefully in the corner of his mouth, and cocking up his right eye towards the phenomenon, puffed, paused, waddled about, and grunted significantly, then waddled back, grunted, paused, and finally puffed again. In the meantime, however, lower and still lower toward the goodly city came the object of so much curiosity, and the cause of so much smoke. In a very few minutes, it arrived near enough to be accurately discerned. It appeared to Bayes it was undoubtedly a species of balloon, but surely no such balloon had ever been seen in Rotterdam before, for who, let me ask, ever heard of a balloon manufactured entirely of dirty newspapers? No man in Holland, certainly, yet here, under the very noses of the people, or rather at some distance above their noses, was the identical thing in question, and composed I have it on the best authority, of the precise material, which no one had ever before known, to be used for a similar purpose. It was an egregious insult to the good sense of the burghers of Rotterdam. As to the shape of the phenomenon, it was even still more reprehensible, being little or nothing better than a huge fool's cap turned upside down. And this similitude was regarded as by no means lessened, when upon nearer inspection, there was perceived a large tassel depending from its apex, and around the upper rim or base of the cone, a circle of little instruments resembling sheep bells, which kept up a continual tinkling to the tune of Betty Martin. But, still worse, suspended by blue ribbons to the end of this fantastic machine, there hung by way of car an enormous drab beaver hat with a brim superlatively broad, and a hemispherical crown with a black band, and a silver buckle. It is, however, somewhat remarkable that many citizens of Rotterdam swore to having seen the same hat repeatedly before, and indeed the whole assembly seemed to regard it with eyes of familiarity, while the Vrouw Gretel fall upon sight of it, uttered an exclamation of joyful surprise, and declared it to be the identical hat of her good man himself. Now this was a circumstance the more to be observed, as Fall with 3 companions had actually disappeared from Rotterdam, about 5 years before, in a very sudden and unaccountable manner. And up to the date of this narrative, all attempts had failed of obtaining any intelligence concerning them, whatsoever. To be sure, some bones which were thought to be human mixed up with a quantity of odd-looking rubbish had been lately discovered in a retired situation to the east of Rotterdam, and some people went so far as to imagine that, in this spot, a foul murder had been committed, and that the sufferers were in all probability Hans Fall and his associates. But to return. The balloon, for such no doubt it was, had now descended to within 100 feet of the earth, allowing the crowd below a sufficiently distinct view of the person of its occupant. This was in truth a very droll little somebody. He could not have been more than 2 feet in height, but this altitude, little as it was, would have been sufficient to destroy his equilibrium and tilt him over the edge of his tiny car. But for the intervention of a circular rim reaching as high as the breast, and rigged on to the cords of the balloon, the body of the little man was more than proportionately broad, giving to his entire figure a rotundity highly absurd. His feet, of course, could not be seen at all, although a horny substance of suspicious nature was occasionally protruded through a rent in the bottom of the car, or, to speak more properly, in the top of the hat. His hands were enormously large, his hair was extremely gray, and collected into a queue behind his nose, was prodigiously long, crooked, and inflammatory, his eyes full, brilliant, and acute. His chin and cheeks, although wrinkled with age, were broad, puffy, and double. But of ears of any kind or character, there was not a semblance to be discovered upon any portion of his head. This odd little gentleman was dressed in a loose surtout of sky-blue satin, with tight breeches to match fastened with silver buckles at the knees. His vest was of some bright yellow material. A white taffety cap was set jauntily on one side of his head, and to complete his equipment, a blood-red silk handkerchief enveloped his throat and fell down in a dainty manner upon his bosom, in a fantastic bonnet of supereminent dimensions. Having descended, as I said before, to about 100 feet from the surface of the earth, the little old gentleman was suddenly seized with a fit of trepidation, and appeared disinclined to make any nearer approach to terra firma, throwing out therefore a quantity of sand from a canvas bag, which he lifted with great difficulty. He became stationary in an instant. He then proceeded in a hurried and agitated manner to extract from a side pocket in his surtout a large morocco pocketbook. This he poised suspiciously in his hand, then eyed it with an air of extreme surprise, and was evidently astonished at its weight. He at length opened it, and drawing therefrom a huge letter sealed with red sealing wax, and tied carefully with red tape, let it fall precisely at the feet of the Burgomaster Superbus von Underduck. His Excellency stooped to take it up, but the aeronaut, still greatly discomposed, and having apparently no farther business to detain him in Rotterdam, began at this moment to make busy preparations for departure, and it being necessary to discharge a portion of ballast to enable him to reascend the half-dozen bags, which he threw out one after another, without taking the trouble to empty their contents, tumbled every one of them most unfortunately upon the back of the Burgomaster, and rolled him over and over no less than 21 times in the face of every man in Rotterdam. It is not to be supposed, however, that the great Underduck suffered this impertinence on the part of the little old man to pass off with impunity. It is said, on the contrary, that during each and every one of his 21 circumvolutions, he emitted no less than 21 distinct and furious whiffs from his pipe, to which he held fast the whole time with all his might, and to which he intends holding fast until the day of his death. In the meantime, the balloon arose like a lark and soaring far away above the city at length, drifted quietly behind a cloud, similar to that from which it had so oddly emerged, and was thus lost forever to the wondering eyes of the good citizens of Rotterdam. All attention was now directed to the letter, the descent of which and the consequences attending thereupon had proved so fatally subversive of both person and personal dignity to His Excellency, the illustrious Burgomaster Mynheer Superbus von Underduck. That functionary, however, had not failed during his circumgyratory movements to bestow a thought upon the important subject of securing the packet in question, which was seen upon inspection to have fallen into the most proper hands, being actually addressed to himself and Professor Rubadub in their official capacities of President and Vice President of the Rotterdam College of Astronomy. It was accordingly opened by those dignitaries upon the spot, and found to contain the following extraordinary and indeed very serious communication. To their Excellencies, von Underduck and Rubadub, President and Vice President of the States College of Astronomers in the city of Rotterdam. Your Excellencies may perhaps be able to remember an humble artisan by name Hans Fall, and by occupation, a mender of bellows who with 3 others disappeared from Rotterdam about 5 years ago in a manner which must have been considered by all parties at once sudden and extremely unaccountable. If, however, it so please your Excellencies, I, the writer of this communication, am the identical Hans Fall himself. It is well known to most of my fellow citizens that, for the period of 40 years, I continued to occupy the little square brick building at the head of the alley called Sauerkraut, in which I resided at the time of my disappearance. My ancestors have also resided therein time out of mind thee, as well as myself steadily, following the respectable and indeed lucrative profession of mending of bellows, for to speak the truth, until of late years, that the heads of all the people have been set agog with politics no better business than my own, could an honest citizen of Rotterdam either desire or deserve credit, was good employment was never wanting, and on all hands there was no lack of either money or goodwill. But as I was saying, we soon began to feel the effects of liberty and long speeches and radicalism, and all that sort of thing. People who were formerly the very best customers in the world had now not a moment of time to think of us at all. They had, so they said, as much as they could do to read about the revolutions and keep up with the march of intellect and the spirit of the age. If a fire wanted fanning, it could readily be fanned with a newspaper. And as the government grew weaker, I have no doubt that leather and iron acquired durability in proportion, for in a very short time, there was not a pair of bellows in all Rotterdam that ever stood in need of a stitch, or required the assistance of a hammer. This was a state of things not to be endured. I soon grew as poor as a rat, and having a wife and children to provide for my burdens at length became intolerable. And I spent hour after hour in reflecting upon the most convenient method of putting an end to my life. Duns, in the meantime, left me little leisure for contemplation. My house was literally besieged from morning till night, so that I began to rave and foam and fret like a caged tiger against the bars of his enclosure. There were 3 fellows in particular who worried me beyond endurance, keeping watch continually about my door, and threatening me with the law. Upon these 3, I internally vowed the bitterest revenge if ever I should be so happy as to get them within my clutches, and I believe nothing in the world but the pleasure of this anticipation prevented me from putting my plan of suicide into immediate execution by blowing my brains out with a blunderbuss. I thought it best, however, to dissemble my wrath, and to treat them with promises and fair words, until by some good turn of fate an opportunity of vengeance should be afforded me. One day, having given my creditors the slip, and feeling more than usually dejected, I continued for a long time to wander about the most obscure streets without object whatever, until at length I chanced to stumble against the corner of a bookseller's stall. Seeing a chair close at hand, for the use of customers, I threw myself doggedly into it, and hardly knowing why opened the pages of the first volume which came within my reach. It proved to be a small pamphlet treatise on speculative astronomy, written either by Professor Enkev Berlin or by a Frenchman of somewhat similar name. I had some little tincture of information on matters of this nature, and soon became more and more absorbed in the contents of the book, reading it actually through twice, before I awoke to a recollection of what was passing around me. By this time it began to grow dark, and I directed my steps toward home, but the treatise had made an indelible impression on my mind, and as I sauntered along the dusky streets, I revolved carefully over in my memory the wild, and sometimes unintelligible reasonings of the writer. There are some particular passages which affected my imagination in a powerful and extraordinary manner. the longer I meditated upon these, the more intense grew the interest which had been excited within me, the limited nature of my education in general, and more especially my ignorance on subjects connected with natural philosophy, so far from rendering me diffident of my own ability to comprehend what I had read or inducing me to mistrust the many vague notions which had arisen in consequence, merely served as a farther stimulus to imagination, and I was vain enough, or perhaps reasonable enough to doubt whether those crude ideas which arising in ill-regulated minds have all the appearance may not often in effect, possess all the force the reality and other inherent properties of instinct or intuition, whether to proceed a step farther profundity itself, might not in matters of a purely speculative nature be detected as a legitimate source of falsity and error. In other words, I believed and still do believe that truth is frequently of its own essence superficial, and that in many cases the depth lies more in the abysses where we seek her than in the actual situations wherein she may be found. Nature herself seemed to afford me corroboration of these ideas. In the contemplation of the heavenly bodies, it struck me forcibly that I could not distinguish a star with nearly as much precision when I gazed on it with earnest, direct, and undeviating attention, as when I suffered my eye only to glance in its vicinity alone. I was not, of course, at that time aware that this apparent paradox was occasioned by the center of the visual area being less susceptible of feeble impressions of light than the exterior portions of the retina. This knowledge, and some of another kind, came afterwards in the course of an eventful 5 years during which I have dropped the prejudices of my former humble situation in life and forgotten the bellows mender in far different occupations. But at the epoch of which I speak, the analogy which a casual observation of a star offered to the conclusions I had already drawn struck me with the force of positive confirmation, and I then finally made up my mind to the course which I afterwards pursued. It was late when I reached home, and I went immediately to bed. My mind, however, was too much occupied to sleep, and I lay the whole night buried in meditation, arising early in the morning, and contriving again to escape the vigilance of my creditors. I repaired eagerly to the bookseller's stall and laid out what little ready money I possessed in the purchase of some volumes of mechanics and practical astronomy. Having arrived at home safely with these, I devoted every spare moment to their perusal, and soon made such proficiency in studies of this nature as I thought sufficient for the execution of my plan. In the intervals of this period, I made every endeavor to conciliate the three creditors who had given me so much annoyance. In this, I finally succeeded, partly by selling enough of my household furniture to satisfy a moiety of their claim, and partly by a promise of paying the balance upon completion of a little project, which I told them I had in view, and for assistance in which I solicited their services by these means. For they were ignorant men, I found little difficulty in gaining them over to my purpose. Matters being thus arranged, I contrived, by the aid of my wife, and with the greatest secrecy and caution, to dispose of what property I had remaining, and to borrow in small sums under various pretenses, and without paying any attention to my future means of repayment, no inconsiderable quantity of ready money. With the means thus accruing, I proceeded to procure at intervals cambric muslin very fine, in pieces of 12 yards each twine, a lot of the varnish of caoutchouc, a large and deep basket of wickerwork, made to order, and several other articles necessary in the construction and equipment of a balloon of extraordinary dimensions. This I directed my wife to make up as soon as possible, and gave her all requisite information as to the particular method of proceeding. In the meantime, I worked up the twine into a network of sufficient dimensions, rigged it with a hoop and the necessary cords, bought a quadrant, a compass, a spyglass, a common barometer with some important modifications, and two astronomical instruments not so generally known. I then took opportunities of conveying by night to a retired situation east of Rotterdam 5 iron-bound casks to contain about 50 gallons each, and one of a larger size 6 tinned, where tubes 3 inches in diameter, properly shaped, and 10 feet in length, a quantity of a particular metallic substance, or semi-metal, which I shall not name, and a dozen demijohns of a very common acid. The gas to be formed from these latter materials is a gas never yet generated by any other person than myself, or, at least, never applied to any similar purpose. The secret I would make no difficulty in disclosing, but that it of right belongs to a citizen of Nantes in France, by whom it was conditionally communicated to myself. The same individual submitted to me, without being at all aware of my intentions, a method of constructing balloons from the membrane of a certain animal, through which substance any escape of gas was nearly an impossibility. I found it, however, altogether too expensive, and was not sure upon the whole whether cambric muslin with a coating of gum caoutchouc was not equally as good. I mention this circumstance, because I think it probable that hereafter the individual in question may attempt a balloon ascension, with the novel gas and material I have spoken of, and I do not wish to deprive him of the honor of a very singular invention. On the spot which I intended each of the smaller casks to occupy respectively during the inflation of the balloon, I privately dug a hole 2 feet deep, the holes forming in this manner, a circle 25 feet in diameter. In the center of this circle being the station designed for the large cask, I also dug a hole 3 feet in depth. In each of the 5 smaller holes I deposited a canister, containing 50 pounds, and in the larger one a keg, holding 150 pounds of cannon powder. The said keg and canisters I connected in a proper manner with covered trains, and having let into one of the canisters the end of about 4 feet of slow match, I covered up the hole and placed the cask over it, leaving the other end of the match protruding about an inch and barely visible beyond the cask. I then filled up the remaining holes and placed the barrels over them in their destined situation. Besides the articles above enumerated, I conveyed to the depot, and there secreted one of Roman 1,000 Grimm's improvements upon the apparatus for condensation of the atmospheric air. I found this machine, however, to require considerable alteration before it could be adapted to the purposes to which I intended making it applicable. But with severe labor and unremitting perseverance, I at length met with entire success in all my preparations. My balloon was soon completed. It would contain more than 40,000 cubic feet of gas, would take me up easily, I calculated, with all my implements. And if I managed rightly with 175 pounds of ballast into the bargain, it had received 3 coats of varnish, and I found the cambric muslin to answer all the purposes of silk itself, quite as strong, and a good deal less expensive. Everything being now ready, I exacted from my wife an oath of secrecy, in relation to all my actions from the day of my first visit to the bookseller's stall, and promising on my part to return as soon as circumstances would permit, I gave her what little money I had left and bade her farewell. Indeed, I had no fear on her account. She was what people call a notable woman, and could manage matters in the world without my assistance. I believe, to tell the truth, she always looked upon me as an idle boy, a mere make-weight good for nothing but building castles in the air, and was rather glad to get rid of me. It was a dark night when I bade her good-bye, and taking with me as aides de camp the 3 creditors who had given me so much trouble, we carried the balloon with the car and accoutrements by a roundabout way to the station, where the other articles were deposited. We there found them all unmolested, and I proceeded immediately to business. It was the 1st of April. The night, as I said before, was dark. There was not a star to be seen, and a drizzling rain falling at intervals rendered us very uncomfortable. But my chief anxiety was concerning the balloon, which, in spite of the varnish with which it was defended, began to grow rather heavy with the moisture. The powder also was liable to damage. I therefore kept my 3 duns working with great diligence, pounding down ice around the central cask, and stirring the acid in the others. They did not cease, however, importuning me with questions as to what I intended to do with all this apparatus, and expressed much dissatisfaction at the terrible labor I made them undergo. They could not perceive, so they said, what good was likely to result from their getting wet to the skin, merely to take a part in such horrible incantations. I began to get uneasy and worked away with all my might, for I verily believe the idiots supposed that I had entered into a compact with the devil, and that, in short, what I was now doing was nothing better than it should be. I was therefore in great fear of their leaving me altogether. I contrived, however, to pacify them by promises of payment of all scores in full as soon as I could bring the present business to a termination. To these speeches they gave, of course, their own interpretation, fancying, no doubt, that at all events I should come into possession of vast quantities of ready money, and provided I paid them all I owed, and a trifle more in consideration of their services, I dare say, they cared very little what became of either my soul or my carcass. In about 4 hours and a half I found the balloon sufficiently inflated. I attached the car, therefore, and put all my implements in it, not forgetting the condensing apparatus, a copious supply of water, and a large quantity of provisions such as pemmican, in which much nutriment is contained in comparatively little bulk. I also secured in the car a pair of pigeons and a cat. It was now nearly daybreak, and I thought it high time to take my departure, dropping a lighted cigar on the ground, as if by accident. I took the opportunity, in stooping to pick it up, of igniting privately the piece of slow match, whose end, as I said before, protruded a very little beyond the lower rim of one of the smaller casks. This maneuver was totally unperceived on the part of the 3 duns, and jumping into the car, I immediately cut the single cord which held me to the earth, and was pleased to find that I shot upward carrying, with all ease 175 pounds of leaden ballast, and able to have carried up as many more. Scarcely, however, had I attained the height of 50 yards when roaring and rumbling up after me, in the most horrible and tumultuous manner, came so dense a hurricane of fire and smoke, and sulphur and legs and arms, and gravel and burning wood and blazing metal that my very heart sunk within me, and I fell down in the bottom of the car trembling with unmitigated terror. Indeed, I now perceived that I had entirely overdone the business, and that the main consequences of the shock were yet to be experienced accordingly, in less than a second. I felt all the blood in my body rushing to my temples, and immediately thereupon a concussion, which I shall never forget, burst abruptly through the night, and seemed to rip the very firmament asunder. When I afterward had time for reflection, I did not fail to attribute the extreme violence of the explosion, as regarded myself, to its proper cosmy situation directly above it and in the line of its greatest power. But at the time I thought only of preserving my life. The balloon at first collapsed, then furiously expanded, then whirled round and round with horrible velocity, and finally, reeling and staggering like a drunken man, hurled me with great force over the rim of the car, and left me dangling at a terrific height with my head downward, and my face outwards, by a piece of slender cord about 3 feet in length, which hung accidentally through a crevice near the bottom of the wickerwork, and in which as I fell my left foot became most providentially entangled. It is impossibly impossible to form any adequate idea of the horror of my situation. I gasped convulsively for breath. A shudder, resembling a fit of the ague, agitated every nerve and muscle of my frame. I felt my eyes starting from their sockets. A horrible nausea overwhelmed me, and at length I fainted away. How long I remained in this state, it is impossible to say. It must, however, have been no inconsiderable time, for when I partially recovered the sense of existence, I found the day breaking the balloon at a prodigious height over a wilderness of ocean, and not a trace of land to be discovered far and wide within the limits of the vast horizon. My sensations, however, upon thus recovering, were by no means so rife with agony as might have been anticipated. Indeed, there was much of incipient madness in the calm survey which I began to take of my situation. I drew up to my eyes each of my hands one after the other, and wondered what occurrence could have given rise to the swelling of the veins and the horrible blackness of the fingernails. I afterward carefully examined my head, shaking it repeatedly, and feeling it with minute attention, until I succeeded in satisfying myself that it was not, as I had more than half suspected, larger than my balloon. Then, in a knowing manner, I felt in both my breeches pockets, and missing therefrom a set of tablets and a toothpick case, endeavored to account for their disappearance, and not being able to do so, felt inexpressibly chagrined. It now occurred to me that I suffered great uneasiness in the joint of my left ankle, and a dim consciousness of my situation began to glimmer through my mind. But strange to say, I was neither astonished nor horror-stricken. If I felt any emotion at all, it was a kind of chuckling satisfaction at the cleverness I was about to display in extricating myself from this dilemma, and I never for a moment looked upon my ultimate safety as a question susceptible of doubt. For a few minutes, I remained wrapped in the profoundest meditation. I have a distinct recollection of frequently compressing my lips, putting my forefinger to the side of my nose, and making use of other gesticulations and grimaces common to men who, at ease in their armchairs, meditate upon matters of intricacy or importance. Having, as I thought, sufficiently collected my ideas, I now, with great caution and deliberation, put my hands behind my back, and unfastened the large iron buckle, which belonged to the waistband of my inexpressibles. This buckle had 3 teeth which, being somewhat rusty, turned with great difficulty on their axis. I brought them, however, after some trouble, at right angles to the body of the buckle, and was glad to find them remain firm in that position. Holding the instrument thus obtained within my teeth, I now proceeded to untie the knot of my cravat. I had to rest several times before I could accomplish this maneuver, but it was at length accomplished to one end of the cravat. I then made fast the buckle, and the other end I tied for greater security tightly around my wrist, drawing now my body upwards. With a prodigious exertion of muscular force, I succeeded at the very first trial in throwing the buckle over the car and entangling it, as I had anticipated, in the circular rim of the wickerwork. My body was now inclined towards the side of the car, at an angle of about 4 to 5 degrees. But it must not be understood that I was therefore only 4 to 5 degrees below the perpendicular. So far from it, I still lay nearly level with the plane of the horizon, for the change of situation which I had acquired had forced the bottom of the car considerably outwards from my position, which was accordingly one of the most imminent and deadly peril. It should be remembered, however, that when I fell in the first instance from the car, if I had fallen with my face turned toward the balloon, instead of turned outwardly from it as it actually was, or if in the second place the cord by which I was suspended had chanced to hang over the upper edge, instead of through a crevice near the bottom of the car, I say, it may be readily conceived that in either of these supposed cases I should have been unable to accomplish even as much as I had now accomplished, and the wonderful adventures of Hans Fall would have been utterly lost to posterity. I had therefore every reason to be grateful, although in point of fact I was still too stupid to be anything at all, and hung for perhaps a quarter of an hour in that extraordinary manner, without making the slightest farther exertion whatsoever, and in a singularly tranquil state of idiotic enjoyment. But this feeling did not fail to die rapidly away, and thereunto succeeded horror and dismay, and a chilling sense of utter helplessness and ruin, in fact the blood so long accumulating in the vessels of my head and throat, and which had hitherto buoyed up my spirits with madness and delirium, had now begun to retire within their proper channels, and the distinctness which was thus added to my perception of the danger merely served to deprive me of the self-possession and courage to encounter it. But this weakness was luckily for me of no very long duration. In good time came to my rescue the spirit of despair, and with frantic cries and struggles, I jerked my way bodily upwards, till at length clutching with a vise-like grip the long-desired rim, I writhed my person over it, and fell headlong and shuddering within the car. It was not until some time afterward that I recovered myself sufficiently to attend to the ordinary cares of the balloon. I then, however, examined it with attention, and found it to my great relief uninjured. My implements were all safe, and fortunately I had lost neither ballast nor provisions. Indeed, I had so well secured them in their places that such an accident was entirely out of the question. Looking at my watch, I found it 6 o'clock. I was still rapidly ascending, and my barometer gave a present altitude of 3¾ miles. Immediately beneath me in the ocean lay a small black object, slightly oblong in shape, seemingly about the size, and in every way bearing a great resemblance to one of those childish toys called a domino. Bringing my telescope to bear upon it, I plainly discerned it to be a British 94-gun ship, close-hauled, and pitching heavily in the sea with her head to the WSW. Besides this ship, I saw nothing but the ocean and the sky, and the sun which had long arisen. It is now high time that I should explain to your excellencies the object of my perilous voyage. Your excellencies will bear in mind that distressed circumstances in Rotterdam had at length driven me to the resolution of committing suicide. It was not, however, that to life itself I had any positive disgust, but that I was harassed beyond endurance by the adventitious miseries attending my situation in this state of mind. Wishing to live, yet wearied with life, the treatise at the stall of the bookseller opened a resource to my imagination. I then finally made up my mind. I determined to depart, yet live to leave the world, yet continue to exist. In short, to drop enigmas. I resolved, let what would ensue, to force a passage, if I could, to the moon. Now, lest I should be supposed more of a madman than I actually am, I will detail as well as I am able the considerations which led me to believe that an achievement of this nature, although without doubt difficult and incontestably full of danger, was not absolutely to a bold spirit beyond the confines of the possible. The moon's actual distance from the earth was the first thing to be attended to. Now the mean, or average interval between the centers of the two planets is 59 of the Earth's equatorial radii, or only about 237,000 miles. I say the mean or average interval, but it must be borne in mind that the form of the moon's orbit being an ellipse of eccentricity, amounting to no less than 0 of the major semi-axis of the ellipse itself, and the Earth's center being situated in its focus. If I could in any manner contrive to meet the moon as it were in its perigee, the above-mentioned distance would be materially diminished. But to say nothing at present of this possibility, it was very certain that at all events from the 237,000 miles I would have to deduct the radius of the Earth, say 4,000, and the radius of the moon, say 1080, in all 5080, leaving an actual interval to be traversed under average circumstances of 231,920 miles. Now, this, I reflected, was no very extraordinary distance. Traveling on land has been repeatedly accomplished at the rate of 30 miles per hour, and indeed a much greater speed may be anticipated, but even at this velocity, it would take me no more than 322 days to reach the surface of the moon. There were, however, many particulars inducing me to believe that my average rate of traveling might possibly very much exceed that of 30 miles per hour. And as these considerations did not fail to make a deep impression upon my mind, I will mention them more fully hereafter. The next point to be regarded was a matter of far greater importance. From indications afforded by the barometer, we find that, in ascensions from the surface of the Earth, we have at the height of 1,000 feet left below us, about 1/30th of the entire mass of atmospheric air, that at 10,600, we have ascended through nearly one-third, and that at 18,000, which is not far from the elevation of Cotopaxi, we have surmounted one-half the material, or at all events, one-half the ponderable body of air incumbent upon our globe. It is also calculated that at an altitude not exceeding the 100th part of the Earth's diameter, that is not exceeding 80 miles, the rarefaction would be so excessive that animal life could in no manner be sustained, and moreover that the most delicate means we possess of ascertaining the presence of the atmosphere would be inadequate to assure us of its existence. But I did not fail to perceive that these latter calculations are founded altogether on our experimental knowledge of the properties of air and the mechanical laws regulating its dilation and compression, in what may be called, comparatively speaking, the immediate vicinity of the Earth itself. And at the same time, it is taken for granted that animal life is, and must be, essentially incapable of modification at any given unattainable distance from the surface. Now all such reasoning, and from such data, must of course be simply analogical. The greatest height ever reached by man was that of 25,000 feet, attained in the aeronautic expedition of Messrs. Gay Lussac and Biot. This is a moderate altitude even when compared with the 80 miles in question, and I could not help thinking that the subject admitted room for doubt and great latitude for speculation. But in point of fact, an ascension being made to any given altitude, the ponderable quantity of air surmounted in any farther ascension is by no means in proportion to the additional height ascended, as may be plainly seen from what has been stated before, but in a ratio constantly decreasing. It is therefore evident that ascend as high as we may, we cannot, literally speaking, arrive at a limit beyond which no atmosphere is to be found. It must exist, I argued, although it may exist in a state of infinite rarefaction. On the other hand, I was aware that arguments have not been wanting to prove the existence of a real and definite limit to the atmosphere, beyond which there is absolutely no air whatsoever, but a circumstance which has been left out of view by those who contend for such a limit seemed to me, although no positive refutation of their creed, still a point worthy very serious investigation, on comparing the intervals between the successive arrivals of Encke's comet at its perihelion. After giving credit in the most exact manner for all the disturbances due to the attractions of the planets, it appears that the periods are gradually diminishing. That is to say, the major axis of the comet's ellipse is growing shorter in a slow but perfectly regular decrease. Now, this is precisely what ought to be the case if we suppose a resistance experienced from the comet from an extremely rare ethereal medium pervading the regions of its orbit, for it is evident that such a medium must, in retarding the comet's velocity, increase its centripetal by weakening its centrifugal force. In other words, the sun's attraction would be constantly attaining greater power, and the comet would be drawn nearer at every revolution. Indeed, there is no other way of accounting for the variation in question, but again the real diameter of the same comet's nebulosity is observed to contract rapidly as it approaches the sun and dilate with equal rapidity in its departure towards its aphelion. Was I not justifiable in supposing, with Roman 1,000 volts, that this apparent condensation of volume has its origin in the compression of the same ethereal medium I have spoken of before, and which is only denser in proportion to its solar vicinity? The lenticular-shaped phenomenon, also called the zodiacal light, was a matter worthy of attention. This radiance, so apparent in the tropics, and which cannot be mistaken for any meteoric luster, extends from the horizon obliquely upward, and follows generally the direction of the sun's equator. It appeared to me evidently in the nature of a rare atmosphere, extending from the sun outward, beyond the orbit of Venus at least. And I believed indefinitely farther. Indeed, this medium I could not suppose confined to the path of the comet's ellipse or to the immediate neighborhood of the sun. It was easy, on the contrary, to imagine it pervading the entire regions of our planetary system, condensed into what we call atmosphere at the planets themselves, and perhaps at some of them modified by considerations, so to speak, purely geological. Having adopted this view of the subject, I had little further hesitation, granting that on my passage I should meet with atmosphere, essentially the same as at the surface of the Earth, I conceived that by means of the very ingenious apparatus of Roman 1000 grim, I should readily be enabled to condense it in sufficient quantity for the purposes of respiration. This would remove the chief obstacle in a journey to the moon. I had indeed spent some money and great labor in adapting the apparatus to the object intended, and confidently looked forward to its successful application. If I could manage to complete the voyage within any reasonable period, this brings me back to the rate at which it might be possible to travel. It is true that balloons in the first stage of their ascensions from the Earth are known to rise with a velocity comparatively moderate. Now, the power of elevation lies altogether in the superior lightness of the gas in the balloon compared with the atmospheric air. And at first sight, it does not appear probable that, as the balloon acquires altitude and consequently arrives successively in atmospheric strata of densities, rapidly diminishing, I say it does not appear at all reasonable that in this, its progress upwards the original velocity should be accelerated. On the other hand, I was not aware that in any recorded ascension, a diminution was apparent in the absolute rate of ascent, although such should have been the case if on account of nothing else on account of the escape of gas through balloons ill-constructed and varnished with no better material than the ordinary varnish. It seemed therefore that the effect of such escape was only sufficient to counterbalance the effect of some accelerating power. I now considered that provided in my passage I found the medium I had imagined, and provided that it should prove to be actually and essentially what we denominate atmospheric air, it could make comparatively little difference at what extreme state of rarefaction I should discover it, that is to say, in regard to my power of ascending, for the gas in the balloon would not only be itself subject to rarefaction, partially similar, in proportion to the occurrence of which I could suffer an escape of so much as would be requisite to prevent explosion, but being what it was would at all events continue specifically lighter than any compound, whatever of mere nitrogen and oxygen. In the meantime, the force of gravitation would be constantly diminishing in proportion to the squares of the distances. And thus, with a velocity prodigiously accelerating, I should at length arrive in those distant regions, where the force of the Earth's attraction would be superseded by that of the Moon. In accordance with these ideas, I did not think it worthwhile to encumber myself with more provisions than would be sufficient for a period of 40 days. There was still, however, another difficulty, which occasioned me some little disquietude. It has been observed that in balloon ascensions to any considerable height, besides the pain attending respiration, great uneasiness is experienced about the head and body, often accompanied with bleeding at the nose and other symptoms of an alarming kind, and growing more and more inconvenient. In proportion to the altitude attained 3, this was a reflection of a nature somewhat startling. Was it not probable that these symptoms would increase indefinitely, or at least until terminated by death itself? I finally thought not their origin was to be looked for in the progressive removal of the customary atmospheric pressure upon the surface of the body and consequent distension of the superficial blood vessels, not in any positive disorganization of the animal system, as in the case of difficulty in breathing, where the atmospheric density is chemically insufficient for the due renovation of blood in a ventricle of the heart. Unless for default of this renovation, I could see no reason, therefore, why life could not be sustained, even in a vacuum, for the expansion and compression of chest commonly called breathing is action purely muscular, and the cause not the effect of respiration. In a word, I conceived that, as the body should become habituated to the want of atmospheric pressure, the sensations of pain would gradually diminish, and to endure them, while they continued, I relied with confidence upon the iron hardihood of my constitution. Thus may it please your excellencies, I have detailed some, though by no means all, the considerations which led me to form the project of a lunar voyage. I shall now proceed to lay before you the result of an attempt so apparently audacious in conception, and at all events so utterly unparalleled in the annals of mankind. Having attained the altitude before mentioned, that is to say 3 miles and 3/4, I threw out from the car a quantity of feathers, and found that I still ascended with sufficient rapidity. There was therefore no necessity for discharging any ballast. I was glad of this, for I wished to retain with me as much weight as I could carry for reasons which will be explained in the sequel. I as yet suffered no bodily inconvenience, breathing with great freedom, and feeling no pain whatever in the head. The cat was lying very demurely upon my coat, which I had taken off, and eyeing the pigeons with an air of nonchalance. These latter, being tied by the leg to prevent their escape, were busily employed in picking up some grains of rice, scattered for them in the bottom of the car. At 20 minutes past 6 o'clock, the barometer showed an elevation of 26,400 feet, or 5 miles. To a fraction, the prospect seemed unbounded. Indeed, it is very easily calculated by means of spherical geometry. What a great extent of the Earth's area, I beheld the convex surface of any segment of a sphere is to the entire surface of the sphere itself, as the versed sine of the segment to the diameter of the sphere. Now, in my case, the versed sine that is to say the thickness of the segment beneath mu is about equal to my elevation, or the elevation of the point of sight above the surface, as 5 miles then to 8,000 would express the proportion of the Earth's area. Seen by me, in other words, I beheld as much as a 1600th part of the whole surface of the globe. The sea appeared unruffled, as a mirror, although by means of the spyglass, I could perceive it to be in a state of violent agitation. The ship was no longer visible, having drifted away apparently to the eastward. I now began to experience at intervals severe pain in the head, especially about the ear. Still, however, breathing with tolerable freedom, the cat and pigeons seemed to suffer no inconvenience whatsoever. At 20 minutes before 7, the balloon entered a long series of dense cloud, which put me to great trouble by damaging my condensing apparatus and wetting me to the skin. This was to be sure a singular rencontre, for I had not believed it possible that a cloud of this nature could be sustained at so great an elevation. I thought it best, however, to throw out 2 5-pound pieces of ballast, reserving still a weight of 165 pounds. Upon so doing, I soon rose above the difficulty, and perceived immediately that I had obtained a great increase in my rate of ascent. In a few seconds after my leaving the cloud, a flash of vivid lightning shot from one end of it to the other, and caused it to kindle up throughout its vast extent like a mass of ignited and glowing charcoal. This, it must be remembered, was in the broad light of day. No fancy may picture the sublimity which might have been exhibited by a similar phenomenon taking place amid the darkness of the night. Hell itself might have been found a fitting image, even as it was. My hair stood on end, while I gazed afar down within the yawning abysses, letting imagination descend, as it were, and stalk about in the strange vaulted halls and ruddy gulfs and red ghastly chasms of the hideous and unfathomable fire. I had indeed made a narrow escape, had the balloon remained a very short while longer within the cloud. That is to say, had not the inconvenience of getting wet determined me to discharge the ballast. Inevitable ruin would have been the consequence. Such perils, although little considered, are perhaps the greatest which must be encountered in balloons. I had by this time, however, attained too great an elevation to be any longer uneasy on this head. I was now rising rapidly, and by 7 o'clock the barometer indicated an altitude of no less than 9 miles and a half. I began to find great difficulty in drawing my breath. My head, too, was excessively painful, and having felt for some time a moisture about my cheeks, I at length discovered it to be blood, which was oozing quite fast from the drums of my ears. My eyes also gave me great uneasiness upon passing the hand over them. They seemed to have protruded from their sockets in no inconsiderable degree, and all objects in the car and even the balloon itself appeared distorted to my vision. These symptoms were more than I had expected, and occasioned me some alarm. At this juncture, very imprudently, and without consideration, I threw out from the car 3 5-pound pieces of ballast. The accelerated rate of ascent thus obtained carried me too rapidly, and without sufficient gradation, into a highly rarefied stratum of the atmosphere, and the result had nearly proved fatal to my expedition, and to myself. I was suddenly seized with a spasm, which lasted for more than 5 minutes, and even when this in a measure ceased, I could catch my breath only at long intervals, and in a gasping manner, bleeding all the while copiously at the nose and ears, and even slightly at the eyes. The pigeons appeared distressed in the extreme, and struggled to escape, while the cat mewed piteously, and with her tongue hanging out of her mouth, staggered to and fro in the car, as if under the influence of poison. I now too late discovered the great rashness of which I had been guilty in discharging the ballast, and my agitation was excessive. I anticipated nothing less than death, and death, in a few minutes. The physical suffering I underwent contributed also to render me nearly incapable of making any exertion for the preservation of my life. I had indeed little power of reflection left, and the violence of the pain in my head seemed to be greatly on the increase. Thus I found that my senses would shortly give way altogether, and I had already clutched one of the valve ropes with the view of attempting a descent, when the recollection of the trick I had played the 3 creditors, and the possible consequences to myself, should I return operated to deter me. For the moment I lay down in the bottom of the car, and endeavored to collect my faculties in this I so far succeeded as to determine upon the experiment of losing blood having no lancet however, I was constrained to perform the operation in the best manner I was able, and finally succeeded in opening a vein in my right arm with the blade of my penknife. The blood had hardly commenced flowing when I experienced a sensible relief, and by the time I had lost about half a moderate basin, full most of the worst symptoms had abandoned me entirely. I nevertheless did not think it expedient to attempt getting on my feet immediately, but having tied up my arm as well as I could, I lay still for about a quarter of an hour. At the end of this time, I arose and found myself freer from absolute pain of any kind than I had been during the last hour and a quarter of my ascension. The difficulty of breathing, however, was diminished in a very slight degree, and I found that it would soon be positively necessary to make use of my condenser. In the meantime, looking toward the cat who was again snugly stowed away upon my coat, I discovered to my infinite surprise that she had taken the opportunity of my indisposition to bring into light a litter of 3 little kittens. This was an addition to the number of passengers on my part, altogether unexpected, but I was pleased at the occurrence. It would afford me a chance of bringing to a kind of test the truth of a surmise which more than anything else had influenced me in attempting this ascension. I had imagined that the habitual endurance of the atmospheric pressure at the surface of the earth was the cause, or nearly so, of the pain attending animal existence at a distance above the surface. Should the kittens be found to suffer uneasiness in an equal degree with their mother, I must consider my theory in fault, but a failure to do so I should look upon as a strong confirmation of my idea. By 8 o'clock, I had actually attained an elevation of 17 miles above the surface of the earth. Thus it seemed to me evident that my rate of ascent was not only on the increase, but that the progression would have been apparent in a slight degree, even had I not discharged the ballast, which I Roman 999. The pains in my head and ears returned at intervals with violence, and I still continued to bleed occasionally at the nose. But upon the whole, I suffered much less than might have been expected. I breathed, however, at every moment with more and more difficulty, and each inhalation was attended with a troublesome spasmodic action of the chest. I now unpacked the condensing apparatus and got it ready for immediate use. The view of the earth at this period of my ascension was beautiful indeed. To the westward, the northward, and the southward, as far as I could see, lay a boundless sheet of apparently unruffled ocean, which every moment gained a deeper and a deeper tint of blue and began already to assume a slight appearance of convexity. At a vast distance to the eastward, although perfectly discernible, extended the islands of Great Britain, the entire Atlantic coasts of France and Spain, with a small portion of the northern part of the continent of Africa. Of individual edifices not trace could be discovered, and the proudest cities of mankind had utterly faded away from the face of the earth. From the rock of Gibraltar, now dwindled into a dim speck, the dark Mediterranean Sea, dotted with shining islands, as the heaven is dotted with stars, spread itself out to the eastward as far as my vision extended, until its entire mass of waters seemed at length to tumble headlong over the abyss of the horizon, and I found myself listening on tiptoe for the echoes of the mighty cataract. Overhead, the sky was of a jetty black, and the stars were brilliantly visible. The pigeons about this time seeming to undergo much suffering, I determined, upon giving them their liberty, I first untied one of them, a beautiful gray-mottled pigeon, and placed him upon the rim of the wickerwork. He appeared extremely uneasy, looking anxiously around him, fluttering his wings, and making a loud cooing noise, but could not be persuaded to trust himself from off the car. I took him up at last, and threw him to about half a dozen yards from the balloon. He made, however, no attempt to descend, as I had expected, but struggled with great vehemence to get back, uttering at the same time very shrill and piercing cries. He at length succeeded in regaining his former station on the rim, but had hardly done so when his head dropped upon his breast, and he fell dead within the car. The other one did not prove so unfortunate to prevent his following the example of his companion, and accomplishing a return, I threw him downward with all my force, and was pleased to find him continue his descent with great velocity, making use of his wings with ease and in a perfectly natural manner. In a very short time he was out of sight, and I have no doubt he reached home in safety. Puss, who seemed in a great measure recovered from her illness, now made a hearty meal of the dead bird, and then went to sleep with much apparent satisfaction. Her kittens were quite lively, and so far evinced not the slightest sign of any uneasiness whatever. At 8:15, being no longer able to draw breath without the most intolerable pain, I proceeded forthwith to adjust around the car, the apparatus belonging to the condenser. This apparatus will require some little explanation, and your excellencies will please to bear in mind that my object in the first place was to surround myself and cat entirely with a barricade against the highly rarefied atmosphere in which I was existing, with the intention of introducing within this barricade, by means of my condenser, a quantity of the same atmosphere, sufficiently condensed for the purposes of respiration. With this object in view, I had prepared a very strong, perfectly airtight but flexible gumelastic bag. In this bag, which was of sufficient dimensions, the entire car was in a manner placed, that is to say, the bag was drawn over the whole bottom of the car up its sides, and so on along the outside of the ropes to the upper rim or hoop, where the network is attached, having pulled the bag up in this way, and formed a complete enclosure on all sides. And at bottom, it was now necessary to fasten up its top or mouth, by passing its material over the hoop of the network, in other words, between the network and the hoop. But if the network were separated from the hoop to admit this passage, what was to sustain the car in the meantime? Now, the network was not permanently fastened to the hoop, but attached by a series of running loops or nooses. I therefore undid only a few of these loops at one time, leaving the car suspended by the remainder. Having thus inserted a portion of the cloth forming the upper part of the bag, I refastened the loops not to the hoop, for that would have been impossible, since the cloth now intervened, but to a series of large buttons affixed to the cloth itself about 3 feet below the mouth of the bag, the intervals between the buttons having been made to correspond to the intervals between the loops. This done, a few more of the loops were unfastened from the rim, a farther portion of the cloth introduced, and the disengaged loops then connected with their proper buttons. In this way, it was possible to insert the whole upper part of the bag between the network and the hoop. It is evident that the hoop would now drop down within the car, while the whole weight of the car itself, with all its contents, would be held up merely by the strength of the buttons. This at first sight would seem an inadequate dependence, but it was by no means so, for the buttons were not only very strong in themselves, but so close together that a very slight portion of the whole weight was supported by any one of them. Indeed, had the car and contents been 3 times heavier than they were, I should not have been at all uneasy. I now raised up the hoop again within the covering of gumelastic, and propped it at nearly its former height by means of 3 light poles prepared for the occasion. This was done, of course, to keep the bag distended at the top, and to preserve the lower part of the network in its proper situation. All that now remained was to fasten up the mouth of the enclosure, and this was readily accomplished by gathering the folds of the material together and twisting them up very tightly on the inside by means of a kind of stationary tourniquet. In the sides of the covering, thus adjusted round the car, had been inserted 3 circular panes of thick but clear glass, through which I could see without difficulty around me, in every horizontal direction. In that portion of the cloth forming the bottom was likewise a 4th window of the same kind, and corresponding with a small aperture in the floor of the car itself. This enabled me to see perpendicularly down, but having found it impossible to place any similar contrivance overhead, on account of the peculiar manner of closing up the opening there, and the consequent wrinkles in the cloth, I could expect to see no objects situated directly in my zenith. This, of course, was a matter of little consequence, for had I even been able to place a window at top, the balloon itself would have prevented my making any use of it. About a foot below one of the side windows was a circular opening 8 inches in diameter, and fitted with a brass rim adapted in its inner edge to the windings of a screw. In this rim was screwed the large tube of the condenser, the body of the machine being of course within the chamber of gumelastic. Through this tube, a quantity of the rare atmosphere circumjacent being drawn by means of a vacuum created in the body of the machine was thence discharged in a state of condensation to mingle with the thin air already in the chamber. This operation, being repeated several times at length, filled the chamber with atmosphere proper for all the purposes of respiration, but in so confined a space, it would in a short time necessarily become foul and unfit for use from frequent contact with the lungs. It was then ejected by a small valve at the bottom of the car, dense air readily sinking into the thinner atmosphere below to avoid the inconvenience of making a total vacuum at any moment within the chamber. This purification was never accomplished all at once, but in a gradual manner, the valve being opened only for a few seconds, then closed again, until 1 or 2 strokes from the pump of the condenser had supplied the place of the atmosphere ejected. For the sake of experiment, I had put the cat and kittens in a small basket, and suspended it outside the car to a button at the bottom close by the valve, through which I could feed them at any moment when necessary. I did this at some little risk, and before closing the mouth of the chamber by reaching under the car with one of the poles before mentioned to which a hook had been attached. By the time I had fully completed these arrangements and filled the chamber as explained, it wanted only 10 minutes of 9 o'clock. During the whole period of my being thus employed, I endured the most terrible distress from difficulty of respiration, and bitterly did I repent the negligence, or rather foolhardiness, of which I had been guilty of putting off to the last moment a matter of so much importance. But having at length accomplished it, I soon began to reap the benefit of my invention once again. I breathed with perfect freedom, and ascend indeed, why should I not? I was also agreeably surprised to find myself in a great measure relieved from the violent pains, which had hitherto tormented me, a slight headache, accompanied with a sensation of fullness or distension about the wrists, the ankles, and the throat was nearly all of which I had now to complain. Thus it seemed evident that a greater part of the uneasiness attending the removal of atmospheric pressure had actually worn off as I had expected, and that much of the pain endured for the last 2 hours should have been attributed altogether to the effects of a deficient respiration. At 20 minutes before 9 o'clock, that is to say a short time prior to my closing up the mouth of the chamber, the mercury attained its limit, or ran down in the barometer, which, as I mentioned before, was one of an extended construction. It then indicated an altitude on my part of 132,000 feet, or 25 miles, and I consequently surveyed at that time an extent of the Earth's area amounting to no less than the 320th part of its entire superficies. At 9 o'clock, I had again lost sight of land to the eastward, but not before I became aware that the balloon was drifting rapidly to the NNW. The convexity of the ocean beneath me was very evident indeed, although my view was often interrupted by the masses of cloud which floated to and fro. I observed now that even the lightest vapors never rose to more than 10 miles above the level of the sea. At 9:30, I tried the experiment of throwing out a handful of feathers through the valve. They did not float as I had expected, but dropped down perpendicularly, like a bullet en masse, and with the greatest velocity out of sight in a very few seconds. I did not at first know what to make of this extraordinary phenomenon, not being able to believe that my rate of ascent had of a sudden met with so prodigious an acceleration. But it soon occurred to me that the atmosphere was now far too rare to sustain even the feathers, that they actually fell, as they appeared to do, with great rapidity, and that I had been surprised by the united velocities of their descent and my own elevation. By 10 o'clock, I found that I had very little to occupy my immediate attention. Affairs went swimmingly, and I believed the balloon to be going upward, with a speed increasing momently. Although I had no longer any means of ascertaining the progression of the increase, I suffered no pain or uneasiness of any kind, and enjoyed better spirits than I had at any period since my departure from Rotterdam, busying myself, now in examining the state of my various apparatus, and now in regenerating the atmosphere within the chamber. This latter point I determined to attend to at regular intervals of 40 minutes more, on account of the preservation of my health than from so frequent a renovation being absolutely necessary in the meanwhile. I could not help making anticipations. Fancy reveled in the wild and dreamy regions of the moon. Imagination, feeling herself for once unshackled, roamed at will among the ever-changing wonders of a shadowy and unstable land. Now there were hoary and time-honored forests and craggy precipices, and waterfalls tumbling with a loud noise into abysses without a bottom. Then I came suddenly into still noonday solitudes, where no wind of heaven ever intruded, and where vast meadows of poppies and slender, lily-looking flowers spread themselves out a weary distance, all silent and motionless. Forever. Then again, I journeyed far down away into another country, where it was all one dim and vague lake with a boundary line of clouds. And out of this melancholy water arose a forest of tall eastern trees, like a wilderness of dreams, and I have in mind that the shadows of the trees which fell upon the lake remained not on the surface where they fell, but sunk slowly and steadily down, and commingled with the waves, while from the trunks of the trees other shadows were continually coming out and taking the place of their brothers. Thus entombed. This, then, I said thoughtfully, is the very reason why the waters of this lake grow blacker with age, and more melancholy, as the hours run on. But fancies such as these were not the sole possessors of my brain. Horrors of a nature most stern and most appalling would too frequently obtrude themselves upon my mind, and shake the innermost depths of my soul with the bare supposition of their possibility. Yet I would not suffer my thoughts for any length of time to dwell upon these latter speculations, rightly judging the real and palpable dangers of the voyage sufficient for my undivided attention. At 5 o'clock p. Roman 1000 being engaged in regenerating the atmosphere within the chamber, I took that opportunity of observing the cat, and kittens through the valve the cat herself appeared to suffer again very much, and I had no hesitation in attributing her uneasiness chiefly to a difficulty in breathing, but my experiment with the kittens had resulted very strangely. I had expected, of course, to see them betray a sense of pain, although in a less degree than their mother, and this would have been sufficient to confirm my opinion concerning the habitual endurance of atmospheric pressure. But I was not prepared to find them upon close examination, evidently enjoying a high degree of health, breathing with the greatest ease and perfect regularity, and evincing not the slightest sign of any uneasiness. Whatever I could only account for all this by extending my theory, and supposing that the highly rarefied atmosphere around might perhaps not be, as I had taken for granted, chemically insufficient for the purposes of life, and that a person born in such a medium might possibly be unaware of any inconvenience attending its inhalation, while upon removal to the denser strata near the earth, he might endure tortures of a similar nature to those I had so lately experienced. It has since been to me a matter of deep regret that an awkward accident at this time occasioned me the loss of my little family of cats, and deprived me of the insight into this matter, which a continued experiment might have afforded in passing my hand through the valve. With a cup of water for the old puss, the sleeves of my shirt became entangled in the loop which sustained the basket, and thus in a moment loosened it from the bottom. Had the whole actually vanished into air, it could not have shot from my sight in a more abrupt and instantaneous manner. Positively, there could not have intervened the tenth part of a second between the disengagement of the basket and its absolute and total disappearance, with all that it contained. My good wishes followed it to the earth. But of course, I had no hope that either cat or kittens would ever live to tell the tale of their misfortune. At 6 o'clock, I perceived a great portion of the Earth's visible area to the eastward, involved in thick shadow which continued to advance with great rapidity, until at 5 minutes before 7, the whole surface in view was enveloped in the darkness of night. It was not, however, until long after this time that the rays of the setting sun ceased to illumine the balloon, and this circumstance, although of course fully anticipated, did not fail to give me an infinite deal of pleasure. It was evident that in the morning I should behold the rising luminary many hours at least before the citizens of Rotterdam, in spite of their situation, so much farther to the eastward, and thus day after day, in proportion to the height ascended, would I enjoy the light of the sun for a longer and a longer period. I now determined to keep a journal of my passage, reckoning the days from 1 to 24 hours, continuously, without taking into consideration the intervals of darkness. At 10 o'clock, feeling sleepy, I determined to lie down for the rest of the night. But here a difficulty presented itself, which, obvious as it may appear, had escaped my attention up to the very moment of which I am now speaking. If I went to sleep, as I proposed, how could the atmosphere in the chamber be regenerated in the interim? To breathe it for more than an hour at the farthest would be a matter of impossibility, or if even this term could be extended to an hour and a quarter, the most ruinous consequences might ensue. The consideration of this dilemma gave me no little disquietude, and it will hardly be believed that after the dangers I had undergone, I should look upon this business in so serious a light as to give up all hope of accomplishing my ultimate design, and finally make up my mind to the necessity of a descent. But this hesitation was only momentary. I reflected that man is the veriest slave of custom, and that many points in the routine of his existence are deemed essentially important, which are only so at all by his having rendered them habitual. It was very certain that I could not do without sleep, but I might easily bring myself to feel no inconvenience from being awakened at intervals of an hour during the whole period of my repose. It would require but 5 minutes at most to regenerate the atmosphere in the fullest manner, and the only real difficulty was to contrive a method of arousing myself at the proper moment for so doing. But this was a question which I am willing to confess occasioned me no little trouble in its solution. To be sure, I had heard of the student who, to prevent his falling asleep over his books, held in one hand a ball of copper, of whose descent into a basin of the same metal on the floor beside his chair served effectually to startle him up if at any moment he should be overcome with drowsiness. My own case, however, was very different indeed, and left me no room for any similar idea, for I did not wish to keep awake but to be aroused from slumber at regular intervals of time. I at length hit upon the following expedient, which, simple as it may seem, was hailed by me at the moment of discovery as an invention fully equal to that of the telescope, the steam engine, or the art of printing itself. It is necessary to premise that the balloon at the elevation now attained continued its course upward with an even and undeviating ascent, and the car consequently followed with a steadiness so perfect that it would have been impossible to detect in it the slightest vacillation. Whatever this circumstance favored me greatly in the project. I now determined to adopt my supply of water, had been put on board in kegs containing 5 gallons each, and ranged very securely around the interior of the car. I unfastened one of these, and taking 2 ropes, tied them tightly across the rim of the wickerwork, from one side to the other, placing them about a foot apart and parallel, so as to form a kind of shelf upon which I placed the keg, and steadied it in a horizontal position about 8 inches immediately below these ropes and 4 feet from the bottom of the car. I fastened another shelf butt made of thin plank, being the only similar piece of wood I had upon this latter shelf. And exactly beneath one of the rims of the keg, a small earthen pitcher was deposited. I now bored a hole in the end of the keg over the pitcher, and fitted in a plug of soft wood cut in a tapering or conical shape. This plug I pushed in or pulled out as might happen, until after a few experiments, it arrived at that exact degree of tightness, at which the water oozing from the hole and falling into the pitcher below would fill the latter to the brim in the period of 60 minutes. This, of course, was a matter briefly and easily ascertained by noticing the proportion of the pitcher filled in any given time. Having arranged all this, the rest of the plan is obvious. My bed was so contrived upon the floor of the car as to bring my head in lying down immediately below the mouth of the pitcher. It was evident that at the expiration of an hour, the pitcher getting full would be forced to run over, and to run over at the mouth, which was somewhat lower than the rim. It was also evident that the water thus falling from a height of more than 4 feet could not do otherwise than fall upon my face, and that the sure consequences would be to waken me up instantaneously, even from the soundest slumber in the world. It was fully 11 by the time I had completed these arrangements, and I immediately betook myself to bed with full confidence in the efficiency of my invention. Nor in this matter was I disappointed. Punctually every 60 minutes was I aroused by my trusty chronometer, when, having emptied the pitcher into the bunghole of the keg and performed the duties of the condenser, I retired again to bed. These regular interruptions to my slumber caused me even less discomfort than I had anticipated, and when I finally arose for the day it was 7 o'clock, and the sun had attained many degrees above the line of my horizon. April 3d, I found the balloon at an immense height indeed, and the Earth's apparent convexity increased in a material degree. Below me in the ocean lay a cluster of black specks which undoubtedly were islands far away to the northward. I perceived a thin white and exceedingly brilliant line or streak on the edge of the horizon, and I had no hesitation in supposing it to be the southern disk of the ices of the polar sea. My curiosity was greatly excited, for I had hopes of passing on much farther to the north, and might possibly at some period find myself placed directly above the pole itself. I now lamented that my great elevation would in this case prevent my taking as accurate a survey as I could wish. Much, however, might be ascertained. Nothing else of an extraordinary nature occurred during the day. My apparatus all continued in good order, and the balloon still ascended without any perceptible vacillation. The cold was intense and obliged me to wrap up closely in an overcoat. When darkness came over the earth, I betook myself to bed, although it was for many hours afterward broad daylight all around my immediate situation. The water clock was punctual in its duty, and I slept until next morning soundly, with the exception of the periodical interruption. April 4th arose in good health and spirits, and was astonished at the singular change which had taken place in the appearance of the sea. It had lost in a great measure the deep tint of blue it had hitherto worn, being now of a grayish white, and of a luster dazzling to the eye. The islands were no longer visible, whether they had passed down the horizon to the southeast, or whether my increasing elevation had left them out of sight. It is impossible to say. I was inclined, however, to the latter opinion. The rim of ice to the northward was growing more and more apparent. Cold, by no means so intense, nothing of importance occurred, and I passed the day in reading, having taken care to supply myself with books. April 5th beheld the singular phenomenon of the sun rising, while nearly the whole visible surface of the earth continued to be involved in darkness. In time, however, the light spread itself over all, and I again saw the line of ice to the northward. It was now very distinct, and appeared of a much darker hue than the waters of the ocean. I was evidently approaching it, and with great rapidity fancied I could again distinguish a strip of land to the eastward, and one also to the westward, but could not be certain whether moderate nothing of any consequence happened during the day. Went early to bed. April 6th was surprised at finding the rim of ice at a very moderate distance, and an immense field of the same material stretching away off to the horizon in the north. It was evident that if the balloon held its present course, it would soon arrive above the frozen ocean, and I had now little doubt of ultimately seeing the pole during the whole of the day. I continued to near the ice toward night. The limits of my horizon very suddenly and materially increased, owing undoubtedly to the Earth's form, being that of an oblate spheroid, and my arriving above the flattened regions in the vicinity of the Arctic Circle. When darkness at length overtook me, I went to bed in great anxiety, fearing to pass over the object of so much curiosity when I should have no opportunity of observing it. April 7th arose early, and to my great joy at length beheld what there could be no hesitation in supposing the northern pole itself. It was there beyond a doubt, and immediately beneath my feet. But alas, I had now ascended to so vast a distance that nothing could with accuracy be discerned. Indeed, to judge from the progression of the numbers indicating my various altitudes, respectively at different periods, between 6 A Roman 1000 on the 2nd of April and 20 minutes, before 9 A Roman 1000 of the same day, at which time the barometer ran down, it might be fairly inferred that the balloon had now at 4 o'clock in the morning of April the 7th reached a height of not less certainly than 7254 miles above the surface of the sea. This elevation may appear immense, but the estimate upon which it is calculated gave a result in all probability far inferior to the truth. At all events, I undoubtedly beheld the whole of the Earth's major diameter. The entire northern hemisphere lay beneath me like a chart orthographically projected, and the great circle of the equator itself formed the boundary line of my horizon. Your Excellencies may, however, readily imagine that the confined regions hitherto unexplored within the limits of the Arctic Circle, although situated directly beneath me, and therefore seen without any appearance of being foreshortened, were still in themselves comparatively too diminutive, and at too great a distance from the point of sight to admit of any very accurate examination. Nevertheless, what could be seen was of a nature singular and exciting northwardly from that huge rim before mentioned, and which with slight qualification may be called the limit of human discovery in these regions. One unbroken, or nearly unbroken sheet of ice continues to extend in the first few degrees of this its progress. Its surface is very sensibly flattened farther on, depressed into a plane, and finally becoming not a little concave. It terminates at the pole itself in a circular center, sharply defined, whose apparent diameter subtended at the balloon an angle of about 6 to 5 seconds, and whose dusky hue, varying in intensity, was at all times darker than any other spot upon the visible hemisphere, and occasionally deepened into the most absolute and impenetrable blackness. Farther than this little could be ascertained by 12 o'clock. The circular center had materially decreased in circumference, and by 7 P Roman 1000 I lost sight of it entirely, the balloon passing over the western limb of the ice and floating away rapidly in the direction of the equator. April 8th found a sensible diminution in the Earth's apparent diameter, besides a material alteration in its general color and appearance. The whole visible area partook in different degrees of a tint of pale yellow, and in some portions had acquired a brilliancy even painful to the eye. My view downward was also considerably impeded by the dense atmosphere in the vicinity of the surface, being loaded with clouds between whose masses I could only now and then obtain a glimpse of the Earth itself. This difficulty of direct vision had troubled me more or less for the last 48 hours, but my present enormous elevation brought closer together, as it were, the floating bodies of vapor, and the inconvenience became of course more and more palpable in proportion to my ascent. Nevertheless, I could easily perceive that the balloon now hovered above the range of Great Lakes in the continent of North America, and was holding a course due south, which would bring me to the tropics. This circumstance did not fail to give me the most heartful satisfaction, and I hailed it as a happy omen of ultimate success. Indeed, the direction I had hitherto taken had filled me with uneasiness, for it was evident that, had I continued it much longer, there would have been no possibility of my arriving at the moon at all, whose orbit is inclined to the ecliptic at only the small angle of 5/848. April 9th. Today the Earth's diameter was greatly diminished, and the color of the surface assumed hourly a deeper tint of yellow, the balloon kept steadily on her course to the southward, and arrived at 9 p. Roman 1000 over the northern edge of the Mexican Gulf. April 10th, I was suddenly aroused from slumber about 5 o'clock this morning by a loud crackling and terrific sound, for which I could in no manner account. It was of very brief duration, but while it lasted resembled nothing in the world of which I had any previous experience. It is needless to say that I became excessively alarmed, having in the first instance attributed the noise to the bursting of the balloon. I examined all my apparatus, however, with great attention, and could discover nothing out of order. Spent a great part of the day in meditating upon an occurrence so extraordinary, but could find no means whatever of accounting for it. Went to bed dissatisfied, and in a state of great anxiety and agitation. April 11th found a startling diminution in the apparent diameter of the Earth, and a considerable increase, now observable for the first time, in that of the moon itself, which wanted only a few days of being full. It now required long and excessive labor to condense within the chamber sufficient atmospheric air for the sustenance of life. April 12th, a singular alteration took place in regard to the direction of the balloon, and although fully anticipated, afforded me the most unequivocal delight. Having reached in its former course about the 20th parallel of southern latitude, it turned off suddenly at an acute angle to the eastward, and thus proceeded throughout the day, keeping nearly if not altogether in the exact plane of the lunar ellipse. What was worthy of remark, a very perceptible vacillation in the car, was a consequence of this change of route. A vacillation, which prevailed in a more or less degree for a period of many hours. April 13th was again very much alarmed by a repetition of the loud crackling noise, which terrified me. On the 10th, thought long upon the subject, but was unable to form any satisfactory conclusion. Great decrease in the Earth's apparent diameter, which now subtended from the balloon an angle of very little more than 25 degrees. The moon could not be seen at all, being nearly in my zenith. I still continued in the plane of the ellipse, but made little progress to the eastward. April 14th, extremely rapid decrease in the diameter of the Earth today. I became strongly impressed with the idea that the balloon was now actually running up the line of apsides, to the point of perigee. In other words, holding the direct course, which would bring it immediately to the moon in that part of its orbit. The nearest to the Earth, the moon itself, was directly overhead, and consequently hidden from my view. Great and long-continued labor necessary for the condensation of the atmosphere. April 15th, not even the outlines of continents and seas could now be traced upon the Earth, with anything approaching distinctness. About 12 o'clock, I became aware for the third time of that appalling sound, which had so astonished me before. It now, however, continued for some moments, and gathered intensity as it continued at length. While stupefied and terror-stricken, I stood in expectation of I knew not what hideous destruction. The car vibrated with excessive violence, and a gigantic and flaming mass of some material which I could not distinguish came with a voice of 1,000 thunders roaring and booming by the balloon. When my fears and astonishment had in some degree subsided, I had little difficulty in supposing it to be some mighty volcanic fragment ejected from that world to which I was so rapidly approaching, and in all probability, one of that singular class of substances, occasionally picked up on the Earth, and termed meteoric stones for want of a better appellation. April 16th, today, looking upward, as well as I could through each of the side windows, alternately, I beheld to my great delight a very small portion of the moon's disk, protruding as it were on all sides beyond the huge circumference of the balloon. My agitation was extreme, for I had now little doubt of soon reaching the end of my perilous voyage. Indeed, the labor now required by the condenser had increased to a most oppressive degree, and allowed me scarcely any respite from exertion. Sleep was a matter nearly out of the question. I became quite ill, and my frame trembled with exhaustion. It was impossible that human nature could endure this state of intense suffering much longer. During the now brief interval of darkness, a meteoric stone again passed in my vicinity, and the frequency of these phenomena began to occasion me much apprehension. April 17th, this morning proved an epoch in my voyage. It will be remembered that on the 13th the Earth subtended an angular breadth of 25 degrees. On the 14th, this had greatly diminished. On the 15th, a still more remarkable decrease was observable, and on retiring on the night of the 16th, I had noticed an angle of no more than about 7 degrees and 15 minutes. What therefore must have been my amazement, on awakening from a brief and disturbed slumber on the morning of this day, the 17th, at finding the surface beneath me so suddenly and wonderfully augmented in volume, as to subtend no less than 39 degrees in apparent angular diameter. I was thunderstruck, No words can give any adequate idea of the extreme, the absolute horror and astonishment with which I was seized, possessed, and altogether overwhelmed. My knees tottered beneath me, teeth chattered, me hair started up on end. The balloon then had actually burst. These were the first tumultuous ideas that hurried through my mind. The balloon had positively burst. I was falling with the most impetuous, the most unparalleled velocity, to judge by the immense distance already so quickly passed over. It could not be more than 10 minutes at the farthest before I should meet the surface of the earth and be hurled into annihilation. But at length reflection came to my relief. I paused, I considered, and I began to doubt the matter was impossible. I could not in any reason have so rapidly come down. Besides, although I was evidently approaching the surface below me, it was with a speed by no means commensurate with the velocity I had at first so horribly conceived. This consideration served to calm the perturbation of my mind, and I finally succeeded in regarding the phenomenon in its proper point of view. In fact, amazement must have fairly deprived me of my senses when I could not see the vast difference in appearance between the surface below me and the surface of my mother earth. The latter was indeed over my head, and completely hidden by the balloon, while the moon itself in all its glory lay beneath me and at my feet. The stupor and surprise produced in my mind by this extraordinary change in the posture of affairs was perhaps, after all, that part of the adventure least susceptible of explanation, for the bouleversement in itself was not only natural and inevitable, but had been long actually anticipated as a circumstance to be expected whenever I should arrive at that exact point of my voyage, where the attraction of the planet should be superseded by the attraction of the satelliter, more precisely, where the gravitation of the balloon toward the earth should be less powerful than its gravitation toward the moon. To be sure, I arose from a sound slumber, with all my senses in confusion, to the contemplation of a very startling phenomenon, and one which, although expected, was not expected at the moment. The revolution itself must, of course, have taken place in an easy and gradual manner, and it is by no means clear that, had I even been awake at the time of the occurrence, I should have been made aware of it by any internal evidence of an inversion, that is to say, by any inconvenience or disarrangement, either about my person or about my apparatus. It is almost needless to say that upon coming to a due sense of my situation, and emerging from the terror which had absorbed every faculty of my soul, my attention was, in the first place, wholly directed to the contemplation of the general physical appearance of the moon. It lay beneath me like a chart, and although I judged it to be still at no inconsiderable distance, the indentures of its surface were defined to my vision with a most striking and altogether unaccountable distinctness. The entire absence of ocean or sea, and indeed of any lake or river or body of water whatsoever, struck me at first glance as the most extraordinary feature in its geological condition. Yet, strange to say, I beheld vast level regions of a character decidedly alluvial. Although by far the greater portion of the hemisphere in sight was covered with innumerable volcanic mountains, conical in shape, and having more the appearance of artificial than of natural protuberance, the highest among them does not exceed 3¾ miles in perpendicular elevation. But a map of the volcanic districts of the Campi Flegrei would afford to your excellencies a better idea of their general surface than any unworthy description. I might think proper to attempt. The greater part of them were in a state of evident eruption, and gave me fearfully to understand their fury and their power by the repeated thunders of the miscalled meteoric stones, which now rushed upward by the balloon with a frequency more and more appalling. April 18th, today, I found an enormous increase in the moon's apparent bulk, and the evidently accelerated velocity of my descent began to fill me with alarm. It will be remembered that in the earliest stage of my speculations upon the possibility of a passage to the moon, the existence in its vicinity of an atmosphere dense, in proportion to the bulk of the planet, had entered largely into my calculations. This, too, in spite of many theories to the contrary, and it may be added in spite of a general disbelief in the existence of any lunar atmosphere at all. But in addition to what I have already urged in regard to Encke's comet and the zodiacal light, I had been strengthened in my opinion by certain observations of Mr. Schroeder of Lilienthal. He observed the moon when 2 days and a half old in the evening, soon after sunset, before the dark part was visible, and continued to watch it until it became visible. The two cusps appeared tapering in a very sharp, faint prolongation, each exhibiting its farthest extremity, faintly illuminated by the solar rays. Before any part of the dark hemisphere was visible, soon afterward, the whole dark limb became illuminated. This prolongation of the cusps beyond the semicircle I thought must have arisen from the refraction of the sun's rays by the moon's atmosphere. I computed also the height of the atmosphere, which could refract light enough into its dark hemisphere to produce a twilight more luminous than the light reflected from the Earth when the moon is about 32 from the new to be 1356 Paris feet in this view. I suppose the greatest height capable of refracting the solar ray to be 5376 feet. My ideas on this topic had also received confirmation by a passage in the Eideiskond volume of the Philosophical Transactions, in which it is stated that, at an occultation of Jupiter's satellites, the third disappeared after having been about 1 or 2 of time indistinct, and the fourth became indiscernible near the limb 4. Upon the resistance, or more properly, upon the support of an atmosphere, existing in the state of density, imagined, I had of course entirely depended for the safety of my ultimate descent. Should I then, after all, prove to have been mistaken, I had in consequence nothing better to expect as a finale to my adventure than being dashed into atoms against the rugged surface of the satellite. And indeed I had now every reason to be terrified. My distance from the moon was comparatively trifling, while the labor required by the condenser was diminished not at all, and I could discover no indication whatever of a decreasing rarity in the air. April 19th, this morning, to my great joy, about 9 o'clock, the surface of the moon being frightfully near, and my apprehensions excited to the utmost, the pump of my condenser at length gave evident tokens of an alteration in the atmosphere. By 10, I had reason to believe its density considerably increased. By 11, very little labor was necessary at the apparatus, and at 12 o'clock, with some hesitation, I ventured to unscrew the tourniquet, when finding no inconvenience from having done so, I finally threw open the gumelastic chamber and unrigged it from around the car. As might have been expected, spasms and violent headache were the immediate consequences of an experiment so precipitate and full of danger. But these and other difficulties attending respiration, as they were by no means so great as to put me in peril of my life, I determined to endure as I best could in consideration of my leaving them behind me momently in my approach to the denser strata near the moon. This approach, however, was still impetuous in the extreme, and it soon became alarmingly certain that, although I had probably not been deceived in the expectation of an atmosphere dense in proportion to the mass of the satellite, still I had been wrong in supposing this density, even at the surface, at all adequate to the support of the great weight contained in the car of my balloon. Yet this should have been the case, and in an equal degree as at the surface of the Earth, the actual gravity of bodies at either planet, supposed in the ratio of the atmospheric condensation. That it was not the case, however, my precipitous downfall gave testimony enough why it was not so, can only be explained by a reference to those possible geological disturbances to which I have formerly alluded. At all events, I was now close upon the planet, and coming down with the most terrible impetuosity. I lost not a moment accordingly in throwing overboard first my ballast, then my water kegs, then my condensing apparatus and gumelastic chamber, and finally every article within the car. But it was all to no purpose. I still fell with horrible rapidity, and was now not more than half a mile from the surface. As a last resource, therefore, having got rid of my coat, hat, and boots, I cut loose from the balloon the car itself, which was of no inconsiderable weight, and thus clinging with both hands to the network, I had barely time to observe that the whole country, as far as the eye could reach, was thickly interspersed with diminutive habitations, ere I tumbled headlong into the very heart of a fantastica-looking city, and into the middle of a vast crowd of ugly little people, who none of them uttered a single syllable, or gave themselves the least trouble to render me assistance, but stood like a parcel of idiots, grinning in a ludicrous manner, and eyeing me and my balloon askant with their arms set akimbo. I turned from them in contempt, and gazing upward at the earth, so lately left, and left perhaps forever, beheld it like a huge dull copper shield, about 2 degrees in diameter, fixed immovably in the heavens overhead, and tipped on one of its edges with a crescent border of the most brilliant gold. No traces of land or water could be discovered, and the whole was clouded with variable spots, and belted with tropical and equatorial zones. Thus may it please your excellencies, after a series of great anxieties, unheard of dangers, and unparalleled escapes, I had at length, on the 19th day of my departure from Rotterdam, arrived in safety, at the conclusion of a voyage, undoubtedly, the most extraordinary and the most momentous ever accomplished, undertaken, or conceived by any denizen of earth. But my adventures yet remain to be related, and, indeed, your excellencies may well imagine that, after a residence of 5 years upon a planet, not only deeply interesting in its own peculiar character, but rendered doubly so by its intimate connection In capacity of satellite with the world inhabited by man, I may have intelligence for the private ear of the state's College of Astronomers of far more importance than the details, however wonderful, of the mere voyage which so happily concluded. This is in fact the case. I have much, very much, which it would give me the greatest pleasure to communicate. I have much to say of the climate of the planet, of its wonderful alternations of heat and cold, of unmitigated and burning sunshine for one fortnight, and more than polar frigidity for the next, of a constant transfer of moisture by distillation like that in vacuo from the point beneath the sun to the point the farthest from it, of a variable zone of running water, of the people themselves, of their manners, customs, and political institutions, of their peculiar physical construction, of their ugliness, of their want of ears, those useless appendages in an atmosphere, so peculiarly modified, of their consequent ignorance, of the use and properties of speech, of their substitute for speech in a singular method of intercommunication, of the incomprehensible connection between each particular individual in the moon, with some particular individual on the earth, a connection analogous with and depending upon that of the orbs of the planet and the satellites, and by means of which the lives and destinies of the inhabitants of the one are interwoven with the lives and destinies of the inhabitants of the other, and above all, if it so please your excellences, above all of those dark and hideous mysteries which lie in the outer regions of the moon regions, which, owing to the almost miraculous accordance of the satellite's rotation on its own axis, with its sidereal revolution about the earth, have never yet been turned, and by God's mercy never shall be turned to the scrutiny of the telescopes of man. All this and more, much more, would I most willingly detail. But to be brief, I must have my reward. I am pining for a return to my family and to my home, and as the price of any farther communication on my part in consideration of the light which I have it in my power to throw upon many very important branches of physical and metaphysical science, I must solicit, through the influence of your honorable body, a pardon for the crime of which I have been guilty in the death of the creditors upon my departure from Rotterdam. This, then, is the object of the present paper. Its bearer, an inhabitant of the moon, whom I have prevailed upon and properly instructed to be my messenger to the earth, will await your excellency's pleasure and return to me with the pardon in question, if it can in any manner be obtained. I have the honor to be, etc., your excellency's very humble servant. Hands fall. Upon finishing the perusal of this very extraordinary document, Professor Rubidub, it is said, dropped his pipe upon the ground in the extremity of his surprise, and Mynheer Superbus von Underduck, having taken off his spectacles, wiped them and deposited them in his pocket, so far forgot both himself and his dignity, as to turn round 3 times upon his heel, in the quintessence of astonishment and admiration. There was no doubt about the matter. The pardon should be obtained, so at least swore with a round oath Professor Rubidub, and so finally thought the illustrious von Underduck, as he took the arm of his brother in science, and without saying a word began to make the best of his way home, to deliberate upon the measures to be adopted. Having reached the door, however, of the burgomaster's dwelling, the professor ventured to suggest that, as the messenger had thought proper to disappear, no doubt frightened to death by the savage appearance of the burghers of Rotterdam, the pardon would be of little use, as no one but a man of the moon would undertake a voyage to so vast a distance. To the truth of this observation the burgomaster assented, and the matter was therefore at an end. Not so, however, rumors and speculations. The letter, having been published, gave rise to a variety of gossip and opinion. Some of the overwise even made themselves ridiculous by decrying the whole business as nothing better than a hoax. But hoax with these sort of people is, I believe, a general term for all matters above their comprehension. For my part, I cannot conceive upon what data they have founded such an accusation. Let us see what they say. Imprimis, that certain wags in Rotterdam have certain especial antipathies to certain burgomasters and astronomers. Don't understand at all. Secondly, that an odd little dwarf and bottle conjurer, both of whose ears for some misdemeanor have been cut off close to his head, has been missing for several days from the neighboring city of Bruges. Well, what of that? Thirdly, that the newspapers which were stuck all over the little balloon were newspapers of Holland, and therefore could not have been made in the moon. They were dirty papers, very dirty, and Gluck, the printer, would take his Bible oath to their having been printed in Rotterdam. He was mistaken, undoubtedly mistaken. Fourthly, that Hans Fall himself, the drunken villain, and the 3 very idle gentlemen styled his creditors, were all seen no longer than 2 or 3 days ago, in a tippling house in the suburbs, having just returned with money in their pockets from a trip beyond the sea. Don't believe it, don't believe a word of it. Lastly, that it is an opinion very generally received, or which ought to be generally received, that the College of Astronomers in the city of Rotterdam, as well as other colleges in all other parts of the world, not to mention colleges and astronomers in generaler, to say the least of the matter, not a whit better, nor greater, nor wiser than they ought to be. End of text. Notes to Handsfall. One note: strictly speaking, there is but little similarity between the above sketchy trifle and the celebrated moon story of Mr. Locke. But as both have the character of hoaxes, although the one is in a tone of banter, the other of downright earnest. And as both hoaxes are on the same subject, the moon, moreover, as both attempt to give plausibility by scientific detail, the author of Hans Fall thinks it necessary to say in self-defense that his own Jeu d'Esprit was published in the Southern Literary Messenger about 3 weeks before the commencement of Mr. L.S. in the New York Sun, fancying a likeness, which perhaps does not exist, some of the New York papers copied Hans Fall, and collated it with the moon hoax by way of detecting the writer of the one in the writer of the other. As many more persons were actually gulled by the moon hoax than would be willing to acknowledge the fact, it may here afford some little amusement to show why no one should have been deceived to point out those particulars of the story which should have been sufficient to establish its real character. Indeed, however rich the imagination displayed in this ingenious fiction, it wanted much of the force which might have been given it by a more scrupulous attention to facts, and to general analogy. That the public were misled, even for an instant, merely proves the gross ignorance which is so generally prevalent upon subjects of an astronomical nature. The moon's distance from the earth is in round numbers 240,000 miles. If we desire to ascertain how near apparently a lens would bring the satellite, or any distant object, we of course have but to divide the distance by the magnifying, or more strictly, by the space-penetrating power of the glass. Mr. Roman 50 makes his lens have a power of 42,000 times. By this divide 240,000 the moon's real distance, and we have 5 miles and 5/7 as the apparent distance. No animal at all could be seen so far, much less the minute points particularized in the story. Mr. Roman 50 speaks about Sir John Herschel's perceiving flowers, the papaver etc., and even detecting the color and the shape of the eyes of small birds shortly before 2. He has himself observed that the lens would not render perceptible objects of less than 18 inches in diameter, but even this, as I have said, is giving the glass by far too great power. It may be observed in passing that this prodigious glass is said to have been molded at the glass house of Messrs. Hartley and Grant in Dumbarton, but Messrs. H. and G.S. establishment had ceased operations for many years previous to the publication of the hoax. On page 13, pamphlet edition, speaking of a hairy veil over the eyes of a species of bison, the author says it immediately occurred to the acute mind of Dr. Herschel that this was a providential contrivance to protect the eyes of the animal from the great extremes of light and darkness, to which all the inhabitants of our side of the moon are periodically subjected. But this cannot be thought a very acute observation of the doctors. The inhabitants of our side of the moon have evidently no darkness at all, so there can be nothing of the extremes mentioned in the absence of the sun. They have a light from the earth equal to that of 13 full unclouded moons. The topography throughout, even when professing to accord with Blunt's lunar chart, is entirely at variance with that or any other lunar chart, and even grossly at variance with itself. The points of the compass, too, are in inextricable confusion, the writer appearing to be ignorant that on a lunar map these are not in accordance with terrestrial points, the east being to the left, etc. Deceived perhaps by the vague titles Mare Nubium, Mare Tranquillitatis, Mare Fecunditatis, etc., given to the dark spots by former astronomers, Mr. Roman 50 has entered into details regarding oceans and other large bodies of water in the moon, whereas there is no astronomical point more positively ascertained than that no such bodies exist there. In examining the boundary between light and darkness in the crescent or gibbous moon, where this boundary crosses any of the dark places, the line of division is found to be rough and jagged, but were these dark places liquid, it would evidently be even. The description of the wings of the manbat on page 21 is but a literal copy of Peter Wilkins' account of the wings of his flying islanders. This simple fact should have induced suspicion, at least it might be thought. On page 23, we have the following: what a prodigious influence must our 13 times larger globe have exercised upon this satellite, when an embryo in the womb of time, the passive subject of chemical affinity, this is very fine, but it should be observed that no astronomer would have made such remark especially to any journal of science for the Earth in the sense intended is not only 13, but 49 times larger than the Moon. A similar objection applies to the whole of the concluding pages, where by way of introduction to some discoveries in Saturn, the philosophical correspondent enters into a minute schoolboy account of that planetes to the Edinburgh Journal of Science. But there is one point in particular which should have betrayed the fiction. Let us imagine the power actually possessed of seeing animals upon the moon's surface. What would first arrest the attention of an observer from the Earth? Certainly neither their shape, size, nor any other such peculiarity so soon as their remarkable situation, they would appear to be walking with heels up and head down in the manner of flies on a ceiling. The real observer would have uttered an instant ejaculation of surprise, however, prepared by previous knowledge at the singularity of their position. The fictitious observer has not even mentioned the subject, but speaks of seeing the entire bodies of such creatures, when it is demonstrable that he could have seen only the diameter of their heads. It might as well be remarked in conclusion that the size and particularly the powers of the manbats, for example, their ability to fly in so rare an atmosphere, if indeed the moon have any with most of the other fancies in regard to animal and vegetable existence, are at variance generally with all analogical reasoning on these themes, and that analogy here will often amount to conclusive demonstration. It is perhaps scarcely necessary to add that all the suggestions attributed to Brewster and Herschel in the beginning of the article about a transfusion of artificial light through the focal object of vision, etc., belong to that species of figurative writing, which comes most properly under the denomination of rigmarole. There is a real and very definite limit to optical discovery among the starsa limit, whose nature need only be stated to be understood. If indeed the casting of large lenses were all that is required, man's ingenuity would ultimately prove equal to the task, and we might have them of any size demanded, but unhappily in proportion to the increase of size in the lens, and consequently of space-penetrating power, is the diminution of light from the object by diffusion of its rays. And for this evil, there is no remedy within human ability, for an object is seen by means of that light alone which proceeds from itself, whether direct or reflected. Thus the only artificial light which could avail Mr. Locke would be some artificial light which he should be able to throw not upon the focal object of vision, but upon the real object to be viewed to. Wit upon the moon, it has been easily calculated that, when the light proceeding from a star becomes so diffused as to be as weak as the natural light proceeding from the whole of the stars, in a clear and moonless night, then the star is no longer visible for any practical purpose. The Earl of Rosse telescope, lately constructed in England, has a speculum with a reflecting surface of 4071 square inches. The Herschel telescope, having one of only 1811, the metal of the Earl of Rosse, is 6 feet diameter. It is 512 inches thick at the edges, and 5 at the center. The weight is 3 tons, the focal length is 50 feet. I have lately read a singular and somewhat ingenious little book, whose title page runs thus: El Ham dans l'Alvianie, O le voyage chemerique fait, au monde de l'Alvianie noëllement découvert par Dominique Gonzalez Aduanturier Espagnol. Autrement dit le courrier volant, mise, and Notterlang par J.B. Roman 500, et Paris chez François Piet Prise La Fontaine de Saint-Benoist, et chez J. Goignard au premier pilier de la Grande Salle du Palais, Proch les Consultations, Roman 1647, pp. 76. The writer professes to have translated his work from the English of one Mr. D. Avison Davidson, although there is a terrible ambiguity in the statement. JNAI EU says he l'original de Monsieur D. Avison Medicine, des mia verses qui sont aujourd'hui dans la connaissance des belles lettres et sur tout de la philosophically naturelle de lui, ai cette obligation, entre les auteurs de M. Or non seulement, mise en main si liver en anglois mais encore le manuscrit du Sir Thomas D. Annan, gentilhomme écossois, recommandable pour sa vertu sur la version duquel J. advu que J. I tire le plan de la mienne. After some irrelevant adventures much in the manner of Gil Blas, and which occupy the first 30 pages, the author relates that being ill during a sea voyage, the crew abandoned him together with a Negro servant on the island of St. Helena. To increase the chances of obtaining food, the two separate and live as far apart as possible. This brings about a training of birds to serve the purpose of carrier pigeons between them, By and by these are taught to carry parcels of some weight in, this weight is gradually increased at length. The idea is entertained of uniting the force of a great number of the birds, with a view to raising the author himself. A machine is contrived for the purpose, and we have a minute description of it, which is materially helped out by a steel engraving. Here we perceive the Signor Gonzales with point ruffles and a huge periwig, seated astride something, which resembles very closely a broomstick and borne, aloft by a multitude of wild swans gansas, who had strings reaching from their tails to the machine. The main event detailed in the Signor's narrative depends upon a very important fact of which the reader is kept in ignorance, until near the end of the book. The gansas with whom he had become so familiar were not really denizens of St. Helena, but of the moon. Thence it had been their custom, time out of mind, to migrate annually to some portion of the earth. In proper season, of course, they would return home, and the author happening one day to require their services for a short voyage is unexpectedly carried straight tip, and in a very brief period arrives at the satellite. Here he finds, among other odd things, that the people enjoy extreme happiness, that they have no law, that they die without pain, that they are from 10 to 30 feet in height, that they live 5,000 years, that they have an emperor called Erdenauzer, and that they can jump 60 feet high. When being out of the gravitating influence, they fly about with fans. I cannot forbear giving a specimen of the general philosophy of the volume. I must not forget here that the stars appeared only on that side of the globe turned toward the moon, and that the closer they were to it, the larger they seemed. I have also me and the earth. As to the stars, since there was no night where I was, they always had the same appearance, not brilliant as usual, but pale and very nearly like the moon of a morning. But few of them were visible, and these 10 times larger, as well as I could judge, than they seemed to the inhabitants of the earth. The moon, which wanted 2 days of being full, was of a terrible bigness. I must not forget here that the stars appeared only on that side of the globe turned toward the moon, and that the closer they were to it, the larger they seemed. I have also to inform you that whether it was calm weather or stormy, I found myself always immediately between the moon and the earth. I was convinced of this for 2 reasons: because my birds always flew in a straight line, and because whenever we attempted to rest, we were carried insensibly around the globe of the earth. For I admit the opinion of Copernicus, who maintains that it never ceases to revolve from the east to the west, not upon the poles of the equinoctial, commonly called the poles of the world, but upon those of the zodiac, a question of which I propose to speak more at length hereafter, when I shall have leisure to refresh my memory in regard to the astrology which I learned at Salamanca when young and have since forgotten. Notwithstanding the blunders italicized, the book is not without some claim to attention, as affording a naive specimen of the current astronomical notions of the time. One of these assumed that the gravitating power extended but a short distance from the Earth's surface, and accordingly, we find our voyager carried insensibly around the globe, etc. There have been other voyages to the moon, but none of higher merit than the one just mentioned. That of Bergerac is utterly meaningless. In the 3rd volume of the American Quarterly Review will be found quite an elaborate criticism upon a certain journey of the kind in question, a criticism in which it is difficult to say whether the critic most exposes the stupidity of the book or his own absurd ignorance of astronomy. I forget the title of the work, but the means of the voyage are more deplorably ill conceived than are even the gansas of our friend the Signor Gonzales. The adventurer, in digging the earth, happens to discover a peculiar metal for which the moon has a strong attraction, and straightway constructs of it a box which, when cast loose from its terrestrial fastenings, flies with him forthwith to the satellite. The Flight of Thomas O'Rourke is a jeu d'esprit not altogether contemptible, and has been translated into German. Thomas, the hero, was in fact the gamekeeper of an Irish peer, whose eccentricities gave rise to the tale. The flight is made on an eagle's back from Hungry Hill, a lofty mountain at the end of Bantry Bay. In these various brochures, the aim is always satirical, the theme being a description of Lunarian customs, as compared with ours. In none is there any effort at plausibility in the details of the voyage itself. The writers seem in each instance to be utterly uninformed. In respect to astronomy in Hans Fall, the design is original inasmuch as regards an attempt at verisimilitude in the application of scientific principles, so far as the whimsical nature of the subject would permit to the actual passage between the earth and the moon. 2. The zodiacal light is probably what the ancients called trabes emicant trabes, quos docos vocant Pliny, lib 2 p. 26. 3. Since the original publication of Hans Fall I find that Mr. Green of Nassau balloon notoriety and other late aeronauts deny the assertions of Humboldt in this respect and speak of a decreasing inconvenience precisely, in accordance with the theory here urged in a mere spirit of banter. For Hevelius writes that he has several times found in skies perfectly clear, when even stars of the sixth and seventh magnitude were conspicuous, that at the same altitude of the moon, at the same elongation from the earth, and with one and the same excellent telescope the moon and its maculae did not appear equally lucid at all times from the circumstances of the observation, it is evident that the cause of this phenomenon is not either in our air in the tube in the moon, or in the eye of the spectator, but must be looked for in something in atmosphere existing about the moon. Cassini frequently observed Saturn Jupiter, and the fixed stars when approaching the moon to occultation to have their circular figure changed into an oval one, and in other occultations, he found no alteration of figure at all. Hence, it might be supposed that at some times and not at others, there is a dense matter encompassing the moon, wherein the rays of the stars are refracted. The gold bug. What ho, this fellow is dancing mad. He hath been bitten by the tarantula. All in the wrong. Many years ago, I contracted an intimacy with a Mr. William Legrand. He was of an ancient Huguenot family, and had once been wealthy, but a series of misfortunes had reduced him to want to avoid the mortification consequent upon his disasters. He left New Orleans, the city of his forefathers, and took up his residence at Sullivan's Island, near Charleston, South Carolina. This island is a very singular one. It consists of little else than the sea sand, and is about 3 miles long. Its breadth at no point exceeds a quarter of a mile. It is separated from the mainland by a scarcely perceptible creek, oozing its way through a wilderness of reeds, and slime. A favorite resort of the marsh hen, the vegetation, as might be supposed, is scant, or at least dwarfish. No trees of any magnitude are to be seen near the western extremity where Fort Moultrie stands, and where are some miserable frame buildings tenanted during summer by the fugitives from Charleston dust and fever, may be found indeed the bristly palmetto, but the whole island, with the exception of this western point, and a line of hard white beach on the seacoast, is covered with a dense undergrowth of the sweet myrtle, so much prized by the horticulturists of England. The shrub here often attains the height of 15 or 20 feet, and forms an almost impenetrable coppice, burthening the air with its fragrance. In the inmost recesses of this coppice, not far from the eastern or more remote end of the island, Legrand had built himself a small hut which he occupied when I first, by mere accident, made his acquaintance. This soon ripened into friendship, for there was much in the recluse to excite interest and esteem. I found him well educated, with unusual powers of mind, but infected with misanthropy and subject to perverse moods of alternate enthusiasm and melancholy. He had with him many books, but rarely employed them. His chief amusements were gunning and fishing, or sauntering along the beach and through the myrtles in quest of shells or entomological specimens. Collection of the latter might have been envied by a Swammerdam. In these excursions, he was usually accompanied by an old Negro called Jupiter, who had been manumitted before the reverses of the family, but who could be induced neither by threats nor by promises to abandon what he considered his right of attendance upon the footsteps of his young massa. Well, it is not improbable that the relatives of Legrand, conceiving him to be somewhat unsettled in intellect, had contrived to instill this obstinacy into Jupiter with a view to the supervision and guardianship of the wanderer. The winters in the latitude of Sullivan's Island are seldom very severe, and in the fall of the year, it is a rare event indeed when a fire is considered necessary. About the middle of October, 18, there occurred, however, a day of remarkable chilliness. Just before sunset, I scrambled my way through the evergreens to the hut of my friend, whom I had not visited for several weeks, me residence being at that time in Charleston, a distance of 9 miles from the island, while the facilities of passage and repassage were very far behind those of the present day. Upon reaching the hut, I rapped, as was my custom, and getting no reply, sought for the key, where I knew it was secreted, unlocked the door, and when in a fine fire was blazing upon the hearth, it was a novelty, and by no means an ungrateful one. I threw off an overcoat, took an armchair by the crackling logs, and awaited patiently the arrival of my hosts. Soon after dark they arrived, and gave me a most cordial welcome. Jupiter, grinning from ear to ear, bustled about to prepare some marsh hens for supper. Legrand was in one of his fits, else shall I term theme of enthusiasm. He had found an unknown bivalve forming a new genus, and more than this, he had hunted down and secured with Jupiter's assistance a scarabus which he believed to be totally new, but in respect to which he wished to have my opinion on the morrow. And why not tonight, I asked, rubbing my hands over the blaze, and wishing the whole tribe of Scarabi at the devil. Ah, if I had only known you were here, said Legrand. But it's so long since I saw you, and how could I foresee that you would pay me a visit this very night of all others? As I was coming home, I met Lieutenant G from the fort, and very foolishly, I lent him the bug, so it will be impossible for you to see it until the morning. Stay here tonight, and I will send Jup down for it at sunrise. It is the loveliest thing in creation. What sunrise? Nonsense, noth bug. It is of a brilliant gold color about the size of a large hickory in it with two jet black spots near one extremity of the back, and another somewhat longer at the other. The antennae are. Day ain't no tin in him, massa. Will I keep a tellin' on you here? Interrupted Jupiter de Bug. Is a ghoul bug solid every bit of him inside, and all sep him wing never feel half so heavy a bug in my life. Well, suppose it is Jup, replied Legrand, somewhat more earnestly, it seemed to me, than the case demanded. Is that any reason for your letting the birds burn the color her? He turned to Maze, really almost enough to warrant Jupiter's idea. You never saw a more brilliant, metallic luster than the scales emit, but of this you cannot judge till tomorrow. In the meantime, I can give you some idea of the shape. Saying this, he seated himself at a small table on which were a pen and ink, but no paper. He looked for some in a drawer but found none. Never mind, said he at length, this will answer, and he drew from his waistcoat pocket a scrap of what I took to be very dirty foolscap, and made upon it a rough drawing with the pen. While he did this, I retained my seat by the fire, for I was still chilly. When the design was complete, he handed it to me without rising. As I received it, a loud growl was heard, succeeded by a scratching at the door. Jupiter opened it, and a large Newfoundland belonging to Legrand rushed in, leaped upon my shoulders, and loaded me with caresses, for I had shown him much attention during previous visits. When his gambols were over, I looked at the paper, and to speak the truth, found myself not a little puzzled at what my friend had depicted. Well, I said, after contemplating it for some minutes, this is a strange scarabus, I must confess new to me, never saw anything like it before unless it was a skull, or a death shed, which it more nearly resembles than anything else that has come under my observation. A death's head, echoed Legrand. Ah, yes, well, it has something of that appearance upon paper, no doubt. The two upper black spots look like eyes, and the longer one at the bottom like a mout hand. Then the shape of the whole is oval. Perhaps so, said I, but Legrand, I fear you are no artist. I must wait until I see the beetle itself, if I am to form any idea of its personal appearance. Well, I don't know, said he, a little nettled. I draw tolerable, should do it, at least they've had good masters, and flatter myself that I am not quite a blockhead. But my dear fellow, you are joking. Then said I, this is a very passable skull indeed. I may say that it is a very excellent skull, according to the vulgar notions about such specimens of physiology, and your scarabus must be the queerest scarabus in the world. If it resembles it, why, we may get up a very thrilling bit of superstition upon this hint. I presume you will call the bug scarabus caput homines, or something of that kind. There are many similar titles in the natural histories, but where are the antennae you spoke of? The antennae, said Legrand, who seemed to be getting unaccountably warm upon the subject. I am sure you must see the antennae. I made them as distinct as they are in the original insect, and I presume that is sufficient. Well, well, I said, perhaps you have still, I don't see them, and I handed him the paper without additional remark, not wishing to ruffle his temper. But I was much surprised at the turn affairs had taken. His ill humor puzzled me. As for the drawing of the beetle, there were positively no antennae visible, and the whole did bear a very close resemblance to the ordinary cuts of a death's head. He received the paper very peevishly, and was about to crumple it, apparently to throw it in the fire, when a casual glance at the design seemed suddenly to rivet his attention. In an instant his face grew violently red, in another as excessively pale. For some minutes he continued to scrutinize the drawing minutely. Where he sat at length, he arose, took a candle from the table, and proceeded to seat himself upon a sea chest in the farthest corner of the room. Here again he made an anxious examination of the paper, turning it in all directions. He said nothing, however, and his conduct greatly astonished me. Yet I thought it prudent not to exacerbate the growing moodiness of his temper by any comment. Presently, he took from his coat pocket a wallet, placed the paper carefully in it, and deposited both in a writing desk, which he locked. He now grew more composed in his demeanor, but his original air of enthusiasm had quite disappeared, Yet he seemed not so much sulky as abstracted as the evening wore away he became, more and more absorbed in reverie from which no sallies of mine could arouse him. It had been my intention to pass the night at the hut, as I had frequently done before. But seeing my host in this mood, I deemed it proper to take leave. He did not press me to remain, but as I departed, he shook my hand with even more than his usual cordiality. It was about a month after this, and during the interval I had seen nothing of Legrand, when I received a visit at Charleston from his man Jupiter. I had never seen the good old Negro look so dispirited, and I feared that some serious disaster had befallen my friend. "Well, Jup," said I, "what is the matter nohow is your master? Why, to speak de truth, massa him not so berry well as mought be." "Not well, I am truly sorry to hear it. What does he complain of?" "Dar dat's ithim neber plain of notin but him, berry sick for all dat." "Very sick, Jupiter, we, didn't you say so at once? Is he confined to bed?" "No dat he ain't fine no hard dat's just wore de shoe, pinch me mind, is got to be berry hebby bout poor massa Will." "Jupiter, I should like to understand what it is you are talking about. You say your master is sick, hasn't he told you what ails him?" "Why, massa, tain't worthwhile for to get mad about de matter, massa. Will say noffin at all ain't de matter wid him but den. What make him go about looking dis here way wid he head down, and he soldiers up, and as white as a goza, and den, he keep a siphon all de time." "Keeps a what, Jupiter?" "Keeps a siphon wid de figures on de slate, queerest figures I eber did see Ise gittin to be skeered. I tell you hab for to keep mighty tight I pon him nouvers totter day, he jib me slip for de sun up, and was gone de whole ob de blessed day. I had a big stick ready cut for to jib him deuced good beating. When he did come but Ise sich a fool dat I hadn't a heart arter, all he looked so berry poorly." "What a yes upon the whole I think you had better not be too severe with the poor fellow, don't flog him. Jupiter can't very well stand it, but can you form no idea of what has occasioned this illness? Or rather, this change of conduct? Has anything unpleasant happened since I saw you?" "No, massa, day ain't been noffin unpleasant, since dent was for, den I am fear it was de berry day you was dare." "How, what do you mean?" "Why, massa, I mean de bug dare now." "The what?" "De bug im berry sartin dat massa will been bit somewhere bout de head by dat goolybug." "And what cause have you, Jupiter, for such a supposition?" "Claws enough, massa, and move too. I neber did see sick a deuced bug kick. And he bite ebery ting what come near him, massa will catch him fuss. But had for to let him go gin mighty quick, I tell Youden, was de time he must ha got de bite. I didn't like to look o de bug move myself, no how, so I would nt take hold ob him wid my finger, but I catch him wid a piece ob paper, dat I found I wrap him up into paper. And stuff piece ob it and he moved dat was de way." "And you think then that your master was really bitten by the beetle, and that the bite made him sick?" "I do nt tink noffin about it. I knows it. What make him dream bout de ghoul so much if tain't cause he bit by de goolybug? Ise heerd bout dem goolybugs for dis." "But how do you know he dreams about gold?" "How I know? Why, cause he talk about it in he sleep, debts how I knows." "Well, Jup, perhaps you are right, but to what fortunate circumstance am I to attribute the honor of a visit from you today?" "What de matter, massa? Did you bring any message from Mr. Legrand?" "No, massa, I bring dis here pissel," and here Jupiter handed me a note which ran thus: "My dear, why have I not seen you for so long a time? I hope you have not been so foolish as to take offense at any little brusquerie of mine. But no, that is improbable. Since I saw you I have had great cause for anxiety. I have something to tell you, yet scarcely know how to tell it, or whether I should tell it at all. I have not been quite well for some days past, and poor old Jup annoys me almost beyond endurance by his well-meant attentions. Would you believe I had prepared a huge stick the other day, with which to chastise me for giving him the slip, and spending the day solus among the hills on the main land? I verily believe that my ill looks alone saved me a flogging. I have made no addition to my cabinet since we met. If you can in any way make it convenient, come over with Jupiter. Do come. I wish to see you tonight upon business of importance. I assure you that it is of the highest importance. Ever yours, William Legrand." There was something in the tone of this note which gave me great uneasiness. Its whole style differed materially from that of Legrand. What could he be dreaming of? What new crotchet possessed his excitable brain? What business of the highest importance could he possibly have to transact? Jupiter's account of him boded no good. I dreaded lest the continued pressure of misfortune had at length fairly unsettled the reason of my friend, without a moment's hesitation, therefore I prepared to accompany the Negro. Upon reaching the wharf, I noticed a scythe and 3 spades, all apparently new, lying in the bottom of the boat in which we were to embark. "What is the meaning of all this, Jup?" I inquired. "Him scythe massa and spade." "Very true, but what are they doing here?" "Him de scythe and de spade what massa will sis pon my buying for him in de town, and de debil's own lot of money I had to jib for em." "But what in the name of all that is mysterious is your massa will going to do with scythes and spades?" "Dat's more dan I know, and debil take me if I don't believe tease more dan he know too, but it's all cum ob do bug." Finding that no satisfaction was to be obtained of Jupiter, whose whole intellect seemed to be absorbed by debug, I now stepped into the boat and made sail with a fair and strong breeze. We soon ran into the little cove to the northward of Fort Moultrie, and a walk of some 2 miles brought us to the hut. It was about 3 in the afternoon. When we arrived, Legrand had been awaiting us in eager expectation. He grasped my hand with a nervous empressement which alarmed me, and strengthened the suspicions already entertained. His countenance was pale even to ghastliness, and his deep-set eyes glared with unnatural luster. After some inquiries respecting his health, I asked him, not knowing what better to say, if he had yet obtained the scarabus from Lieutenant G. "Oh yes," he replied, coloring violently. "I got it from him the next morning. Nothing should tempt me to part with that scarabus. Do you know that Jupiter is quite right about it?" "In what way?" I asked, with a sad foreboding at heart. "In supposing it to be a bug of real gold." He said this with an air of profound seriousness, and I felt inexpressibly shocked. "This bug is to make my fortune," he continued with a triumphant smile, "to reinstate me in my family possessions. Is it any wonder, then, that I prize it, since fortune has thought fit to bestow it upon me? I have only to use it properly, and I shall arrive at the gold of which it is the index. Jupiter bring me that scarabus." "What de bug massa id rudder, not go fur trouble dat bud you, muse get him for your own self." Hereupon Legrand arose with a grave and stately air, and brought me the beetle from a glass case, in which it was enclosed. It was a beautiful scarabus, and at that time, unknown to naturalists, of course a great prize in a scientific point of view. There were 2 round black spots near one extremity of the back, and a long one near the other. The scales were exceedingly hard and glossy, with all the appearance of burnished gold. The weight of the insect was very remarkable, and taking all things into consideration, I could hardly blame Jupiter for his opinion respecting it. But what to make of Legrand's concordance with that opinion, I could not for the life of me tell. "I sent for you," said he in a grandiloquent tone, when I had completed my examination of the beetle. "I sent for you that I might have your counsel and assistance in furthering the views of fate and of the bug." "My dear Legrand," I cried, interrupting him, "you are certainly unwell, and had better use some little precautions. You shall go to bed, and I will remain with you a few days, until you get over this. You are feverish, and—" "Feel my pulse," said he. I felt it, and to say the truth, found not the slightest indication of fever. "But you may be ill, and yet have no fever. Allow me, this once, to prescribe for you in the first place. Go to bed in the next." "You are mistaken," he interposed. "I am, as well as I can expect to be, under the excitement which I suffer. If you really wish me well, you will relieve this excitement." "And how is this to be done?" "Very easily. Jupiter and myself are going upon an expedition into the hills upon the mainland, and in this expedition we shall need the aid of some person in whom we can confide. You are the only one we can trust. Whether we succeed or fail, the excitement which you now perceive in me will be equally allayed." "I am anxious to oblige you in any way," I replied. "But do you mean to say that this infernal beetle has any connection with your expedition into the hills?" "It has." "Then, Legrand, I can become a party to no such absurd proceeding." "I am sorry, very sorry, for we shall have to try it by ourselves." "Try it by yourselves? The man is surely mad. But stay, how long do you propose to be absent?" "Probably all night. We shall start immediately, and be back at all events by sunrise." "And will you promise me upon your honor that when this freak of yours is over, and the bug business, good God, settled to your satisfaction, you will then return home and follow my advice implicitly as that of your physician?" "Yes, I promise, and now let us be off, for we have no time to lose." With a heavy heart I accompanied my friend. We started about 4 o'clock. Legrand, Jupiter, the dog, and myself. Jupiter had with him the scythe and spades, the whole of which he insisted upon carrying more through fear, It seemed to me of trusting either of the implements within reach of his master than from any excessive industry or complacence. His demeanor was dogged in the extreme, and "dat deuced bug" were the sole words which escaped his lips during the journey. For my own part, I had charge of a couple of dark lanterns, while Legrand contented himself with the scarabus, which he carried attached to the end of a bit of whipcord, twirling it to and fro with the air of a conjurer. As he went, when I observed this last plain evidence of my friend's aberration of mind, I could scarcely refrain from tears. I thought it best, however, to humor his fancy at least for the present, or until I could adopt some more energetic measures with a chance of success. In the meantime, I endeavored, but all in vain, to sound him in regard to the object of the expedition. Having succeeded in inducing me to accompany him, he seemed unwilling to hold conversation upon any topic of minor importance, and to all my questions vouchsafed no other reply than "we shall see." We crossed the creek at the head of the island by means of a skiff, and ascending the high grounds on the shore of the mainland, proceeded in a northwesterly direction through a tract of country excessively wild and desolate, where no trace of a human footstep was to be seen. Legrand led the way with decision, pausing only for an instant here and there to consult what appeared to be certain landmarks of his own contrivance upon a former occasion. In this manner we journeyed for about 2 hours, and the sun was just setting, when we entered a region infinitely more dreary than any yet seen. It was a species of table-land near the summit of an almost inaccessible hill, densely wooded from base to pinnacle, and interspersed with huge crags that appeared to lie loosely upon the soil, and in many cases were prevented from precipitating themselves into the valleys below merely by the support of the trees, against which they reclined. Deep ravines in various directions gave an air of still sterner solemnity to the scene. The natural platform to which we had clambered was thickly overgrown with brambles, through which we soon discovered that it would have been impossible to force our way, but for the scythe and Jupiter, by direction of his master, proceeded to clear for us a path to the foot of an enormously tall chaliptree, which stood with some 8 or 10 oaks upon the level, and far surpassed them all, and all other trees which I had then ever seen, in the beauty of its foliage and form, in the wide spread of its branches, and in the general majesty of its appearance. When we reached this tree, Legrand turned to Jupiter, and asked him if he thought he could climb it. The old man seemed a little staggered by the question, and for some moments made no reply. At length, he approached the huge trunk, walked slowly around it, and examined it with minute attention. When he had completed his scrutiny, he merely said, "Yes, Massa Jup climb any tree he eber see in he life." "Then up with you as soon as possible, for it will soon be too dark to see what we are about." "How far Muse go up, Massa?" inquired Jupiter. "Get up the main trunk first, and then I will tell you which way to go, and Haristop take this beetle with you." "De bug, Massa, will de goolybug," cried the negro, drawing back in dismay. "What for Muse tote de bug way up de treatin' if I do?" "If you are afraid, Jup, a great big negro like you, to take hold of a harmless little dead beetle, why you can carry it up by this string, but if you do not take it up with you in some way, I shall be under the necessity of breaking your head with this shovel." "What de matter now, Massa?" said Jup, evidently shamed into compliance. "Always want for to raise fuss wid old nigger. Was only funnin', anyhow. Me feared de bug what I care for de bug here." He took cautiously hold of the extreme end of the string, and maintaining the insect as far from his person as circumstances would permit, prepared to ascend the tree. In youth, the chaliptree, or Liriodendron chalipferum, the most magnificent of American foresters, has a trunk peculiarly smooth, and often rises to a great height without lateral branches. But in its riper age the bark becomes gnarled and uneven, while many short limbs make their appearance on the stem. Thus the difficulty of ascension in the present case lay more in semblance than in reality, embracing the huge cylinder as closely as possible with his arms and knees, seizing with his hands some projections, and resting his naked toes upon others. Jupiter, after 1 or 2 narrow escapes from falling, at length wriggled himself into the first great fork, and seemed to consider the whole business as virtually accomplished. The risk of the achievement was in fact now over, although the climber was some 60 or 70 feet from the ground. "Which way Muse go now, Massa?" will he asked. "Keep up the largest branched one on this side," said Legrand. The negro obeyed him promptly and apparently with but little trouble, ascending higher and higher, until no glimpse of his squat figure could be obtained through the dense foliage which enveloped it. Presently, his voice was heard in a sort of halloo. "How much fudder is got for go?" "How high up are you?" asked Legrand. "Eber so fur," replied the negro, "can see de sky fru de top ob de tree." Never mind the sky, but attend to what I say. Look down the trunk, and count the limbs below you on this side. How many limbs have you passed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I done pass 5 big limb mass upon this side. Then go 1 limb higher. In a few minutes the voice was heard again, announcing that the 7th limb was attained. Now Jup, cried Legrand, evidently much excited, I want you to work your way out upon that limb as far as you can. If you see anything strange, let me know. By this time, what little doubt I might have entertained of my poor friend's insanity was put finally at rest. I had no alternative but to conclude him stricken with lunacy, and I became seriously anxious about getting him home. While I was pondering upon what was best to be done, Jupiter's voice was again heard. Mose feared for to venter pon dislim, berry farties, dead limb putty much all de way. Did you say it was a dead limb, Jupiter? Cried Legrand in a quavering voice. Yes, massa, him dead, as de Dornildone up, for Sartindone departed dis here life. What in the name heaven shall I do? Asked Legrand seemingly in the greatest distress. Do, said I, glad of an opportunity to interpose a word. Why, come home and go to bed. Come now, that's a fine fellow, it's getting late, and besides you remember your promise. Jupiter, cried he, without heeding me in the least. Do you hear me? Yes, massa will hear you ever so plain. Try the wood well then with your knife, and see if you think it very rotten. Him rotten, massa, sure nuff, replied the negro in a few moments, but not so berry rotten as mought be mought venter, out leetle way pon de limb, by myself, dat's true. By yourself, what do you mean? Why, I mean de bug tease berry hebby bug spose, I drop him down fuss, and den de limb, want break wid just to wait ob one nigger. You infernal scoundrel, cried Legrand, apparently much relieved. What do you mean by telling me such nonsense, as that as sure as you drop that beetle ill, break your neck? Look here, Jupiter, do you hear me? Yes, massa, needn't hollow at poor nigger dat style. Well, now listen, if you will venture out on the limb as far as you think safe, and not let go the beetle ill, make you a present of $1 as soon as you get down. I am gwine, massa wildidai, is replied the negro, very promptlimos out to the end now. Out to the end here, fairly screamed Legrand, do you say you are out to the end of that limb? Soon be to de end, mascow lorgalamarcy, what is dis here pon de tree? Well, cried Legrand, highly delighted, what is it? Why, tain't nothing but a skull somebody bin left him head up de tree, and de crows done gobble ebery bit ob de meat off. A skull, you savory, well how, is it fastened to the limb? What holds it on? Sure nuff, massa, muse, look, why dis berry curious sarcumstance pon, my word, there's a great big nail in de skull, what fastens ob it onto de tree. Well now, Jupiter, do exactly as I tell yow, do you hear? Yes, massa. Pay attention, then find the left eye of the skull. Who dat's good, why dare ain't no eye left at all. Curse your stupidity, do you know your right hand from your left? Yes, I knows dat knows all about daddy's my left hand, what I chops de wood wid. To be sure you are left-handed, and your left eye is on the same side as your left hand. Now, I suppose you can find the left eye of the skull, or the place where the left eye has been. Have you found it? Here was a long pause. At length the negro asked, is de left eye of de skull pon de same side as de left hand of de skull? Tukos, de skull ain't got not a bit ob a hand at all. Never mind, I got de left, I know where de left, I what muse do wid it. Let the beetle drop through it as far as the string will reach, but be careful, and not let go your hold of the string. All dat done, massa, will mighty easy ting for, to put de bug fru de hole. Look out for him dare below. During this colloquy, no portion of Jupiter's person could be seen, but the beetle which he had suffered to descend was now visible at the end of the string, and glistened like a globe of burnished gold in the last rays of the setting sun, some of which still faintly illumined the eminence upon which we stood. The scarabus hung quite clear of any branches, and if allowed to fall would have fallen at our feet. Legrand immediately took the scythe, and cleared with it a circular space 3 or 4 yards in diameter, just beneath the insect, and having accomplished this ordered Jupiter to let go the string, and come down from the tree, driving a peg with great nicety into the ground at the precise spot where the beetle fell. My friend now produced from his pocket a tape measure, fastening one end of this at that point of the trunk of the tree which was nearest the peg. He unrolled it till it reached the peg, and thence farther unrolled it in the direction already established by the 2 points of the tree and the peg for the distance of 50 feet. Jupiter, clearing away the brambles with the scythe at the spot thus attained, a second peg was driven, and about this, as a center, a rude circle about 4 feet in diameter, described taking now a spade himself, and giving one to Jupiter, and one to me. Legrand begged us to set about digging as quickly as possible. To speak the truth, I had no especial relish for such amusement at any time, and at that particular moment would most willingly have declined it, for the night was coming on, and I felt much fatigued with the exercise already taken. But I saw no mode of escape, and was fearful of disturbing my poor friend's equanimity by a refusal. Could I have depended indeed upon Jupiter's aid, I would have had no hesitation in attempting to get the lunatic home by force. But I was too well assured of the old negro's disposition to hope that he would assist me under any circumstances in a personal contest with his master. I made no doubt that the latter had been infected with some of the innumerable southern superstitions about money buried, and that his fantasy had received confirmation by the finding of the scarabus, or perhaps by Jupiter's obstinacy in maintaining it to be a bug of real gold. A mind disposed to lunacy would readily be led away by such suggestions, especially if chiming in with favorite preconceived ideas. And then I called to mind the poor fellow's speech about the beetles being the index of his fortune. Upon the whole, I was sadly vexed and puzzled. But at length, I concluded to make a virtue of necessitito dig with a good will, and thus the sooner to convince the visionary, by ocular demonstration of the fallacy of the opinions he entertained. The lanterns having been lit, we all fell to work with a zeal worthy a more rational cause, and as the glare fell upon our persons and implements, I could not help thinking how picturesque a group we composed, and how strange and suspicious our labors must have appeared to any interloper, who by chance might have stumbled upon our whereabouts. We dug very steadily for 2 hours. Little was said, and our chief embarrassment lay in the yelpings of the dog, who took exceeding interest in our proceedings. He at length became so obstreperous that we grew fearful of his giving the alarm to some stragglers in the vicinity. Rather, this was the apprehension of Legrand. For myself, I should have rejoiced at any interruption which might have enabled me to get the wanderer home. The noise was at length very effectually silenced by Jupiter, who, getting out of the hole with a dogged air of deliberation, tied the brute's mouth up with one of his suspenders, and then returned with a grave chuckle to his task. When the time mentioned had expired, we had reached a depth of 5 feet, and yet no signs of any treasure became manifest. A general pause ensued, and I began to hope that the farce was at an end. Legrand, however, although evidently much disconcerted, wiped his brow thoughtfully, and recommenced. We had excavated the entire circle of 4 feet diameter, and now we slightly enlarged the limit and went to the farther depth of 2 feet still. Nothing appeared. The gold seeker, whom I sincerely pitied, at length clambered from the pit, with the bitterest disappointment imprinted upon every feature, and proceeded slowly and reluctantly to put on his coat, which he had thrown off at the beginning of his labor. In the meantime, I made no remark. Jupiter, at a signal from his master, began to gather up his tools. This done, and the dog having been unmuzzled, we turned in profound silence towards home. We had taken perhaps a dozen steps in this direction, when with a loud oath Legrand strode up to Jupiter, and seized him by the collar. The astonished negro opened his eyes and mouth to the fullest extent, let fall the spades, and fell upon his knees. "You scoundrel," said Legrand, hissing out the syllables from between his clenched teeth, "you infernal black villain, speak. I tell you, answer me this instant without prevarication. Which is your left eye?" "Oh my golly, massa, will ain't dis here my left eye for sartain," roared the terrified Jupiter, placing his hand upon his right organ of vision, and holding it there with a desperate pertinacity, as if in immediate dread of his master's attempt at a gouge. "I thought so, I knew it," hurrah vociferated Legrand, letting the negro go, and executing a series of curvets and caracols, much to the astonishment of his valet, who, arising from his knees, looked mutely from his master to myself, and then from myself to his master. "Come, we must go back," said the latter, "the game's not up yet," and he again led the way to the tulip tree. "Jupiter," said he, when we reached its foot, "come here. Was the skull nailed to the limb with the face outwards, or with the face to the limb?" "De face was out, massa, so dat de crows could get at de eyes good widout any trouble." "Well then, was it this eye, or that through which you dropped the beetle?" Her Legrand touched each of Jupiter's eyes. "'Twas dis eye, massade left eyes, as you tell me," and here it was his right eye that the negro indicated. "That will dow, must try it again." Here my friend, about whose madness I now saw, or fancied that I saw certain indications of method, removed the peg, which marked the spot where the beetle fell, to a spot about 3 inches to the westward of its former position, taking now the tape measure from the nearest point of the trunk to the peg, as before and continuing the extension in a straight line to the distance of 50 feet. A spot was indicated removed by several yards from the point at which we had been digging. Around the new position, a circle somewhat larger than in the former instance was now described, and we again set to work with the spades. I was dreadfully weary, but scarcely understanding what had occasioned the change in my thoughts. I felt no longer any great aversion from the labor imposed. I had become most unaccountably interested, nay, even excited perhaps there was. Something amid all the extravagant demeanor of Legrand, some air of forethought, or of deliberation, which impressed me. I dug eagerly and then caught myself actually looking with something that very much resembled expectation for the fancied treasure, the vision of which had demented my unfortunate companion at a period when such vagaries of thought most fully possessed me, and when we had been at work perhaps an hour and a half. We were again interrupted by the violent howlings of the dog. His uneasiness in the first instance had been evidently but the result of playfulness or caprice, but he now assumed a bitter and serious tone. Upon Jupiter's again attempting to muzzle him, he made furious resistance, and leaping into the hole tore up the mold frantically with his claws. In a few seconds, he had uncovered a mass of human bones, forming two complete skeletons intermingled with several buttons of metal, and what appeared to be the dust of decayed wool. In one or two strokes of a spade upturned the blade of a large Spanish knife, and as we dug farther 3 or 4 loose pieces of gold and silver coin came to light. At sight of these the joy of Jupiter could scarcely be restrained, but the countenance of his master wore an air of extreme disappointment. He urged us, however, to continue our exertions, and the words were hardly uttered when I stumbled and fell forward, having caught the toe of my boot in a large ring of iron that lay half buried in the loose earth. We now worked in earnest, and never did I pass 10 minutes of more intense excitement during this interval. We had fairly unearthed an oblong chest of wood, which, from its perfect preservation and wonderful hardness, had plainly been subjected to some mineralizing process, perhaps that of the bichloride of mercury. This box was 3 feet and a half long, 3 feet broad, and 2.5 feet deep. It was firmly secured by bands of wrought iron riveted, and forming a kind of open trellis work over the hole on each side of the chest near the top, were 3 rings of iron 6 in, all by means of which a firm hold could be obtained by 6 persons. Our utmost united endeavors served only to disturb the coffer very slightly in its bed. We at once saw the impossibility of removing so great a weight. Luckily, the sole fastenings of the lid consisted of 2 sliding bolts. These we drew back, trembling and panting with anxiety. In an instant a treasure of incalculable value lay gleaming before us. As the rays of the lanterns fell within the pit, there flashed upwards a glow and a glare from a confused heap of gold and of jewels that absolutely dazzled our eyes. I shall not pretend to describe the feelings with which I gazed. Amazement was, of course, predominant. Legrand appeared exhausted with excitement, and spoke very few words. Jupiter's countenance wore for some minutes as deadly a pallor as it is possible in nature of things for any negros visage to assume. He seemed stupefied, thunderstricken. Presently, he fell upon his knees in the pit, and burying his naked arms up to the elbows in gold, let them there remain as if enjoying the luxury of a bath. At length, with a deep sigh, he exclaimed as if in a soliloquy, "And dis all cum ob de goolybug de putty, goolybug de poor little goolybug. What I boost in dat savage kind ob style? Ain't you shamed ob yourself, nigger, answer me dat." It became necessary at last that I should arouse both master and valet to the expediency of removing the treasure. It was growing late, and it behooved us to make exertion that we might get everything housed before daylight. It was difficult to say what should be done, and much time was spent in deliberation. So confused were the ideas of all. We finally lightened the box by removing 2/3 of its contents. When we were enabled with some trouble to raise it from the hole, the articles taken out were deposited among the brambles, and the dog left to guard them with strict orders from Jupiter, neither upon any pretense to stir from the spot, nor to open his mouth until our return. We then hurriedly made for home, with the chest reaching the hut in safety. But after excessive toil at 1 o'clock in the morning, worn out as we were, it was not in human nature to do more immediately. We rested until 2, and had supper, starting for the hills immediately afterwards, armed with 3 stout sacks which, by good luck, were upon the premises. A little before 4, we arrived at the pit, divided the remainder of the booty as equally as might be among us, and leaving the holes unfilled again, set out for the hut, at which, for the second time, we deposited our golden burthens, just as the first faint streaks of the dawn gleamed from over the treetops in the east. We were now thoroughly broken down, but the intense excitement of the time denied us repose. After an unquiet slumber of some 3 or 4 hours' duration, we arose, as if by preconcert to make examination of our treasure. The chest had been full to the brim, and we spent the whole day and the greater part of the next night in a scrutiny of its contents. There had been nothing like order or arrangement. Everything had been heaped in promiscuously. Having assorted all with care, we found ourselves possessed of even vaster wealth than we had at first supposed in coin. There was rather more than $450,000, estimating the value of the pieces, as accurately as we could by the tables of the period. There was not a particle of silver, all was gold of antique date, and of great variety French, Spanish, and German. Money with a few English guineas, and some counters of which we had never seen specimens before. There were several very large and heavy coins, so worn that we could make nothing of their inscriptions. There was no American money. The value of the jewels we found more difficulty in estimating. There were diamonds, some of them exceedingly large and finny, 110 in all, and not one of them small, 18 rubies of remarkable brilliancy, 310 emeralds, all very beautiful, and 21 sapphires, with an opal. These stones had all been broken from their settings and thrown loose in the chest. The settings themselves, which we picked out from among the other gold, appeared to have been beaten up with hammers, as if to prevent identification. Besides all this, there was a vast quantity of solid gold ornaments, nearly 200 massive finger and earrings, rich chains, 30 of these, if I remember, 83 very large and heavy crucifixes, 5 gold censers of great value, a prodigious golden punch bowl, ornamented with richly chased vine leaves and bacchanalian figures, with 2 sword handles exquisitely embossed, and many other smaller articles which I cannot recollect. The weight of these valuables exceeded 350 pounds avoirdupois, and in this estimate I have not included 197 superb gold watches, 3 of the number being worth each $500, if one. Many of them were very old, and as timekeepers valueless, the works having suffered more or less from corrosion, but all were richly jeweled, and in cases of great worth. We estimated the entire contents of the chest that night at $1.5 million, and upon the subsequent disposal of the trinkets and jewels, a few being retained for our own use, it was found that we had greatly undervalued the treasure. When at length we had concluded our examination, and the intense excitement of the time had in some measure subsided, Legrand, who saw that I was dying with impatience for a solution of this most extraordinary riddle, entered into a full detail of all the circumstances connected with it. You remember, said he, the night when I handed you the rough sketch I had made of the scarabus. You recollect also that I became quite vexed at you for insisting that my drawing resembled a death's head. When you first made this assertion, I thought you were jesting, but afterwards I called to mind the peculiar spots on the back of the insect, and admitted to myself that your remark had some little foundation. In fact, still the sneer at my graphic powers irritated Meffer. I am considered a good artist, and therefore, when you handed me the scrap of parchment, I was about to crumple it up and throw it angrily into the fire. The scrap of paper you mean, said Roman 1. No, it had much of the appearance of paper, and at first I supposed it to be such, but when I came to draw upon it, I discovered it at once to be a piece of very thin parchment. It was quite dirty, you remember well, as I was in the very act of crumpling it up. My glance fell upon the sketch at which you had been looking, and you may imagine my astonishment when I perceived in fact the figure of a death's head, just where it seemed to me. I had made the drawing of the beetle for a moment. I was too much amazed to think with accuracy. I knew that my design was very different in detail from this, although there was a certain similarity in general outline. Presently, I took a candle, and seating myself at the other end of the room, proceeded to scrutinize the parchment more closely. Upon turning it over, I saw my own sketch upon the reverse, just as I had made it. My first idea now was mere surprise at the really remarkable similarity of outline, the singular coincidence involved in the fact that, unknown to me, there should have been a skull upon the other side of the parchment, immediately beneath my figure of the scarabus, and that this skull, not only in outline, but in size, should so closely resemble my drawing. I say the singularity of this coincidence absolutely stupefied me for a time. This is the usual effect of such coincidences. The mind struggles to establish a connection, a sequence of cause and effect, and, being unable to do so, suffers a species of temporary paralysis. But when I recovered from this stupor, there dawned upon me gradually a conviction which startled me even far more than the coincidence. I began distinctly, positively, to remember that there had been no drawing upon the parchment. When I made my sketch of the scarabus, I became perfectly certain of this, for I recollected turning up first one side, and then the other in search of the cleanest spot. Had the skull been then there, of course I could not have failed to notice it here. Was indeed a mystery which I felt it impossible to explain, but even at that early moment there seemed to glimmer faintly within the most remote and secret chambers of my intellect a glowworm-like conception of that truth, which last night's adventure brought to so magnificent a demonstration. I arose at once, and putting the parchment securely away dismissed all farther reflection, until I should be alone. When you had gone, and when Jupiter was fast asleep, I betook myself to a more methodical investigation of the affair. In the first place, I considered the manner in which the parchment had come into my possession. The spot where we discovered the scarabus was on the coast of the main land, about a mile eastward of the island, and but a short distance above high water mark. Upon my taking hold of it, it gave me a sharp bite, which caused me to let it drop. Jupiter, with his accustomed caution, before seizing the insect which had flown towards him, looked about him for a leaf or something of that nature by which to take hold of it. It was at this moment that his eyes and mine also fell upon the scrap of parchment, which I then supposed to be paper. It was lying half buried in the sand, a corner sticking up near the spot where we found it. I observed the remnants of the hull of what appeared to have been a ship's long boat. The wreck seemed to have been there for a very great while, for the resemblance to boat timbers could scarcely be traced. Well, Jupiter picked up the parchment, wrapped the beetle in it, and gave it to me. Soon afterwards, we turned to go home, and on the way met Lieutenant G. I showed him the insect, and he begged me to let him take it to the fort. Upon my consenting, he thrust it forthwith into his waistcoat pocket, without the parchment in which it had been wrapped, and which I had continued to hold in my hand during his inspection. Perhaps he dreaded my changing my mind, and thought it best to make sure of the prize at once. You know how enthusiastic he is on all subjects connected with natural history. At the same time, without being conscious of it, I must have deposited the parchment in my own pocket. You remember that, when I went to the table for the purpose of making a sketch of the beetle, I found no paper. Where it was usually kept, I looked in the drawer, and found none there. I searched my pockets, hoping to find an old letter, when my hand fell upon the parchment. I thus detail the precise mode in which it came into my possession, for the circumstances impressed me with peculiar force. No doubt you will think me fanciful, but I had already established a kind of connection. I had put together two links of a great chain. There was a boat lying upon a seacoast, and not far from the boat was a parchment knot, a paper with a skull depicted upon it. You will of course ask, where is the connection? I reply that the skull, or death's head, is the well-known emblem of the pirate. The flag of the death's head is hoisted in all engagements. I have said that the scrap was parchment, and not paper. Parchment is durable, almost imperishable. Matters of little moment are rarely consigned to parchment, since for the mere ordinary purposes of drawing or writing, it is not nearly so well adapted as paper. This reflection suggested some meaning, some relevancy in the death's head. I did not fail to observe also the form of the parchment. Although one of its corners had been by some accident destroyed, it could be seen that the original form was oblong. It was just such a slip, indeed, as might have been chosen for a memorandum, for a record of something to be long remembered and carefully preserved. But I interposed. You say that the skull was not upon the parchment when you made the drawing of the beetle. How then do you trace any connection between the boat and the skull, since this latter, according to your own admission, must have been designed, God only knows how or by whom, at some period subsequent to your sketching the scarabus? Ah, hereupon turns the whole mystery. Although the secret at this point I had comparatively little difficulty in solving, my steps were sure, and could afford but a single result. I reasoned, for example, thus: when I drew the scarabus, there was no skull apparent upon the parchment. When I had completed the drawing, I gave it to you, and observed you narrowly until you returned it. You therefore did not design the skull, and no one else was present to do it. Then it was not done by human agency, and nevertheless it was done. At this stage of my reflections, I endeavored to remember, and did remember with entire distinctness, every incident which occurred about the period in question. The weather was chilly, oh rare and happy accident, and a fire was blazing upon the hearth. I was heated with exercise, and sat near the table. You, however, had drawn a chair close to the chimney, just as I placed the parchment in your hand. And as you were in the act of inspecting it, Wolf, the Newfoundland, entered, and leaped upon your shoulders. With your left hand you caressed him, and kept him off, while your right, holding the parchment, was permitted to fall listlessly between your knees and in close proximity to the fire. At one moment, I thought the blaze had caught it and was about to caution you, but before I could speak, you had withdrawn it and were engaged in its examination. When I considered all these particulars, I doubted not for a moment that heat had been the agent in bringing to light upon the parchment the skull, which I saw designed upon it. You are well aware that chemical preparations exist, and have existed time out of mind, by means of which it is possible to write upon either paper or vellum, so that the characters shall become visible only when subjected to the action of fire zephyr, digested in aqua regia, and diluted with 4 times its weight of water, is sometimes employed a green tint. Results the regulus of cobalt dissolved in spirit of nitre, gives a red. These colors disappear at longer or shorter intervals after the material written upon cools, but again become apparent upon the reapplication of heat. I now scrutinized the death's head with care. Its outer edge, the edges of the drawing, nearest the edge of the vellum, were far more distinct than the others. It was clear that the action of the caloric had been imperfect or unequal. I immediately kindled a fire, and subjected every portion of the parchment to a glowing heat. At first the only effect was the strengthening of the faint lines in the skull, but upon persevering in the experiment, there became visible at the corner of the slip, diagonally opposite to the spot in which the death's head was delineated, the figure of what I at first supposed to be a goat. A closer scrutiny, however, satisfied me that it was intended for a kid. "Ha ha," said I, "to be sure I have no right to laugh at you. 1.5 million of money is too serious a matter for mirth, but you are not about to establish a third link in your chain. You will not find any especial connection between your pirates and a goat parates. You know, have nothing to do with goats, they appertain to the farming interest. But I have just said that the figure was not that of a goat." "Well, a kid then, pretty much the same thing." "Pretty much, but not altogether," said Legrand. "You may have heard of one Captain Kidd." I at once looked upon the figure of the animal as a kind of punning or hieroglyphical signature. I say signature because its position upon the vellum suggested this idea. The death's head at the corner, diagonally opposite, had in the same manner the air of a stamp or seal, but I was sorely put out by the absence of all else off the body to my imagined instrument of the text for my context. "I presume you expected to find a letter between the stamp and the signature." "Something of that kind. The fact is, I felt irresistibly impressed with a presentiment of some vast good fortune impending. I can scarcely say why. Perhaps after all it was rather a desire than an actual belief. But do you know that Jupiter's silly words about the bug being of solid gold had a remarkable effect upon my fancy? And then the series of accidents and coincidences, these were so very extraordinary. Do you observe how mere an accident it was that these events should have occurred upon the sole day of all the year in which it has been or may be sufficiently cool for fire, and that without the fire, or without the intervention of the dog at the precise moment in which he appeared, I should never have become aware of the death's head, and so never the possessor of the treasure. But proceed, I am all impatience." "Well, you have heard, of course, the many stories current, thousand vague rumors, afloat about money, buried somewhere upon the Atlantic coast by Kidd and his associates. These rumors must have had some foundation in fact, and that the rumors have existed so long and so continuous could have resulted, it appeared to me, only from the circumstance of the buried treasure still remaining entombed. Had Kidd concealed his plunder for a time, and afterwards reclaimed it, the rumors would scarcely have reached us in their present unvarying form. You will observe that the stories told are all about money seekers, not about money finders. Had the pirate recovered his money there, the affair would have dropped. It seemed to me that some accidence, the loss of a memorandum, indicating its locality, had deprived him of the means of recovering it, and that this accident had become known to his followers, who otherwise might never have heard that treasure had been concealed at all, and who, busying themselves in vain, because unguided attempts to regain it, had given first birth and then universal currency to the reports, which are now so common. Have you ever heard of any important treasure being unearthed along the coast?" "Never." "But that Kidd's accumulations were immense is well known. I took it for granted, therefore, that the earth still held them, and you will scarcely be surprised when I tell you that I felt a hope, nearly amounting to certainty, that the parchment so strangely found involved a lost record of the place of deposit." "But how did you proceed?" "I held the vellum again to the fire after increasing the heat, but nothing appeared. I now thought it possible that the coating of dirt might have something to do with the failure, so I carefully rinsed the parchment by pouring warm water over it, and having done this, I placed it in a tin pan with the skull downwards, and put the pan upon a furnace of lighted charcoal. In a few minutes, the pan having become thoroughly heated, I removed the slip, and to my inexpressible joy found it spotted in several places with what appeared to be figures arranged in lines again. I placed it in the pan, and suffered it to remain another minute. Upon taking it off, the whole was just as you see it now. Here Legrand, having reheated the parchment, submitted it to my inspection. The following characters were rudely traced in a red tint between the death's head and the goat. But said I, returning him the slip, I am as much in the dark as ever were all the jewels of Golconda, awaiting me, upon my solution of this enigma. I am quite sure that I should be unable to earn them. And yet, said Legrand, the solution is by no means so difficult as you might be led to imagine from the first hasty inspection of the characters. These characters, as anyone might readily guess, form a cipher, that is to say, they convey a meaning. But then from what is known of Kidd, I could not suppose him capable of constructing any of the more abstruse cryptographs. I made up my mind, at once, that this was of a simple species, such, however, as would appear to the crude intellect of the sailor, absolutely insoluble without the key. And you really solved it? Readily I have solved others of an abstruseness 10,000 times greater. Circumstances, and a certain bias of mind, have led me to take interest in such riddles, and it may well be doubted whether human ingenuity can construct an enigma of the kind, which human ingenuity may not by proper application resolve. In fact, having once established connected and legible characters, I scarcely gave a thought to the mere difficulty of developing their import. In the present case, indeed, in all cases of secret ridding, the first question regards the language of the cipher for the principles of solution, so far especially as the more simple ciphers are concerned, depend upon, and are varied by the genius of the particular idiom in general. There is no alternative but experiment directed by probabilities of every tongue known to him who attempts the solution, until the true one be attained. But with the cipher now before us, all difficulty was removed by the signature. The pun upon the word kid is appreciable in no other language than the English. But for this consideration, I should have begun my attempts with the Spanish and French, as the tongues in which a secret of this kind would most naturally have been written by a pirate of the Spanish main. As it was, I assumed the cryptograph to be English. You observe there are no divisions between the words. Had there been divisions, the task would have been comparatively easy in such case. I should have commenced with a collation and analysis of the shorter words, and had a word of a single letter occurred, as is most likely, a or I, for example, I should have considered the solution as assured. But there being no division, my first step was to ascertain the predominant letters, as well as the least frequent counting. All I constructed a table thus. Of the character 8 there are 33. 419, 512, 611, 18, 06, 925, 34. Now in English the letter which most frequently occurs is E. Afterwards succession runs thus: a O, I, D, H, N, R, S, T, U, Y, C, F, G, L, M, W, B, K, P, Q, X, Z. E predominates so remarkably that an individual sentence of any length is rarely seen in which it is not the prevailing character. Here, then, we leave in the very beginning the groundwork for something more than a mere guess. The general use which may be made of the table is obvious, but in this particular cipher, we shall only very partially require its aid. As our predominant character is 8, we will commence by assuming it as the E of the natural alphabet. To verify the supposition, let us observe if the 8 be seen often in couplets, for E is doubled with great frequency in English in such words, for example, as meet, fleet, speed, seen, been, agree, Roman 100, in the present instance. We see it doubled no less than 5 times, although the cryptograph is brief. Let us assume 8 then, as E. Now of all words in the language, the is most usual. Let us see, therefore, whether there are not repetitions of any 3 characters in the same order of collocation, the last of them being 8. If we discover repetitions of such letters so arranged, they will most probably represent the word the. Upon inspection, we find no less than 7 such arrangements, the characters being 48. We may therefore assume that represents T4, represents H, and 8, represents ETH, last being now well confirmed. Thus a great step has been taken. But having established a single word, we are enabled to establish a vastly important point, that is to say, several commencements and terminations of other words. Let us refer, for example, to the last instance, but one in which the combination 48 occurs not far from the end of the cipher. We know that the immediately ensuing is the commencement of a word, And of the 6 characters succeeding this, though we are cognizant of no less than 5, let us set these characters down thus by the letters. We know them to represent leaving a space for the unknown. Th. Here we are enabled at once to discard the th, as forming no portion of the word commencing with the first ti, since by experiment of the entire alphabet, for a letter adapted to the vacancy, we perceive that no word can be formed of which this th can be a part. We are thus narrowed into te. And going through the alphabet if necessary as before we arrive at the word tree, as the sole possible reading, we thus gain another letter, r represented by with the words the tree in juxtaposition. Looking beyond these words for a short distance, we again see the combination 48 and employ it by way of termination to what immediately precedes. We have thus this arrangement. The tree 434 or substituting the natural letters where known it reads thus. The tree thr3h Now if in place of the unknown characters we leave blank spaces or substitute dots, we read thus. The tree thrh when the word through makes itself evident at once, but this discovery gives us 3 new letters ou and g represented by n3. Looking now narrowly through the cipher for combinations of known characters, we find not very far from the beginning this arrangement. 8388 or egri, which plainly is the conclusion of the word degree, and gives us another letter d represented by 4 letters beyond the word degree. We perceive the combination, translating the known characters and representing the unknown by dots as before we read thus. THRT, an arrangement immediately suggestive of the word 13, and again furnishing us with 2 new characters I and N, represented by 6 and. Referring now to the beginning of the cryptograph, we find the combination, translating as before we obtain good, which assures us that the first letter is A, and that the first 2 words are a good. It is now time that we arrange our key as far as discovered, in a tabular form. To avoid confusion it will stand thus. 5 represents a D, mate E, 3G, 4H, 6I, then, no, lar, a D, a U. We have therefore no less than 11 of the most important letters represented, and it will be unnecessary to proceed with the details of the solution. I have said enough to convince you that ciphers of this nature are readily soluble, and to give you some insight into the rationale of their development, but be assured that the specimen before us appertains to the very simplest species of cryptograph. It now only remains to give you the full translation of the characters upon the parchment, as unriddled here it is. A good glass in the bishop's hostel in the Devil's Seat 41 degrees and 13 minutes northeast, and by North Main Branch 7th limb, east side shoot from the left eye of the Death's Head, a beeline from the tree through the shot 50 feet out. But said I, the enigma seems still in as bad a condition as ever. How is it possible to extort a meaning from all this jargon about Devil's Seats, Death's Heads, and Bishops' Hotels? I confess, replied Legrand, that the matter still wears a serious aspect. When regarded with a casual glance, my first endeavor was to divide the sentence into the natural division intended by the cryptographist. You mean to punctuate it? Something of that kind. But how was it possible to effect this? I reflected that it had been a point with the writer to run his words together without division, so as to increase the difficulty of solution. Now a not over-cute man in pursuing such an object would be nearly certain to overdo the matter, when in the course of his composition he arrived at a break in his subject, which would naturally require a pause or a point. He would be exceedingly apt to run his characters at this place, more than usually close together. If you will observe the MS in the present instance, you will easily detect 5 such cases of unusual crowding acting upon this hint. I made the division thus: a good glass in the Bishop's Hostel, in the Devil's Seat 41 degrees and 13 minutus northeast, and by North Main Branch 7th limb east side shoot, from the left eye of the Deathshida, beeline from the tree through the shot 50 feet out. Even this division, said I, leaves me still in the dark. It left me also in the dark, replied Legrand, for a few days, during which I made diligent inquiry in the neighborhood of Sullivan's Island for any building which went by the name of the Bishop's Hotel, for of course I dropped the obsolete word hostel, gaining no information on the subject. I was on the point of extending my sphere of search and proceeding in a more systematic manner, when one morning it entered into my head quite suddenly that this bishop's hostel might have some reference to an old family of the name of Bessop, which, time out of mind, had held possession of an ancient manor house about 4 miles to the northward of the island. I accordingly went over to the plantation and reinstituted my inquiries among the older Negroes of the place. At length, one of the most aged of the women said that she had heard of such a place as Bessop's Castle, and thought that she could guide me to it, but that it was not a castle, nor a tavern, but a high rock. I offered to pay her well for her trouble, and after some demur she consented to accompany me to the spot. We found it without much difficulty. When dismissing her, I proceeded to examine the place. The castle consisted of an irregular assemblage of cliffs and rocks, one of the latter being quite remarkable for its height, as well as for its insulated and artificial appearance. I clambered to its apex, and then felt much at a loss as to what should be next done. While I was busied in reflection, my eyes fell upon a narrow ledge in the eastern face of the rock, perhaps a yard below the summit upon which I stood. This ledge projected about 18 inches, and was not more than a foot wide, while a niche in the cliff just above it gave it a rude resemblance to one of the hollow-backed chairs used by our ancestors. I made no doubt that here was the devil's seat alluded to in the MS, and now I seemed to grasp the full secret of the riddle. The good glass, I knew, could have reference to nothing, but a telescope, for the word glass is rarely employed in any other sense by seamen. Now here I at once saw was a telescope to be used, and a definite point of view, admitting no variation from which to use it, nor did I hesitate to believe that the phrases 41 degrees and 13 minutes and northeast, and by north, were intended as directions for the leveling of the glass. Greatly excited by these discoveries, I hurried home, procured a telescope, and returned to the rock. I let myself down to the ledge, and found that it was impossible to retain a seat upon it, except in one particular position. This fact confirmed my preconceived idea. I proceeded to use the glass. Of course, the 41 degrees and 13 minutes could allude to nothing but elevation above the visible horizon, since the horizontal direction was clearly indicated by the words northeast, and by north, this latter direction, I at once established by means of a pocket compass, then pointing the glass as nearly at an angle of 41 degrees of elevation as I could do it by guess. I moved it cautiously up or down, until my attention was arrested by a circular rift, or opening in the foliage of a large tree that overtopped its fellows. In the distance, in the center of this rift, I perceived a white spot, but could not at first distinguish what it was. Adjusting the focus of the telescope, I again looked, and now made it out to be a human skull. Upon this discovery, I was so sanguine as to consider the enigma solved, for the phrase main branch 7th limb east side could refer only to the position of the skull upon the tree, while shoot from the left eye of the death's head admitted also of but one interpretation in regard to a search for buried treasure. I perceived that the design was to drop a bullet from the left eye of the skull, and that a beeline, or in other words, a straight line drawn from the nearest point of the trunk through the shot, or the spot where the bullet fell, and thence extended to a distance of 50 feet, would indicate a definite point, and, beneath this point, I thought it at least possible that a deposit of value lay concealed. All this, I said, is exceedingly clear, and although ingenious, still simple and explicit. When you left the bishop's hotel, what then? Why, having carefully taken the bearings of the tree, I turned homewards the instant that I left the devil's seat. However, the circular rift vanished, nor could I get a glimpse of it afterwards. Turn as I would, what seems to me the chief ingenuity in this whole business is the fact, for repeated experiment has convinced me, it is a fact that the circular opening in question is visible from no other attainable point of view than that afforded by the narrow ledge upon the face of the rock. In this expedition to the bishop's hotel, I had been attended by Jupiter, who had no doubt observed for some weeks past the abstraction of my demeanor, and took especial care not to leave me alone. But on the next day, getting up very early, I contrived to give him the slip, and went into the hills in search of the tree. After much toil, I found it. When I came home at night, my valet proposed to give me a flogging. With the rest of the adventure, I believe you are as well acquainted as myself. I suppose, said I, you missed the spot in the first attempt at digging through Jupiter's stupidity, in letting the bug fall through the right, instead of through the left eye of the skull. Precisely this mistake made a difference of about 2.5 inches in the shot, that is to say, in the position of the peg nearest the tree, and had the treasure been beneath the shot, the error would have been of little moment. But the shot, together with the nearest point of the tree, were merely 2 points for the establishment of a line of direction. Of course, the error, however trivial in the beginning, increased as we proceeded with the line, and by the time we had gone 50 feet through, us quite off the scent. But for my deep-seated impressions that treasure was here, somewhere actually buried, we might have had all our labor in vain. But your grandiloquence and your conduct in swinging the beetle how excessively, odd, I was sure you were mad, and why did you insist upon letting fall the bug, instead of a bullet from the skull? Why, to be frank, I felt somewhat annoyed by your evident suspicions touching my sanity, and so resolved to punish you quietly in my own way, by a little bit of sober mystification. For this reason, I swung the beetle. And for this reason, I let it fall it from the tree. An observation of yours about its great weight suggested the latter idea. Yes, I perceive, and now there is only one point which puzzles me. What are we to make of the skeletons found in the hole? That is a question I am no more able to answer than yourself. There seems, however, only one plausible way of accounting for theme end, yet it is dreadful to believe in such atrocity, as my suggestion would imply. It is clear that Kidif Kid indeed secreted this treasure, which I doubt no teat is. Clear that he must have had assistance in the labor, but this labor concluded, he may have thought it expedient to remove all participants in his secret. Perhaps a couple of blows with a mattock were sufficient while his coadjutors were busy in the pit. Perhaps it required a dozen. Who shall tell? Four beasts in one. The homicama leopard. Chakan assays verdus. Krebelins xerxes. Antiochus Epiphanes is very generally looked upon as the Gog of the prophet Ezekiel. This honor is, however, more properly attributable to Cambyses the son of Cyrus. And indeed the character of the Syrian monarch does by no means stand in need of any adventitious embellishment. His accession to the throne, or rather his usurpation of the sovereignty, 171 years before the coming of Christ, his attempt to plunder the temple of Diana at Ephesus, his implacable hostility to the Jews, his pollution of the Holy of Holies, and his miserable death at Taba after a tumultuous reign of 11 years, are circumstances of a prominent kind, and therefore more generally noticed by the historians of his time than the impious, dastardly, cruel, silly, and whimsical achievements, which make up the sum total of his private life and reputation. Let us suppose, gentle reader, that it is now the year of the world 3830, and let us for a few minutes imagine ourselves, at that most grotesque habitation of man, the remarkable city of Antioch. To be sure, there were in Syria and other countries 16 cities of that appellation, besides the one to which I more particularly allude, but ours is that which went by the name of Antiochia Epidaphne from its vicinity to the little village of Daphne, where stood a temple to that divinity. It was built, although about this matter there is some dispute, by Seleucus Nicanor, the first king of the country after Alexander the Great, in memory of his father Antiochus, and became immediately the residence of the Syrian monarchy in the flourishing times of the Roman Empire. It was the ordinary station of the prefect of the eastern provinces and many of the emperors of the Queen City, among whom may be mentioned especially Varus and Valens, spent here the greater part of their time. But I perceive we have arrived at the city itself. Let us ascend this battlement and throw our eyes upon the town and neighboring country. What broad and rapid river is that which forces its way with innumerable falls through the mountainous wilderness, and finally through the wilderness of buildings? That is the Orontes, and it is the only water in sight with the exception of the Mediterranean, which stretches like a broad mirror about 12 miles off to the southward. Every one has seen the Mediterranean, but let me tell you there are few who have had a peep at Antioch. By few, I mean few who, like you and me, have had at the same time the advantages of a modern education. Therefore cease to regard that sea, and give your whole attention to the mass of houses that lie beneath us. You will remember that it is now the year of the world 3830, were it latter, for example, were it the year of our Lord 1845, we should be deprived of this extraordinary spectacle in the 19th century. Antioch, that is to say, Antioch will be in a lamentable state of decay. It will have been by that time totally destroyed at 3 different periods by 3 successive earthquakes. Indeed, to say the truth, what little of its former self may then remain will be found in so desolate and ruinous a state that the patriarch shall have removed his residence to Damascus. This is well. I see you profit by my advice, and are making the most of your time in inspecting the premises and satisfying your eyes with the memorials and the things of fame that most renown this city. I beg pardon, I had forgotten that Shakespeare will not flourish for 1750 years to come, but does not the appearance of Epidaphne justify me in calling it grotesque? It is well fortified, and in this respect is as much indebted to nature as to art. Very true. There are a prodigious number of stately palaces. There are, and the numerous temples, sumptuous and magnificent, may bear comparison with the most lauded of antiquity. All this I must acknowledge still, there is an infinity of mud huts and abominable hovels, we cannot help perceiving abundance of filth in every kennel. And were it not for the overpowering fumes of idolatrous incense, I have no doubt we should find a most intolerable stench. Did you ever behold streets so insufferably narrow, or houses so miraculously tall, what gloom their shadows cast upon the ground? It is well the swinging lamps in those endless colonnades are kept burning throughout the day. We should otherwise have the darkness of Egypt in the time of her desolation. It is certainly a strange place. What is the meaning of yonder singular building? See, it towers above all others, and lies to the eastward of what I take to be the royal palace. That is the new temple of the sun, who is adored in Syria under the title of Allah Gabala. Hereafter a very notorious Roman emperor will institute this worship in Rome, and thence derive a cognomen Heliogabalus. I dare say, you would like to take a peep at the divinity of the temple. You need not look up at the heavens, his sonship is not there, at least, not the sonship adored by the Syrians. That deity will be found in the interior of yonder building. He is worshipped under the figure of a large stone pillar, terminating at the summit in a cone or pyramid, whereby is denoted fire. Hark, behold, who can those ridiculous beings be half naked, with their faces painted, shouting and gesticulating to the rabble? Some few are mountebanks, others more particularly belong to the race of philosophers. The greatest portion, however, those especially who belabor the populace with clubsare, the principal courtiers of the palace, executing, as in duty bound, some laudable comicality of the king's. But what have we here? Heavens, the town is swarming with wild beasts. How terrible a spectacle, how dangerous a peculiarity. Terrible, if you please, but not in the least degree dangerous. Each animal, if you will take the pains to observe, is following very quietly in the wake of its master. Some few, to be sure, are led with a rope about the neck. But these are chiefly the lesser or timid species. The lion, the tiger, and the leopard are entirely without restraint. They have been trained without difficulty to their present profession, and attend upon their respective owners in the capacity of valets de chamber. It is true, there are occasions when nature asserts her violated dominions, but then the devouring of a man-at-arms, or the throttling of a consecrated bull, is a circumstance of too little moment to be more than hinted at in epitaph. But what extraordinary tumult do I hear? Surely, this is a loud noise, even for Antioch? It argues some commotion of unusual interest. Yes, undoubtedly, the king has ordered some novel spectacle, some gladiatorial exhibition. At the Hippodromer, perhaps the massacre of the Scythian prisoner, sir, the conflagration of his new palace, sir, the tearing down of a handsome Templier. Indeed, a bonfire of a few Jews, the uproar increases, shouts of laughter ascend the skies, the air becomes dissonant with wind, instruments, and horrible with clamor of a million throats. Let us descend for the love of fun, and see what is going on this way. Careful, here we are in the principal street, which is called the Street of Timarchus. The sea of people is coming this way, and we shall find a difficulty in stemming the tide. They are pouring through the alley of Heraclides, which leads directly from the palace. Therefore, the king is most probably among the rioters. Yes, I hear the shouts of the herald proclaiming his approach in the pompous phraseology of the East. We shall have a glimpse of his person. As he passes by the temple of Ashima, let us ensconce ourselves in the vestibule of the sanctuary. He will be here anon. In the meantime, let us survey this image. What is it? Oh, it is the god Ashima in proper person. You perceive, however, that he is neither a lamb, nor a goat, nor a satyr, neither has he much resemblance to the Pan of the Arcadians. Yet all these appearances have been given, I beg pardon, will be given, be the learned of future ages, to the Ashima of the Syrians. Put on your spectacles, and tell me what it is. What is it? Bless me, it is an ape. True, a baboon, but by no means the less a deity. His name is a derivation of the Greek semiohet. Great fools are antiquarians. But see yonder scampers a ragged little urchin. Where is he going? What is he bawling about? What does he say? Oh, he says the king is coming in triumph, that he is dressed in state, that he has just finished putting to death with his own hand 1,000 chained Israelitish prisoners. For this exploit, the ragamuffin is lauding him to the skies. Hark, here comes a troop of a similar description. They have made a Latin hymn upon the valor of the king, and are singing it as they go. Mil mil mil. Decalavimus unius homo. Mil 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 decalavimus. Mil. Vivat qui mil occidit. Tantum vini habet nemo. Quantum sanguinis effudit one. Which may be thus paraphrased. A thousand. We with one warrior have slain. A thousand. Sing 1,000 over again. So let us sing. Long life to our king, who knocked over 1,000 so fine. So let us roar. He has given us more red gallons of gore than all Syria can furnish of wine. Do you hear that flourish of trumpets? Yes, the king is coming. See, the people are aghast with admiration, and lift up their eyes to the heavens in reverence. He Kamesh is coming, there he is. Howereth kingdo, not behold him, cannot say that I perceive him. Then you must be blind. Very possible. Still I see nothing but a tumultuous mob of idiots and madmen who are busy in prostrating themselves before a gigantic camel-leopard and endeavoring to obtain a kiss of the animal's hoofs. See, the beast has very justly kicked one of the rabble overand another indeed. I cannot help admiring the animal for the excellent use he is making of his feet. Rabble indeed these are the noble and free citizens of Epidaphan beasts. Did you say take care that you are not overheard? Do you not perceive that the animal has the visage of a man? Why, my dear sir, that camel-leopard is no other than Antiochus Epiphanes, Antiochus the illustrious king of Syria, and the most potent of all the autocrats of the East. It is true that he is entitled at times Antiochus Epimanes, Antiochus, the madman, but that is because all people have not the capacity to appreciate his merits. It is also certain that he is at present ensconced in the hide of a beast, and is doing his best to play the part of a camel-leopard. But this is done for the better sustaining his dignity as king. Besides, the monarch is of gigantic stature, and the dress is therefore neither unbecoming nor overlarge. We may, however, presume he would not have adopted it, but for some occasion of a special state, such you will allow is the massacre of 1,000 Jews, with how superior a dignity the monarch perambulates on all fours. His tail, you perceive, is held aloft by his two principal concubines, Allan and Argyle, and his whole appearance would be infinitely prepossessing, were it not for the protuberance of his eyes, which will certainly start out of his head, and the queer color of his face, which has become nondescript from the quantity of wine he has swallowed. Let us follow him to the hippodrome, whither he is proceeding, and listen to the song of triumph which he is commencing. Who is king but Epiphanes? Say, do you know? Who is king but Epiphanes? Bravo. There is none but Epiphanes. Nother is none. So tear down the temples and put out the sun. Well and strenuously sung the populace are hailing him prince of poets as well as glory of the east, delight of the universe, and most remarkable of camel-leopards. They have encored his effusion. And do you hear, is singing it over again? When he arrives at the hippodrome, he will be crowned with the poetic wreath in anticipation of his victory at the approaching Olympics. But good Jupiter, what is the matter in the crowd behind us? Behind us, did you say? Ah, I perceive, my friend. It is well that you spoke in time. Let us get into a place of safety. As soon as possible here let us conceal ourselves in the arch of this aqueduct, and I will inform you presently of the origin of the commotion. It has turned out as I have been anticipating the singular appearance of the camel-leopard, and the head of a man has, it seems, given offense to the notions of propriety entertained in general by the wild animals domesticated in the city. A mutiny has been the result, and as is usual upon such occasions, all human efforts will be of no avail in quelling the mob. Several of the Syrians have already been devoured, but the general voice of the four-footed patriots seems to be for eating up the camel-leopard. The prince of poets, therefore, is upon his hinder legs, running for his life. His courtiers have left him in the lurch, and his concubines have followed so excellent an example. Delight of the universe, thou art in a sad predicament. Glory of the East, thou art in danger of mastication. Therefore never regard so piteously thy tail. It will undoubtedly be draggled in the mud. And for this there is no help. Look not behind thee then at its unavoidable degradation, but take courage, ply thy legs with vigor, and scud for the hippodrome. Remember that thou art Antiochus Epiphanes, Antiochus the illustrious, also prince of poets, glory of the East, delight of the universe, and most remarkable of camel-leopards. Heavens, what a power of speed thou art displaying! What a capacity for leg-bell thou art developing! Run, Prince Bravo Epiphanes, Well done, camelopard, glorious Antiochus runch. Leapsh flies like an arrow from a catapult. He approaches the hippodrome, he leaps, shrieks. Is there this as well, for hadst thou, glory of the East, been half a second longer, in reaching the gates of the amphitheatre? There is not a bear's cub in Epidaphan that would not have had a nibble at thy carcase. Let us be off, let us take our departure, effer. We shall find our delicate modern ears unable to endure the vast uproar which is about to commence in celebration of the king's escape. Listen, it has already commenced. See, the whole town is topsy-turvy. Surely this is the most populous city of the East. What a wilderness of people, what a jumble of all ranks and ages, what a multiplicity of sects and nations, what a variety of costumes, what a babel of languages, what a screaming of beasts, what a tinkling of instruments, what a parcel of philosophers. Come, let us be off. Stay a moment, I see a vast hubbub in the hippodrome. What is the meaning of it, I beseech you? That owe nothing the noble and free citizens of Epidaphan being, as they declare well satisfied of the faith, valor, wisdom, and divinity of their king, and having moreover been eyewitnesses of his late superhuman agility, do think it no more than their duty to invest his brows, in addition to the poetic crown, with the wreath of victory in the Photracia wreath, which it is evident he must obtain at the celebration of the next Olympiad, and which therefore they now give him in advance. One Flavius Vospicus says that the hymn here introduced was sung by the rabble upon the occasion of Aurelian in the Sarmatic War, having slain with his own hand 950 of the enemy. The murders in the Rue Morgue. What song the sirens sang, or what name Achilles assumed when he hid himself among women, although puzzling questions are not beyond all conjecture. Sir Thomas Browne. The mental features discoursed of as the analytical are in themselves, but little susceptible of analysis. We appreciate them only in their effects. We know of them among other things that they are always to their possessor, when inordinately possessed, a source of the liveliest enjoyment, as the strong man exults in his physical ability, delighting in such exercises, as call his muscles into action, so glories. The analyst in that moral activity, which disentangles, he derives pleasure from even the most trivial occupations, bringing his talent into play. He is fond of enigmas, of conundrums, of hieroglyphics, exhibiting in his solutions of each a degree of acumen, which appears to the ordinary apprehension art or natural. His results, brought about by the very soul and essence of method, have in truth the whole air of intuition. The faculty of resolution is possibly much invigorated by mathematical study, and especially by that highest branch of it, which unjustly, and merely on account of its retrograde operations, has been called, as if par excellence, analysis, yet to calculate is not in itself to analyze a chess player, for example, does the one without effort at the other. It follows that the game of chess in its effects upon mental character is greatly misunderstood. I am not now writing a treatise, but simply prefacing a somewhat peculiar narrative by observations very much at random. I will therefore take occasion to assert that the higher powers of the reflective intellect are more decidedly and more usefully tasked by the unostentatious game of draughts than by all the elaborate frivolity of chess in this latter, where the pieces have different and bizarre motions, with various and variable values. What is only complex is mistaken, a not unusual error, for what is profound. The attention is here called powerfully into play. If it flag for an instant, an oversight is committed resulting in injury or defeat, the possible moves being not only manifold, but involute, the chances of such oversights are multiplied, and in 9 cases out of 10, it is the more concentrative rather than the more acute player who conquers in drafts. On the contrary, where the moves are unique and have but little variation, the probabilities of inadvertence are diminished, and the mere attention being left comparatively unemployed, what advantages are obtained by either party are obtained by superior acumen. To be less abstract, let us suppose a game of drafts where the pieces are reduced to 4 kings, and where of course no oversight is to be expected. It is obvious that here the victory can be decided, the players being at all equal, only by some research movement, the result of some strong exertion of the intellect. Deprived of ordinary resources, the analyst throws himself into the spirit of his opponent, identifies himself therewith, and not unfrequently sees thus, at a glance, the sole methods, sometime indeed absurdly simple ones, by which he may seduce into error or hurry into miscalculation. Whist has long been noted for its influence upon what is termed the calculating power, and men of the highest order of intellect have been known to take an apparently unaccountable delight in it, while eschewing chess as frivolous beyond doubt. There is nothing of a similar nature, so greatly tasking the faculty of analysis, the best chess player in Christendom may be. Little more than the best player of chess, but proficiency in whist implies capacity for success in all those more important undertakings, where mind struggles with mind. When I say proficiency, I mean that perfection in the game, which includes a comprehension of all the sources, whence legitimate advantage may be derived. These are not only manifold but multiform and lie frequently among recesses of thought altogether inaccessible to the ordinary understanding. To observe attentively is to remember distinctly, and so far the concentrative chess player will do very well at whist, while the rules of Hoyle themselves, based upon the mere mechanism of the game, are sufficiently and generally comprehensible, thus to have a retentive memory, and, to proceed by the book, are points commonly regarded as the sum total of good playing. But it is in matters beyond the limits of mere rule that the skill of the analyst is evinced. He makes in silence a host of observations and inferences, so perhaps do his companions, and the difference in the extent of the information obtained lies not so much in the validity of the inference as in the quality of the observation. The necessary knowledge is that of what to observe. Our player confines himself not at all, nor, because the game is the object, does he reject deductions from things external to the game. He examines the countenance of his partner, comparing it carefully with that of each of his opponents. He considers the mode of assorting the cards in each hand, often counting trump by trump, and honor by honor through the glances bestowed by their holders upon each. He notes every variation of face, as the play progresses, gathering a fund of thought from the differences in the expression of certainty, of surprise, of triumph, or of chagrin from the manner of gathering up a trick. He judges whether the person taking it can make another in the suit. He recognizes what is played through feint by the manner with which it is thrown upon the table, a casual or inadvertent word, the accidental dropping or turning of a card with the accompanying anxiety or carelessness. In regard to its concealment, the counting of the tricks with the order of their arrangement, embarrassment, hesitation, eagerness, or trepidation all afford to his apparently intuitive perception indications of the true state of affairs. The first 2 or 3 rounds having been played, he is in full possession of the contents of each hand, and thenceforward puts down his cards with as absolute a precision of purpose as if the rest of the party had turned outward the faces of their own. The analytical power should not be confounded with ample ingenuity, for while the analyst is necessarily ingenious, the ingenious man is often remarkably incapable of analysis, the constructive or combining power, by which ingenuity is usually manifested, and to which the phrenologists, I believe erroneously, have assigned a separate organ, supposing it a primitive faculty, has been so frequently seen in those whose intellect bordered otherwise upon idiocy, as to have attracted general observation among writers on morals. Between ingenuity and the analytic ability, there exists a difference far greater indeed than that between the fancy and the imagination, but of a character very strictly analogous. It will be found, in fact, that the ingenious are always fanciful, and the truly imaginative never otherwise than analytic. The narrative which follows will appear to the reader somewhat in the light of a commentary upon the propositions just advanced. Residing in Paris during the spring and part of the summer of 18, I there became acquainted with a Monsieur Roman 100 Auguste Dupin. This young gentleman was of an excellent, indeed of an illustrious family, but by a variety of untoward events had been reduced to such poverty that the energy of his character succumbed beneath it, and he ceased to bestir himself in the world or to care for the retrieval of his fortunes. By courtesy of his creditors, there still remained in his possession a small remnant of his patrimony, and upon the income arising from this, he managed, by means of a rigorous economy, to procure the necessaries of life without troubling himself about its superfluities. Books, indeed, were his sole luxuries, and in Paris these are easily obtained. Our first meeting was at an obscure library in the Rue Montmartre, where the accident of our both being in search of the same very rare and very remarkable volume brought us into closer communion. We saw each other again and again. I was deeply interested in the little family history which he detailed to me with all that candor which a Frenchman indulges whenever mere self is his theme. I was astonished, too, at the vast extent of his reading, and above all, I felt my soul enkindled within me by the wild fervor and the vivid freshness of his imagination. Seeking in Paris the objects I then sought, I felt that the society of such a man would be to me a treasure beyond price, and this feeling I frankly confided to him. It was at length arranged that we should live together during my stay in the city. and as my worldly circumstances were somewhat less embarrassed than his own, I was permitted to be, at the expense of renting and furnishing in a style which suited the rather fantastic gloom of our common temper, a timiate and grotesque mansion, long deserted through superstitions, into which we did not inquire and tottering to its fall, in a retired and desolate portion of the Faubourg Saint-Germain. Had the routine of our life at this place been known to the world, we should have been regarded as madmen, although perhaps as madmen of a harmless nature. Our seclusion was perfect. We admitted no visitors. Indeed, the locality of our retirement had been carefully kept a secret from my own former associates, and it had been many years since Dupin had ceased to know or be known in Paris. We existed within ourselves alone. It was a freak of fancy in my friend, for what else shall I call it, to be enamored of the night for her own sake. And into this bizarrerie, as into all his others, I quietly fell, giving myself up to his wild whims. With a perfect abandon, the sable divinity would not herself dwell with us always, but we could counterfeit her presence at the first dawn of the morning. We closed all the messy shutters of our old building, lighting a couple of tapers which strongly perfumed throughout only the ghastliest and feeblest of rays. By the aid of these, we then busied our souls in dreams, reading, writing, or conversing, until warned by the clock of the advent of the true darkness. Then we sallied forth into the streets arm in arm, continuing the topics of the day, or roaming far and wide, until a late hour, seeking amid the wild lights and shadows of the populous city that infinity of mental excitement which quiet observation can afford. At such times I could not help remarking and admiring, although from his rich ideality, I had been prepared to expect it, a peculiar analytic ability in Dupin. He seemed too to take an eager delight in its exercise, if not exactly in its display, and did not hesitate to confess the pleasure thus derived. He boasted to me, with a low chuckling laugh, that most men in respect to himself wore windows in their bosoms, and was wont to follow up such assertions by direct and very startling proofs of his intimate knowledge of my own. His manner at these moments was frigid and abstract, his eyes were vacant in expression, while his voice, usually a rich tenor, rose into a treble which would have sounded petulantly. But for the deliberateness and entire distinctness of the enunciation. Observing him in these moods, I often dwelt meditatively upon the old philosophy of the bipart soul, and amused myself with the fancy of a double Dupin, the creative and the resolvent. Let it not be supposed from what I have just said that I am detailing any mystery or penning any romance. What I have described in The Frenchman was merely the result of an excited or perhaps of a diseased intelligence, but of the character of his remarks at the periods in question. An example will best convey the idea. We were strolling one night down a long, dirty street in the vicinity of the Palais Royal, being both apparently occupied with thought. Neither of us had spoken a syllable for 15 minutes at least. All at once, Dupin broke forth with these words: "He is a very little fellow, that's true, and would do better for the Theatre des Variétés." "There can be no doubt of that," I replied unwittingly, and not at first observing so much, had I been absorbed in reflection, the extraordinary manner in which the speaker had chimed in with my meditations. In an instant afterward, I recollected myself, and my astonishment was profound. "Dupin," said I gravely, "this is beyond my comprehension. I do not hesitate to say that I am amazed, and can scarcely credit my senses. How was it possible you should know I was thinking of here?" I paused to ascertain beyond a doubt whether he really knew of whom I thought. "Of Chantley," said he. "Why do you pause? You were remarking to yourself that his diminutive figure unfitted him for tragedy." This was precisely what had formed the subject of my reflections. Chantley was a quondam cobbler of the Rue Saint-Denis, who, becoming stage-mad, had attempted the role of Xerxes in Crebellin's tragedy, so called, and been notoriously pasquinated for his pains. "Tell me, for heaven's sake," I exclaimed, "the method there isbe, which you have been enabled to fathom my soul in this matter." In fact, I was even more startled than I would have been willing to express. "It was the fruiterer," replied my friend, "who brought you to the conclusion that the mender of souls was not of sufficient height for Xerxes et id genus omni." "The fruiterer? You astonish me. I know no fruiterer whomsoever." "The man who ran up against you as we entered the street. It may have been 15 minutes ago." I now remembered that, in fact, a fruiterer carrying upon his head a large basket of apples had nearly thrown me down by accident as we passed from the Rue C into the thoroughfare where we stood, but what this had to do with Chantley, I could not possibly understand. "There was not a particle of charlatanerie about Dupin, I will explain," he said, "and that you may comprehend all clearly, we will first retrace the course of your meditations from the moment in which I spoke to you. until that of the rencontre with the fruiter in question. The larger links of the chain run thus chantily Orion Dr. Nichols' Epicurus stereotomy, the street stones the fruiterer. There are few persons who have not at some period of their lives amused themselves in retracing the steps by which particular conclusions of their own minds have been attained. The occupation is often full of interest, and he who attempts it for the first time is astonished by the apparently illimitable distance and incoherence between the starting point and the goal. What then must have been my amazement when I heard the Frenchman speak what he had just spoken, and when I could not help acknowledging that he had spoken the truth. He continued. We had been talking of horses, if I remember aright, just before leaving the Rue C. This was the last subject we discussed. As we crossed into this street, a fruiterer with a large basket upon his head, brushing quickly past us, thrust you upon a pile of paving stones collected at a spot where the causeway is undergoing repair. You stepped upon one of the loose fragments, slipped, slightly strained, your ankle appeared vexed or sulky, muttered a few words, turned to look at the pile, and then proceeded in silence. I was not particularly attentive to what you did, but observation has become with me of late a species of necessity. You kept your eyes upon the ground, glancing with a petulant expression at the holes and ruts in the pavement, so that I saw you were still thinking of the stones, until we reached the little alley called Lamartine, which has been paved by way of experiment with the overlapping and riveted blocks. Here your countenance brightened up, and perceiving your lips move, I could not doubt that you murmured the word stereotomy, a term very affectedly applied to this species of pavement. I knew that you could not say to yourself stereotomy without being brought to think of atomies, and thus of the theories of Epicurus. And since when we discussed this subject not very long ago, I mentioned to you how singularly, yet with how little notice, the vague guesses of that noble Greek had met with confirmation in the late nebular cosmogony, I felt that you could not avoid casting your eyes upward to the great nebula in Orion, and I certainly expected that you would do so. You did look up, and I was now assured that I had correctly followed your steps. But in that bitter tirade upon Chantilly, which appeared in yesterday's Musée, the satirist, making some disgraceful allusions to the cobbler's change of name, upon assuming the buskin, quoted a Latin line, about which we have often conversed. I mean the line, Perdidit antiquum litera prima sonum. I had told you that this was in reference to Orion, formerly written Urian, and from certain pungencies connected with this explanation, I was aware that you could not have forgotten it. It was clear, therefore, that you would not fail to combine the two ideas of Orion and Chantilly, that you did combine them. I saw by the character of the smile which passed over your lips. You thought of the poor cobbler's immolation. So far you had been stooping in your gait, but now I saw you draw yourself up to your full height. I was then sure that you reflected upon the diminutive figure of Chantilly. At this point, I interrupted your meditations to remark that, as in fact he was a very little fellow, that Chantilly would do better at the Theatre des Variétés. Not long after this, we were looking over an evening edition of the Gazette des Tribunaux, when the following paragraphs arrested our attention. Extraordinary murders this morning about 3 o'clock. The inhabitants of the Quartier Saint-Roch were aroused from sleep by a succession of terrific shrieks, issuing apparently from the fourth story of a house, in the Rue Morgue, known to be in the sole occupancy of one Madame L. Espane, and her daughter Mademoiselle Camille L. Espane. After some delay, occasioned by a fruitless attempt to procure admission in the usual manner, the gateway was broken in with a crowbar, and 8 or 10 of the neighbors entered, accompanied by 2 gendarmes. By this time the cries had ceased, but as the party rushed up the first flight of stairs, 2 or more rough voices in angry contention were distinguished, and seemed to proceed from the upper part of the house. As the second landing was reached, these sounds also had ceased, and everything remained perfectly quiet. The party spread themselves and hurried from room to room. Upon arriving at a large back chamber in the fourth story, the door of which being found locked with the key inside was forced open, a spectacle presented itself, which struck every one present not less with horror than with astonishment. The apartment was in the wildest disorder, the furniture broken and thrown about in all directions. There was only one bedstead, and from this the bed had been removed and thrown into the middle of the floor. On a chair lay a razor besmeared with blood. On the hearth were 2 or 3 long and thick tresses of gray human hair, also dabbled in blood, and seeming to have been pulled out by the roots. Upon the floor were found 4 Napoleons, an earring of topaz, 3 large silver spoons, 3 smaller of metal d'Alger, and 2 bags containing nearly 4,000 francs in gold. The drawers of a bureau which stood in one corner were open, and had been apparently rifled, although many articles still remained in them. A small iron safe was discovered under the bed. Not under the bedstead, it was open with the key still in the door. It had no contents beyond a few old letters and other papers of little consequence. Of Madame L'Espanne, no traces were here seen, but an unusual quantity of soot being observed in the fireplace. A search was made in the chimney, and horrible, to relate the corpse of the daughter head downward, was dragged therefrom, it having been thus forced up the narrow aperture for a considerable distance. The body was quite warm upon examining it. Many excoriations were perceived, no doubt occasioned by the violence with which it had been thrust up and disengaged. Upon the face were many severe scratches, and upon the throat dark bruises and deep indentations of finger-nails, as if the deceased had been throttled to death. After a thorough investigation of every portion of the house without farther discovery, the party made its way into a small paved yard in the rear of the building, where lay the corpse of the old lady with her throat so entirely cut that upon an attempt to raise her, the head fell off the body as well as the head was fearfully mutilate the former, so much so as scarcely to retain any semblance of humanity. To this horrible mystery, there is not as yet, we believe, the slightest clue. The next day's paper had these additional particulars. The tragedy in the Rue Morgue. Many individuals have been examined in relation to this most extraordinary and frightful affair. The word affair has not yet in France that levity of import which it conveys with us, but nothing whatever has transpired to throw light upon it. We give below all the material testimony elicited. Pauline Duberg laundress deposes that she has known both the deceased for 3 years, having washed for them. During that period the old lady and her daughter seemed on good terms, very affectionate towards each other. They were excellent pay, could not speak in regard to their mode or means of living. Believed that Madame Roman 50 told fortunes for a living, was reputed to have money put by, never met any persons in the house when she called for the clothes or took them home, was sure that they had no servant in employ. There appeared to be no furniture in any part of the building, except in the 4th story. Pierre Moreau, tobacconist, deposes that he has been in the habit of selling small quantities of tobacco and snuff to Madame L'Espanne, for nearly 4 years, was born in the neighborhood, and has always resided there. The deceased and her daughter had occupied the house, in which the corpses were found, for more than 6 years. It was formerly occupied by a jeweler, who underlet the upper rooms to various persons. The house was the property of Madame Roman 50. She became dissatisfied with the abuse of the premises by her tenant, and moved into them herself, refusing to let any portion. The old lady was childish witness, had seen the daughter some 5 or 6 times during the 6 years. The two lived an exceedingly retired life, were reputed to have money, had heard it said among the neighbors that Madame Roman 50 told Fortunes did not believe it had never seen any person enter the door except the old lady and her daughter, a porter once or twice, and a physician some 8 or 10 times. Many other persons, neighbors, gave evidence to the same effect. No one was spoken of as frequenting the house. It was not known whether there were any living connections of Madame Roman 50 and her daughter. The shutters of the front windows were seldom opened. Those in the rear were always closed, with the exception of the large back room, 4th story. The house was a good house, not very old. Isidore Musette, gendarme, deposes that he was called to the house about 3 o'clock in the morning, and found some 20 or 30 persons at the gateway endeavoring to gain admittance. Forced it open at length with a bayonet, not with a crowbar, had but little difficulty in getting it open on account of its being a double or folding gate, and bolted neither at bottom, not top. The shrieks were continued until the gate was forced, and then suddenly ceased. They seemed to be screams of some person or persons in great agony, were loud and drawn out, not short, and quick. Witness led the way up stairs. Upon reaching the first landing, heard 2 voices in loud and angry contention. One, a gruff voice, the other much shriller, a very strange voice. Could distinguish some words of the former, which was that of a Frenchman, was positive that it was not a woman's voice. Could distinguish the words sacre and diable. The shrill voice was that of a foreigner. Could not be sure whether it was the voice of a man or of a woman. Could not make out what was said, but believed the language to be Spanish. The state of the room and of the bodies was described by this witness, as we described them yesterday. Henry Duval, a neighbor, and by trade a silversmith, deposes that he was one of the party who first entered the house, corroborates the testimony of Musette in general. As soon as they forced an entrance, they reclosed the door to keep out the crowd, which collected very fast, notwithstanding the lateness of the hour. The shrill voice, this witness thinks, was that of an Italian, was certain it was not French, could not be sure that it was a man's voice, it might have been a woman's, was not acquainted with the Italian language could not distinguish the words, but was convinced by the intonation that the speaker was an Italian knew Madame Roman 50, and her daughter had conversed with both frequently, was sure that the shrill voice was not that of either of the deceased. Odenheimer restaurateur, this witness volunteered his testimony, not speaking French was examined through an interpreter, is a native of Amsterdam was passing the house at the time of the shrieks. They lasted for several minutus probably 10, they were long and loud very awful and distressing, was one of those who entered the building corroborated the previous evidence in every respect but one was sure that the shrill voice was that of a man of a Frenchman could not distinguish the words uttered, they were loud and quick and equal spoken, apparently in fear as well as in anger. The voice was harsh, not so much shrill, as harsh could not call it a shrill voice. The gruff voice said repeatedly sacre diable, and once moaned dia. Jules Mignod, banker of the firm of Mignod et Fils Rue de Lorraine, is the elder Mignod Madame L'Espanne, had some property had opened an account with his banking house in the spring of the year 8 years. Previously made frequent deposits in small sums, had checked for nothing until the third day before her death, when she took out in person the sum of 4,000 francs. This sum was paid in gold, and a clerk went home with the money. Adolphe Laban, clerk to Mignod et Fils, deposes that on the day in question about noon, he accompanied Madame L'Espanne to her residence, with the 4,000 francs put up in 2 bags. Upon the door being opened, Mademoiselle Roman 50 appeared and took from his hands one of the bags, while the old lady relieved him of the other. He then bowed and departed, did not see any person in the street at the time. It is a by-street very lonely. William Bird Taylor deposes that he was one of the party who entered the house, is an Englishman, has lived in Paris 2 years, was one of the first to ascend the stairs, heard the voices in contention. The gruff voice was that of a Frenchman, could make out several words, but cannot now remember all heard distinctly. Sacre and moan dia, there was a sound at the moment, as if of several persons, struggling, a scraping and scuffling sound. The shrill voice was very loud, louder than the gruff one, is sure that it was not the voice of an Englishman, appeared to be that of a German, might have been a woman's voice, does not understand German. 4 of the above-named witnesses being recalled, deposed that the door of the chamber in which was found the body of Mademoiselle Roman 50 was locked on the inside when the party reached it. Everything was perfectly silent, no groans or noises of any kind. Upon forcing the door, no person was seen. The windows both of the back and front room were down and firmly fastened. From within, a door between the 2 rooms was closed, but not locked. The door leading from the front room into the passage was locked with the key on the inside. A small room in the front of the house on the 4th story, at the head of the passage, was open. The door being ajar, this room was crowded with old beds, boxes, and so forth. These were carefully removed and searched. There was not an inch of any portion of the house which was not carefully searched. Sweeps were sent up and down the chimneys. The house was a 4-story one, with garrets, mansards. A trapdoor on the roof was nailed down very securely, not appear to have been opened for years. The time elapsing between the hearing of the voices in contention and the breaking open of the room door was variously stated by the witnesses. Some made it as short as 3 minutes, some as long as 5. The door was opened with difficulty. Alfonso Garcio, undertaker, deposes that he resides in the Rue Morgue, is a native of Spain, was one of the party who entered the house, did not proceed upstairs, is nervous, and was apprehensive of the consequences of agitation, heard the voices in contention. The gruff voice was that of a Frenchman, could not distinguish what was said. The shrill voice was that of an Englishman, is sure of this, does not understand the English language, but judges by the intonation. Alberto Montani, confectioner, deposes that he was among the first to ascend the stairs, heard the voices in question. The gruff voice was that of a Frenchman, distinguished several words. The speaker appeared to be expostulating, could not make out the words of the shrill voice, spoke quick and unevenly, thinks it the voice of a Russian, corroborates the general testimony, is an Italian, never conversed with a native of Russia. Several witnesses recalled here testified that the chimneys of all the rooms on the 4th story were too narrow to admit the passage of a human being. By sweeps were meant cylindrical sweeping brushes, such as are employed by those who clean chimneys. These brushes were passed up and down every flue in the house. There is no back passage by which anyone could have descended. While the party proceeded upstairs, the body of Mademoiselle L'Espanne was so firmly wedged in the chimney that it could not be got down, until 4 or 5 of the party united their strength. Paul Dumas, physician, deposes that he was called to view the bodies about daybreak. They were both then lying on the sacking of the bedstead in the chamber, Where Mademoiselle Roman 50 was found, the corpse of the young lady was much bruised, and excoriated the fact that it had been thrust up. The chimney would sufficiently account for these appearances. The throat was greatly chafed. There were several deep scratches just below the chin together, with a series of livid spots, which were evidently the impression of fingers. The face was fearfully discolored, and the eyeballs protruded. The tongue had been partially bitten through. A large bruise was discovered upon the pit of the stomach, produced apparently by the pressure of a knee. In the opinion of Roman 1000 Dumas, Mademoiselle L. Espane had been throttled to death by some person or persons unknown. The corpse of the mother was horribly mutilated. All the bones of the right leg and arm were more or less shattered, the left tibia much splintered, as well as all the ribs of the left side, whole body dreadfully bruised and discolored. It was not possible to say how the injuries had been inflicted. A heavy club of wood, or a broad bar of iron, a charony, large, heavy, and obtuse weapon, would have produced such results if wielded by the hands of a very powerful man. No woman could have inflicted the blows with any weapon. The head of the deceased, when seen by witness, was entirely separated from the body, and was also greatly shattered. The throat had evidently been cut with some very sharp instrument, probably with a razor. Alexander Etienne, surgeon, was called with Roman 1000 Dumas to view the bodies. Corroborated the testimony and the opinions of Roman 1000 Dumas. Nothing farther of importance was elicited, although several other persons were examined. A murder so mysterious and so perplexing in all its particulars was never before committed in Paris. If, indeed, a murder has been committed at all, the police are entirely at fault. An unusual occurrence in affairs of this nature. There is not, however, the shadow of a clue apparent. The evening edition of the paper stated that the greatest excitement still continued in the Quartier Saint Roch, that the premises in question had been carefully researched and fresh examinations of witnesses instituted, but all to no purpose. A postscript, however, mentioned that Adolphe Laban had been arrested and imprisoned, although nothing appeared to criminate him beyond the facts already detailed. Dupin seemed singularly interested in the progress of this affair, at least, so I judged from his manner, for he made no comments. It was only after the announcement that Laban had been imprisoned that he asked me my opinion respecting the murders. I could merely agree with all Paris in considering them an insoluble mystery. I saw no means by which it would be possible to trace the murderer. We must not judge of the means, said Dupin, by this shell of an examination. The Parisian police, so much extolled for acumen, are cunning, but no more. There is no method in their proceedings, beyond the method of the moment. They make a vast parade of measures, but not unfrequently these are so ill adapted to the objects proposed as to put us in mind of Monsieur Jourdain's calling for his robe de chambre per mia entendre. La musique, the results attained by them, are not unfrequently surprising, but for the most part are brought about by simple diligence and activity. When these qualities are unavailing, their schemes fail. Vidocq, for example, was a good guesser and a persevering man, but without educated thought he erred continually. By the very intensity of his investigations, he impaired his vision. By holding the object too close, he might see perhaps one or two points with unusual clearness, but in so doing he necessarily lost sight of the matter as a whole. Thus there is such a thing as being too profound. Truth is not always in a well. In fact, as regards the more important knowledge, I do believe that she is invariably superficial. The depth lies in the valleys where we seek her, and not upon the mountain-tops, where she is found. The modes and sources of this kind of error are well typified in the contemplation of the heavenly bodies. To look at a star, by glancesto view it in a sidelong way, by turning toward it the exterior portions of the retina, more susceptible of feeble impressions of light than the interior, is to behold the star distinctly, is to have the best appreciation of its lustria luster, which grows dim just in proportion as we turn our vision fully upon it. A greater number of rays actually fall upon the eye in the latter case, but in the former there is the more refined capacity for comprehension. By undue profundity, we perplex and enfeeble thought, and it is possible to make even Venus herself vanish from the firmament by a scrutiny too sustained, too concentrated, or too direct. As for these murders, let us enter into some examinations for ourselves before we make up an opinion respecting them. An inquiry will afford us amusement. I thought this an odd term so applied, but said nothing, and besides, Laban once rendered me a service for which I am not ungrateful. We will go and see the premises with our own eyes. I know G, the prefect of police, and shall have no difficulty in obtaining the necessary permission. The permission was obtained, and we proceeded at once to the Rue Morgue. This is one of those miserable thoroughfares which intervene between the Rue Richelieu and the Rue Saint Roch. It was late in the afternoon when we reached it, as this quarter is at a great distance from that in which we resided, the house was readily found, for there were still many persons gazing up at the closed shutters with an objectless curiosity from the opposite side of the way. It was an ordinary Parisian house, with a gateway on one side of which was a glazed watchbox, with a sliding panel in the window, indicating a loge de concierge. Before going in, we walked up the street, turned down an alley, and then again turning past in the rear of the building, Dupin meanwhile examining the whole neighborhood as well as the house with a minuteness of attention for which I could see no possible object. Retracing our steps, we came again to the front of the dwelling, rang, and having shown our credentials were admitted by the agents in charge, we went upstairs into the chamber, where the body of Mademoiselle L'Espanne had been found, and where both the deceased still lay. The disorders of the room had as usual been suffered to exist. I saw nothing beyond what had been stated in the Gazette des Tribunaux. Dupin scrutinized everything, not excepting the bodies of the victims. We then went into the other rooms, and into the yard. A gendarme, accompanying us throughout the examination, occupied us until dark, when we took our departure. On our way home, my companion stepped in for a moment at the office of one of the daily papers. I have said that the whims of my friend were manifold, and that G. les ménages, for this phrase there is no English equivalent. It was his humor now to decline all conversation on the subject of the murder, until about noon the next day. He then asked me suddenly if I had observed anything peculiar at the scene of the atrocity. There was something in his manner of emphasizing the word peculiar, which caused me to shudder without knowing why. No, nothing peculiar, I said, nothing more at least than we both saw stated in the paper. The Gazette, he replied, has not entered, I fear, into the unusual horror of the thing, but dismissed the idle opinions of this print. It appears to me that this mystery is considered insoluble, for the very reason which should cause it to be regarded as easy of solution, I mean, for the outre character of its features. The police are confounded by the seeming absence of motive and not for the murder itself, but for the atrocity of the murder. They are puzzled too by the seeming impossibility of reconciling the voices heard in contention with the facts that no one was discovered upstairs but the assassinated Mademoiselle L'Espanne, and that there were no means of egress without the notice of the party. Ascending the wild disorder of the room, the corpse thrust with the head downward up the chimney, the frightful mutilation of the body of the old lady, these considerations with those just mentioned, and others which I need not mention, have sufficed to paralyze the powers. By putting completely at fault the boasted acumen of the government agents, they have fallen into the gross but common error of confounding the unusual with the abstruse. But it is by these deviations from the plane of the ordinary that reason feels its way, if at all, in its search for the true. In investigations such as we are now pursuing, it should not be so much asked what has occurred as what has occurred that has never occurred before. In fact, the facility with which I shall arrive, or have arrived at the solution of this mystery, is in the direct ratio of its apparent insolubility in the eyes of the police. I stared at the speaker in mute astonishment. I am now awaiting, continued he, looking toward the door of our apartment, I am now awaiting a person who, although perhaps not the perpetrator of these butcheries, must have been in some measure implicated in their perpetration of the worst portion of the crimes committed. It is probable that he is innocent. I hope that I am right in this supposition, for upon it I build my expectation of reading the entire riddle. I look for the man here in this room every moment. It is true that he may not arrive, but the probability is that he will. Should he come, it will be necessary to detain him. Here are pistols, and we both know how to use them when occasion demands their use. I took the pistols, scarcely knowing what I did or believing what I heard, while Dupin went on very much as if in a soliloquy. I have already spoken of his abstract manner at such times. His discourse was addressed to myself, but his voice, although by no means loud, had that intonation which is commonly employed in speaking to someone at a great distance. His eyes, vacant in expression, regarded only the wall. That the voices heard in contention, he said, by the party upon the stairs, were not the voices of the women themselves, was fully proved by the evidence. This relieves us of all doubt upon the question whether the old lady could have first destroyed the daughter and afterward have committed suicide. I speak of this point chiefly for the sake of method, for the strength of Madame L'Espanne would have been utterly unequal to the task of thrusting her daughter's corpse up the chimney as it was found, and the nature of the wounds upon her own person entirely preclude the idea of self-destruction. Murder then has been committed by some third party, and the voices of this third party were those heard in contention. Let me now advert not to the whole testimony Respecting these voice but to what was peculiar in that testimony, did you observe anything peculiar about it? I remarked that while all the witnesses agreed in supposing the gruff voice to be that of a Frenchman, there was much disagreement in regard to the shrill, or as one individual termed it, the harsh voice. Was the evidence itself, said Dupin, but it was not the peculiarity of the evidence you have observed nothing distinctive. Yet there was something to be observed. The witnesses, as you remark, agreed about the gruff voice, they were here unanimous. But in regard to the shrill voice, the peculiarity is not that they disagreed but that while an Italian and Englishman, a Spaniard, a Hollander, and a Frenchman attempted to describe it, each one spoke of it as that of a foreigner. Each is sure that it was not the voice of one of his own countrymen. Each likens it not to the voice of an individual of any nation with whose language he is conversant, but the converse. The Frenchman supposes it the voice of a Spaniard, and might have distinguished some words had he been acquainted with the Spanish. The Dutchman maintains it to have been that of a Frenchman, but we find it stated that, not understanding French, this witness was examined through an interpreter. The Englishman thinks it the voice of a German, and does not understand German. The Spaniard is sure that it was that of an Englishman, but judges by the intonation altogether, as he has no knowledge of the English. The Italian believes it the voice of a Russian, but has never conversed with a native of Russia. A second Frenchman differs moreover with the first, and is positive that the voice was that of an Italian, but not being cognizant of that tongue, is like the Spaniard convinced by the intonation. Now how strangely unusual must that voice have really been about which such testimony as this could have been elicited, in whose tones even denizens of the 5 great divisions of Europe could recognize nothing familiar. You will say that it might have been the voice of an Asiatikov, an African. Neither Asiatics nor Africans abound in Paris. But without denying the inference, I will now merely call your attention to 3 points. The voice is termed by one witness harsh, rather than shrill. It is represented by 2 others to have been quick and unequal, no words, no sounds, resembling Wordsworth, by any witness, mentioned as distinguishable. I know not, continued Dupin, what impression I may have made so far upon your own understanding, but I do not hesitate to say that legitimate deductions, even from this portion of the testimonic portion, respecting the gruff and shrill voice are, in themselves sufficient to engender a suspicion, which should give direction to all farther progress in the investigation of the mystery. I said legitimate deductions, but my meaning is not thus fully expressed. I design to imply that the deductions are the sole proper ones, and that the suspicion arises inevitably from them, as the single result. What the suspicion is, however, I will not say just yet. I merely wish you to bear in mind that with myself it was sufficiently forcible to give a definite form. A certain tendencito my inquiries in the chamber. Let us now transport ourselves in fancy to this chamber. What shall we first seek here? The means of egress employed by the murderers. It is not too much to say that neither of us believe in Piart or natural events. Madame and Mademoiselle L'Espagne were not destroyed by spirits. The doers of the deed were material, and escaped materially. Then how fortunately there is but one mode of reasoning upon the point, and that mode must lead us to a definite decision. Let us examine each by each the possible means of egress. It is clear that the assassins were in the room where Mademoiselle L'Espagne was found, or at least in the room adjoining when the party ascended the stairs. It is then only from these 2 apartments that we have to seek issues. The police have laid bare the floors, the ceilings, and the masonry of the walls in every direction. No secret issues could have escaped their vigilance, but not trusting to their eyes, I examined with my own. There were then no secret issues. Both doors leading from the rooms into the passage were securely locked with the keys inside. Let us turn to the chimneys. These, although of ordinary width for some 8 or 10 feet above the hearths, will not admit throughout their extent the body of a large cat. The impossibility of egress by means already stated being thus absolute, we are reduced to the windows through those of the front room. No one could have escaped without notice from the crowd in the street. The murderers must have passed then through those of the back room. Now brought to this conclusion, in so unequivocal a manner, as we are, it is not our part as reasoners to reject it on account of apparent impossibilities. It is only left for us to prove that these apparent impossibilities are in reality not such. There are 2 windows in the chamber. One of them is unobstructed by furniture, and is wholly visible. The lower portion of the other is hidden from view by the head of the unwieldy bedstead, which is thrust close up against it. The former was found securely fastened. From within it resisted the utmost force of those who endeavored to raise it. A large gimlet hole had been pierced in its frame too. The left, and a very stout nail was found fitted therein, nearly to the head. Upon examining the other window, a similar nail was seen similarly fitted in it, and a vigorous attempt to raise this sash failed. Also, the police were now entirely satisfied that egress had not been in these directions, and therefore it was thought a matter of supererogation to withdraw the nails and open the windows. My own examination was somewhat more particular, and was so for the reason I have just given Beccos here. It was I knew that all apparent impossibilities must be proved to be not such in reality. I proceeded to think thus a posteriori, the murderers did escape from one of these windows, this being so they could not have refastened the sashes from the inside, as they were found fastened at the consideration, which put a stop through its obviousness to the scrutiny of the police in this quarter. Yet the sashes were fastened, they must then have the power of fastening themselves. There was no escape from this conclusion. I stepped to the unobstructed casement, withdrew the nail with some difficulty, and attempted to raise the sash. It resisted all my efforts, as I had anticipated a concealed spring, must I now know exist. And this corroboration of my idea convinced me that my premises at least were correct, however mysterious. Still appeared the circumstances attending the nails. A careful search soon brought to light the hidden spring. I pressed it, and satisfied with the discovery forbore to upraise the sash. I now replaced the nail, and regarded it attentively. A person passing out through this window might have reclosed it, and the spring would have caught, but the nail could not have been replaced. The conclusion was plain, and again, narrowed in the field of my investigations. The assassins must have escaped through the other window. Supposing then the springs upon each sash to be the same, as was probable, there must be found a difference between the nails, or at least between the modes of their fixture, getting upon the sacking of the bedstead. I looked over the headboard minutely at the second casement, passing my hand down behind the board. I readily discovered and pressed the spring, which was, as I had supposed, identical in character with its neighbor. I now looked at the nail. It was as stout as the other, and apparently fitted in the same manner, driven in nearly up to the head. You will say that I was puzzled, but if you think so, you must have misunderstood the nature of the inductions. To use a sporting phrase, I had not been once at fault. The scent had never for an instant been lost. There was no flaw in any link of the chain. I had traced the secret to its ultimate resultant. That result was the nail. It had, I say, in every respect the appearance of its fellow in the other window. But this fact was an absolute nullity, conclusive, as it might seem to be, when compared with the consideration that here at this point terminated the clue. There must be something wrong, I said, about the nail. I touched it, and the head with about a quarter of an inch of the shank came off in my fingers. The rest of the shank was in the gimlet hole, where it had been broken off. The fracture was an old one, for its edges were encrusted with rust, and had apparently been accomplished by the blow of a hammer, which had partially embedded in the top of the bottom sash the head portion of the nail. I now carefully replaced this head portion in the indentation, whence I had taken it, and the resemblance to a perfect nail was complete. The fissure was invisible. Pressing the spring, I gently raised the sash for a few inches. The head went up with it, remaining firm in its bed. I closed the window, and the semblance of the whole nail was again perfect. The riddle so far was now unriddled. The assassin had escaped through the window, which looked upon the bed, dropping of its own accord upon his exit, or perhaps purposely closed. It had become fastened by the spring, and it was the retention of this spring which had been mistaken by the police for that of the nail. Further inquiry being thus considered unnecessary. The next question is that of the mode of descent. Upon this point, I had been satisfied in my walk with you around the building. About 5.5 feet from the casement in question, there runs a lightning rod. From this rod, it would have been impossible for anyone to reach the window itself, to say nothing of entering it. I observed, however, that the shutters of the fourth story were of the peculiar kind called by Parisian carpenters ferrades, a kind rarely employed at the present day, but frequently seen upon very old mansions. At Lyon and Bordeaux, they are in the form of an ordinary door, a single, not a folding door, except that the lower half is latticed or worked in open trellis, this affording an excellent hold for the hands. In the present instance, these shutters are fully 3.5 feet broad. When we saw them from the rear of the house, they were both about half open, that is to say, they stood off at right angles from the wall. It is probable that the police, as well as myself, examined the back of the tenement, but if so, in looking at these farades in the line of their breadth, as they must have done, they did not perceive this great breadth itself, or at all events failed to take it into due consideration. In fact, having once satisfied themselves that no egress could have been made in this quarter, they would naturally bestow here a very cursory examination. It was clear to me, however, that the shutter belonging to the window at the head of the bed would, if swung fully back to the wall, reached to within 2 feet of the lightning rod, it was also evident that by exertion of a very unusual degree of activity, and courage, an entrance into the window from the rod might have been thus effected by reaching to the distance of 2.5 feet. We now suppose the shutter open to its whole extent, a robber might have taken a firm grasp upon the trellis work, letting go then his hold upon the rod, placing his feet securely against the wall, and springing boldly from it, he might have swung the shutter so as to close it, and if we imagine the window open at the time, might even have swung himself into the room. I wish you to bear especially in mind that I have spoken of a very unusual degree of activity, as requisite to success, in so hazardous and so difficult a feat. It is my design to show you first that the thing might possibly have been accomplished, but secondly, and chiefly, I wish to impress upon your understanding the very extraordinary, almost preternatural character of that agility which could have accomplished it. You will say, no doubt, using the language of the law, that to make out my case, I should rather undervalue than insist upon a full estimation of the activity required in this matter. This may be the practice in law, but it is not the usage of reason. My ultimate object is only the truth. My immediate purpose is to lead you to place in juxtaposition that very unusual activity of which I have just spoken with that very peculiar, shrill or harsh, and unequal voice, about whose nationality no two persons could be found to agree, and in whose utterance no syllabification could be detected. At these words, a vague and half-formed conception of the meaning of Dupin flitted over my mind. I seemed to be upon the verge of comprehension, without power to comprehend, as men at times find themselves upon the brink of remembrance, without being able in the end to remember. My friend went on with his discourse. You will see, he said, that I have shifted the question from the mode of egress to that of ingress. It was my design to convey the idea that both were affected in the same manner at the same point. Let us now revert to the interior of the room. Let us survey the appearances here. The drawers of the bureau, it is said, had been rifled, although many articles of apparel still remained within them. The conclusion here is absurd. It is a mere guess, a very silly one, and no more. How are we to know that the articles found in the drawers were not all these drawers had originally contained? Madame L'Espagne and her daughter lived an exceedingly retired life, so no companyseldom went out, had little use for numerous changes of habiliment. Those found were at least of as good quality as any likely to be possessed by these ladies, if a thief had taken any. Why did he not take the best? Why did he not take all? In a word, why did he abandon 4,000 francs in gold to encumber himself with a bundle of linen? The gold was abandoned, nearly the whole sum mentioned by Monsieur Mignaud. The banker was discovered in bags upon the floor. I wish you therefore to discard from your thoughts the blundering idea of motive engendered in the brains of the police by that portion of the evidence which speaks of money delivered at the door of the house, coincidences 10 times as remarkable as this, the delivery of the money, and murder committed within 3 days upon the party receiving. It happened to all of us every hour of our lives, without attracting even momentary notice. Coincidences in general are great stumbling blocks in the way of that class of thinkers who have been educated to know nothing of the theory of probabilities, that theory to which the most glorious objects of human research are indebted for the most glorious of illustration in the present instance. Had the gold been gone, the fact of its delivery 3 days before would have formed something more than a coincidence. It would have been corroborative of this idea of motive. But under the real circumstances of the case, if we are to suppose gold the motive of this outrage, we must also imagine the perpetrator so vacillating an idiot as to have abandoned his gold and his motive together. Keeping now steadily in mind the points to which I have drawn your attention, that peculiar voice, that unusual agility, and that startling absence of motive in a murder so singularly atrocious as this, let us glance at the butchery itself. Here is a woman strangled to death by manual strength, and thrust up a chimney head downward. Ordinary assassins employ no such modes of murder as this, least of all do they thus dispose of the murdered in the manner of thrusting the corpse up the chimney. You will admit that there was something excessively something altogether irreconcilable with our common notions of human action, even when we suppose the actors, the most depraved of men, think too how great must have been that strength which could have thrust the body up such an aperture so forcibly that the united vigor of several persons was found barely sufficient to drag it down. Turn now to other indications of the employment of a vigor most marvelous on the hearth, were thick tresses, very thick tresses, soft gray human hair. These had been torn out by the roots. You are aware of the great force necessary in tearing thus from the head. even 20 or 30 hairs together. You saw the locks in question as well as myself. Their roots, a hideous sight, were clotted with fragments of the flesh of the sculpture token of the prodigious power, which had been exerted in uprooting perhaps 500,000 of hairs at a time. The throat of the old lady was not merely cut, but the head absolutely severed from the body. The instrument was a mere razor. I wish you also to look at the brutal ferocity of these deeds of the bruises upon the body of Madame l'Espagne. I do not speak. Monsieur Dumas and his worthy coadjutor Monsieur Etienne have pronounced that they were inflicted by some obtuse instrument. And so far these gentlemen are very correct. The obtuse instrument was clearly the stone pavement in the yard upon which the victim had fallen from the window which looked in upon the bed. This idea, however simple it may now seem, escaped the police for the same reason that the breadth of the shutters escaped them, because, by the affair of the nails, their perceptions had been hermetically sealed against the possibility of the windows having ever been opened at all. If now, in addition to all these things, you have properly reflected upon the odd disorder of the chamber, we have gone so far as to combine the ideas of an agility, astounding, a strength superhuman, a ferocity brutal, a butchery, without motive, a grotesquerie and horror, absolutely alien from humanity, and a voice foreign in tone to the ears of men of many nations, and devoid of all distinct or intelligible syllabification. What result, then, has ensued? What impression have I made upon your fancy? I felt a creeping of the flesh as Dupin asked me the question. A madman, I said, has done this deed. Some raving maniac, escaped from a neighboring maison de sant. In some respects, he replied, your idea is not irrelevant, but the voices of madmen, even in their wildest paroxysms, are never found to tally with that peculiar voice heard upon the stairs. Madmen are of some nation, and their language, however incoherent in its words, has always the coherence of syllabification. Besides, the hair of a madman is not such as I now hold in my hand. I disentangled this little tuft from the rigidly clutched fingers of Madame l'Espagne. Tell me what you can make of it. Dupin, I said, completely unnerved, this hair is most unusual. This is no human hair. I have not asserted that it is, said he, but before we decide this point, I wish you to glance at the little sketch I have here traced upon this paper. It is a facsimile drawing of what has been described in one portion of the testimony as dark bruises and deep indentations of finger-nails upon the throat of Mademoiselle l'Espagne, and in another by Messrs. Dumas and Etienne as a series of livid spots, evidently the impression of fingers. You will perceive, continued my friend, spreading out the paper upon the table before us, that this drawing gives the idea of a firm and fixed hold. There is no slipping apparent. Each finger has retained possibly, until the death of the victim, the fearful grasp, by which it originally embedded itself. Attempt now to place all your fingers at the same time in the respective impressions as you see them. I made the attempt in vain. We are possibly not giving this matter a fair trial. He said the paper is spread out upon a plain surface, but the human throat is cylindrical. Here is a billet of wood, the circumference of which is about that of the throat. Wrap the drawing around it, and try the experiment again. I did so, but the difficulty was even more obvious than before. This, I said, is the mark of no human hand. Read now, replied Dupin, this passage from Cuvier. It was a minute anatomical and generally descriptive account of the large fulvous, orang outang of the East Indian Islands, the gigantic stature, the prodigious strength and activity, the wild ferocity, and the imitative propensities of these mammalia, are sufficiently well known to all. I understood the full horrors of the murder at once. The description of the digits, said I, as I made an end of reading, is in exact accordance with this drawing. I see that no animal but an orang outang of the species here mentioned could have impressed the indentations. As you have traced them, this tuft of tawny hair, too, is identical in character with that of the beast of Cuvier. But I cannot possibly comprehend the particulars of this frightful mystery. Besides, there were two voices heard in contention, and one of them was unquestionably the voice of a Frenchman. True, and you will remember an expression attributed almost unanimously by the evidence to this voice. Of expression, mon Dieu, this, under the circumstances, has been justly characterized by one of the witnesses, Montani the confectioner, as an expression of remonstrance or expostulation upon these two words. Therefore I have mainly built my hopes of a full solution of the riddle. A Frenchman was cognizant of the murder. It is possible, indeed, it is far more than probable that he was innocent of all participation in the bloody transactions which took place. The orang outang may have escaped from him, he may have traced it to the chamber, but under the agitating circumstances which ensued he could never have recaptured it. It is still at large. I will not pursue these guesses, for I have no right to call them more since the shades of reflection upon which they are based are scarcely of sufficient depth to be appreciable by my own intellect. And since I could not pretend to make them intelligible to the understanding of another, we will call them guesses, then, and speak of them as such if the Frenchman in question is indeed, as I suppose, innocent of this atrocity, this advertisement, which I left last night upon our return home at the office of Le Monde, a paper devoted to the shipping interest, and much sought by sailors, will bring him to our residence. He handed me a paper, and I read thus. Caught in the Bois de Boulogne, early in the morning of the inst, the morning of the murder, a very large tawny orang-outang of the Bornese species, the owner, who is ascertained to be a sailor belonging to a Maltese vessel, may have the animal again upon identifying it satisfactorily, and paying a few charges arising from its capture, and keeping call at no Rue Faubourg Saint-Germain Troisum. How was it possible, I asked, that you should know the man to be a sailor, and belonging to a Maltese vessel? I do not know it, said Dupin. I am not sure of it. Here, however, is a small piece of ribbon which from its form, and from its greasy appearance has evidently been used in tying the hair, in one of those long queues, of which sailors are so fond. Moreover, this knot is one which few besides sailors can tie, and is peculiar to the Maltese. I picked the ribbon up at the foot of the lightning rod. It could not have belonged to either of the deceased now, if after all I am wrong in my induction from this ribbon, that the Frenchman was a sailor belonging to a Maltese vessel. Still, I can have done no harm in saying what I did in the advertisement. If I am in error, he will merely suppose that I have been misled by some circumstance, into which he will not take the trouble to inquire. But if I am right, a great point is gained cognizant. Although innocent of the murder, the Frenchman will naturally hesitate about replying to the advertisement about demanding the orang-outang. He will reason thus: I am innocent, I am. Poor my orang-outang is of great value, one in my circumstances. A fortune of itself, should I lose it through idle apprehensions of danger here, it is within my grasp. It was found in the Bois de Boulogne, a vast distance from the scene of that butchery. How can it ever be suspected that a brute beast should have done the deed? The police are at fault. They have failed to procure the slightest clue. Should they even trace the animal, it would be impossible to prove me cognizant of the murder, or to implicate me in guilt on account of that cognizance. Above all, I am known. The advertiser designates me as the possessor of the beast. I am not sure to what limit his knowledge may extend. Should I avoid claiming a property of so great value, which it is known that I possess, I will render the animal at least liable to suspicion. It is not my policy to attract attention either to myself or to the beast. I will answer the advertisement, get the orang-outang, and keep it close until this matter has blown over. At this moment, we heard a step upon the stairs. Be ready, said Dupin, with your pistols, but neither use them nor show them until at a signal from myself. The front door of the house had been left open, and the visitor had entered without ringing and advanced several steps upon the staircase. Now, however, he seemed to hesitate presently. We heard him descending. Dupin was moving quickly to the door when we again heard him coming up. He did not turn back a second time, but stepped up with decision and rapped at the door of our chamber. Come in, said Dupin in a cheerful and hearty tone. A man entered. He was a sailor, evidently a tall, stout, and muscular-looking person, with a certain daredevil expression of countenance, not altogether unprepossessing. His face, greatly sunburnt, was more than half hidden by whisker and mustachio. He had with him a huge oaken cudgel, but appeared to be otherwise unarmed. He bowed awkwardly, and bade us good evening in French accents, which, although somewhat Neufchâtelish, were still sufficiently indicative of a Parisian origin. Sit down, my friend, said Dupin. I suppose you have called about the orang-outang. Upon my word, I almost envy you the possession of him, a remarkably fine, and no doubt, a very valuable animal. How old do you suppose him to be? The sailor drew a long breath with the air of a man relieved of some intolerable burden, and then replied in an assured tone. I have no way of telling, but he can't be more than 4 or 5 years old. Have you got him here? Oh no, we had no conveniences for keeping him here. He is at a livery stable in the Rue Dubourg. Just by. You can get him in the morning, of course. You are prepared to identify the property? To be sure I am, sir. I shall be sorry to part with him, said Dupin. I don't mean that you should be at all this trouble for nothing, sir, said the man. Couldn't expect it. Am very willing to pay a reward for the finding of the animal, that is to say anything in reason. Well, replied my friend, that is all very fair, to be sure. Let me think, what should I have? Oh, I will tell you. My reward shall be this: you shall give me all the information in your power about these murders in the Rue Morgue. Dupin said the last words in a very low tone, And very quietly, just as quietly too, he walked toward the door, locked it, and put the key in his pocket. He then drew a pistol from his bosom and placed it without the least flurry upon the table. The sailor's face flushed up as if he were struggling with suffocation. He started to his feet and grasped his cudgel, but the next moment he fell back into his seat, trembling violently, and with the countenance of death itself. He spoke not a word. I pitied him from the bottom of my heart. "My friend," said Dupin in a kind tone, "you are alarming yourself unnecessarily. You are indeed, we mean you no harm, whatever I pledge you the honor of a gentleman and of a Frenchman that we intend you no injury. I perfectly well know that you are innocent of the atrocities in the Rue Morgue. It will not do, however, to deny that you are in some measure implicated in them. From what I have already said, you must know that I have had means of information about this matter, means of which you could never have dreamed. Now the thing stands. Thus you have done nothing which you could have avoided, nothing certainly, which renders you culpable. You were not even guilty of robbery, when you might have robbed with impunity. You have nothing to conceal, you have no reason for concealment. On the other hand, you are bound by every principle of honor to confess all you know. An innocent man is now imprisoned, charged with that crime of which you can point out the perpetrator." The sailor had recovered his presence of mind in a great measure while Dupin uttered these words, but his original boldness of bearing was all gone. "So help me God," said he, after a brief pause, "I will tell you all I know about this affair, but I do not expect you to believe one half I say. I would be a fool, indeed, if I Roman 999 still I am innocent, and I will make a clean breast if I die for it." What he stated was in substance this: he had lately made a voyage to the Indian archipelago. A party of which he formed one landed at Borneo, and passed into the interior on an excursion of pleasure himself, and a companion had captured the orang outang. This companion, dying, the animal fell into his own exclusive possession, after great trouble occasioned by the intractable ferocity of his captive during the home voyage. He at length succeeded in lodging it safely at his own residence in Paris, where, not to attract toward himself the unpleasant curiosity of his neighbors, he kept it carefully secluded, until such time as it should recover from a wound in the foot, received from a splinter on board ship. His ultimate design was to sell it. Returning home from some sailor's frolic the night, or rather in the morning of the murder, he found the beast occupying his own bedroom, into which it had broken from a closet adjoining, where it had been, as was thought, securely confined, razor in hand, and fully lathered. It was sitting before a looking-glass, attempting the operation of shaving, in which it had no doubt previously watched its master through the keyhole of the closet. Terrified at the sight of so dangerous a weapon in the possession of an animal so ferocious, and so well able to use it, the man, for some moments, was at a loss what to do. He had been accustomed, however, to quiet the creature, even in its fiercest moods, by the use of a whip, and to this he now resorted. Upon sight of it, the orang-outang sprang at once through the door of the chamber, down the stairs, and thence through a window unfortunately open into the street. The Frenchman followed in despair, the ape, razor still in hand, occasionally stopping to look back and gesticulate at its pursuer, until the latter had nearly come up with it. It then again made off in this manner. The chase continued for a long time. The streets were profoundly quiet, as it was nearly 3 o'clock in the morning. In passing down an alley in the rear of the Rue Morgue, the fugitive's attention was arrested by a light gleaming from the open window of Madame L'Espanaye's chamber in the 4th story of her house. Rushing to the building, it perceived the lightning rod, clambered up with inconceivable agility, grasped the shutter, which was thrown fully back against the wall, and by its means swung itself directly upon the headboard of the bed. The whole feat did not occupy a minute. The shutter was kicked open again by the orang-outang as it entered the room. The sailor, in the meantime, was both rejoiced and perplexed. He had strong hopes of now recapturing the brute, as it could scarcely escape from the trap into which it had ventured. Except by the rod, where it might be intercepted as it came down. On the other hand, there was much cause for anxiety as to what it might do in the house. This latter reflection urged the man still to follow the fugitive. A lightning rod is ascended without difficulty, especially by a sailor. But when he had arrived as high as the window, which lay far to his left, his career was stopped. The most that he could accomplish was to reach over so as to obtain a glimpse of the interior of the room. At this glimpse, he nearly fell from his hold through excessive horror. Now it was that those hideous shrieks arose upon the night which had startled from slumber the inmates of the Rue Morgue. Madame L'Espanaye and her daughter, habited in their night clothes, had apparently been occupied in arranging some papers in the iron chest already mentioned, which had been wheeled into the middle of the room. It was open, and its contents lay beside it on the floor. The victims must have been sitting with their backs toward the window, and from the time elapsing between the ingress of the beast and the screams, it seems probable that it was not immediately perceived the flappingto of the shutter would naturally have been attributed to the wind. As the sailor looked in, the gigantic animal had seized Madame L'Espanne by the hair, which was loose as she had been combing it, and was flourishing the razor about her face in imitation of the motions of a barber. The daughter lay prostrate, and motionless. She had swooned. The screams and struggles of the old lady, during which the hair was torn from her head, had the effect of changing the probably pacific purposes of the orang outang into those of wrath. With one determined sweep of its muscular arm, it nearly severed her head from her body. The sight of blood inflamed its anger into frenzy. Gnashing its teeth and flashing fire from its eyes, it flew upon the body of the girl and embedded its fearful talons in her throat, retaining its grasp until she expired. Its wandering and wild glances fell at this moment upon the head of the bed, over which the face of its master, rigid with horror, was just discernible. The fury of the beast, who no doubt bore still in mind the dreaded whip, was instantly converted into fear. Conscious of having deserved punishment, it seemed desirous of concealing its bloody deeds, and skipped about the chamber in an agony of nervous agitation, throwing down and breaking the furniture as it moved and dragging the bed from the bedstead. In conclusion, it seized first the corpse of the daughter and thrust it up the chimney, as it was found, then that of the old lady, which it immediately hurled through the window headlong. As the ape approached the casement with its mutilated burden, the sailor shrank aghast to the rod, and rather gliding than clambering down, it hurried at once home, dreading the consequences of the butchery, and gladly abandoning in his terror all solicitude about the fate of the orang. Outang, the words heard by the party upon the staircase were the Frenchman's exclamations of horror and affright, commingled with the fiendish jabberings of the brute. I have scarcely anything to add. The orang outang must have escaped from the chamber by the rod just before the breaking of the door. It must have closed the window as it passed through. It was subsequently caught by the owner himself, who obtained for it a very large sum at the Jardin des Plantes. Le Don was instantly released upon our narration of the circumstances, with some comments from Dupin at the bureau of the prefect of police. This functionary, however well disposed to my friend, could not altogether conceal his chagrin at the turn which affairs had taken, and was fain to indulge in a sarcasm or two about the propriety of every person minding his own business. "Let him talk," said Dupin, who had not thought it necessary to reply. "Let him discourse, it will ease his conscience. I am satisfied with having defeated him in his own castle. Nevertheless, that he failed in the solution of this mystery is by no means that matter for wonder which he supposes it, for in truth our friend the prefect is somewhat too cunning to be. Profound in his wisdom is no stamen, it is all head, and no body, like the pictures of the goddess Lavernoir, at best all head, and shoulders like a codfish. But he is a good creature after all. I like him especially for one master stroke of cant, by which he has attained his reputation for ingenuity. I mean the way he has denir si qui est, et d'expliquer si qui n'est pas. Rousseau Nouvelle Helles. The Mystery of Marie Roget 1. A sequel to the murders in the Rue Morgue. Is gibt einrei, idealischer Begebenheiten, die der Wirklichkeit, parallel loft selten, fallen sei zusammen Menschen, unzufall modificeren juhulich die idealisch Begebenheit, so dass sei unvollkommen erscheint und ihr Folgen gleichfalls unvollkommen sind, so bei der Reformation, stat des Protestantismus kam des Lutherthum herver. There are ideal series of events which run parallel with the real ones. They rarely coincide. Men and circumstances generally modify the ideal train of events, so that it seems imperfect, and its consequences are equally imperfect. Thus, with the Reformation instead of Protestantism, came Lutheranism, novelis, two moral Ansichten. There are few persons, even among the calmest thinkers, who have not occasionally been startled into a vague, yet thrilling half-credence in the supernatural, by coincidences of so seemingly marvelous a character, that as mere coincidences, the intellect has been unable to receive them. Such sentiments, for the half-credences of which I speak, have never the full force of thought. Such sentiments are seldom thoroughly stifled, unless by reference to the doctrine of chance, or as it is technically termed, the calculus of probabilities. Now this calculus is in its essence purely mathematical, and thus we have the anomaly of the most rigidly exact in science, applied to the shadow and spirituality of the most intangible in speculation. The extraordinary details which I am now called upon to make public will be found to form, as regards sequence of time, the primary branch of a series of scarcely intelligible coincidences, whose secondary or concluding branch will be recognized by all readers in the late murder of Mary Cecilia Rogers at New York. When in an article entitled The Murders in the Rue Morgue, I endeavored about a year ago to depict some very remarkable features in the mental character of my friend, the Chevalier Roman 100 Auguste Dupin, it did not occur to me that I should ever resume the subject this depicting of character constituted my design. And this design was thoroughly fulfilled in the wild train of circumstances. Brought to instance Dupin's idiosyncrasy, I might have adduced other examples, but I should have proven no more late events, however, in their surprising development, have startled me into some farther details, which will carry with them the air of extorted confession. Hearing what I have lately heard, it would be indeed strange, should I remain silent in regard to what I both heard and saw so long ago. Upon the winding up of the tragedy, involved in the deaths of Madame L'Espanne and her daughter, the Chevalier dismissed the affair at once from his attention, and relapsed into his old habits of moody reverie prone at all times to abstraction. I readily fell in with his humor, and continuing to occupy our chambers in the Faubourg Saint-Germain, we gave the future to the winds, and slumbered tranquilly in the present, weaving the dull world around us into dreams. But these dreams were not altogether uninterrupted. It may readily be supposed that the part played by my friend in the drama at the Rue Morgue had not failed of its impression upon the fancies of the Parisian police. With its emissaries, the name of Dupin had grown into a household word, the simple character of those inductions by which he had disentangled the mystery, never having been explained even to the prefect, or to any other individual than myself, of course. It is not surprising that the affair was regarded as little less than miraculous, or that the Chevalier's analytical abilities acquired for him the credit of intuition. His frankness would have led him to disabuse every inquirer of such prejudice, but his indolent humor forbade all farther agitation of a topic whose interest to himself had long ceased. It thus happened that he found himself the cynosure of the political eyes, and the cases were not few in which attempt was made to engage his services at the prefecture. One of the most remarkable instances was that of the murder of a young girl named Marie Roget. This event occurred about 2 years after the atrocity in the Rue Morgue. Marie, whose Christian and family name will at once arrest attention from their resemblance to those of the unfortunate cigar girl, was the only daughter of the widow Estelle. Roget, the father, had died during the child's infancy, and from the period of his death until within 18 months before the assassination, which forms the subject of our narrative, the mother and daughter had dwelt together in the Rue Pavie Saint Andre 3. Madame, there keeping a pension. Assisted by Marie, affairs went on thus until the latter had attained her 22nd year, when her great beauty attracted the notice of a perfumer who occupied one of the shops in the basement of the Palais Royal, and whose custom lay chiefly among the desperate adventurers infesting that neighborhood. Monsieur Leblanc IV was not unaware of the advantages to be derived from the attendance of the fair Marie in his perfumery, and his liberal proposals were accepted eagerly by the girl, although with somewhat more of hesitation by Madame. The anticipations of the shopkeeper were realized, and his rooms soon became notorious through the charms of the sprightly grisette. She had been in his employ about a year, when her admirers were thrown into confusion by her sudden disappearance from the shop. Monsieur Leblanc was unable to account for her absence, and Madame Roget was distracted with anxiety and terror. The public papers immediately took up the theme, and the police were upon the point of making serious investigations, when one fine morning, after the lapse of a week, Marie, in good health, but with a somewhat saddened air, made her reappearance at her usual counter in the perfumery. All inquiry, except that of a private character, was of course immediately hushed. Monsieur Leblanc professed total ignorance, as before. Marie, with Madame, replied to all questions that the last week had been spent at the house of a relation in the country. Thus the affair died away, and was generally forgotten, for the girl, ostensibly to relieve herself from the impertinence of curiosity, soon bade a final adieu to the perfumer, and sought the shelter of her mother's residence in the Rue Pavie Saint Andre. It was about 5 months after this return home that her friends were alarmed by her sudden disappearance. For the second time 3 days elapsed, and nothing was heard of her. On the fourth, her corpse was found floating in the Seine near the shore, which is opposite the quartier of the Rue Saint Andre, and at a point not very far distant from the secluded neighborhood of the Barrière du Roule 6. The atrocity of this murder, for it was at once evident that murder had been committed. The youth and beauty of the victim, and above all her previous notoriety, conspired to produce intense excitement in the minds of the sensitive Parisians. I can call to mind no similar occurrence, producing so general and so intense an effect for several weeks. In the discussion of this one absorbing theme, even the momentous political topics of the day were forgotten. The prefect made unusual exertions, and the powers of the whole Parisian police were, of course, tasked to the utmost extent. Upon the first discovery of the corpse, it was not supposed that the murderer would be able to elude for more than a very brief period the Inquisition, which was immediately set on foot. It was not until the expiration of a week that it was deemed necessary to offer a reward. And even then, this reward was limited to 1,000 francs. In the meantime, the investigation proceeded with vigor, if not always with judgment, and numerous individuals were examined to no purpose, while owing to the continual absence of all clue to the mystery, the popular excitement greatly increased. At the end of the 10th day, it was thought advisable to double the sum originally proposed, and at length, the second week having elapsed without leading to any discoveries, and the prejudice which always exists in Paris against the police having given vent to itself in several serious emeutes, the prefect took it upon himself to offer the sum of 20,000 francs for the conviction of the assassin, or if more than one should prove to have been implicated for the conviction of any one of the assassins. In the proclamation setting forth this reward, a full pardon was promised to any accomplice who should come forward in evidence against his fellow, and to the whole was appended, wherever it appeared, the private placard of a committee of citizens offering 10,000 francs. In addition to the amount proposed by the prefecture, the entire reward thus stood at no less than 30,000 francs, which will be regarded as an extraordinary sum when we consider the humble condition of the girl and the great frequency in large cities of such atrocities as the one described. No one doubted now that the mystery of this murder would be immediately brought to light, but although in one or two instances arrests were made which promised elucidation, yet nothing was elicited which could implicate the parties suspected, and they were discharged forthwith. Strange as it may appear, the third week from the discovery of the body had passed, and passed without any light being thrown upon the subject before even a rumor of the events which had so agitated the public mind reached the ears of Dupin and myself. Engaged in researches which absorbed our whole attention, it had been nearly a month since either of us had gone abroad, or received a visitor, or more than glanced at the leading political articles in one of the daily papers. The first intelligence of the murder was brought us by G in person. He called upon us early in the afternoon of the 13th of July 18, and remained with us until late in the night. He had been piqued by the failure of all his endeavors to ferret out the assassins. His reputation, so he said, with a peculiarly Parisian air, was at stake. Even his honor was concerned. The eyes of the public were upon him, and there was really no sacrifice which he would not be willing to make for the development of the mystery. He concluded a somewhat droll speech with a compliment upon what he was pleased to term the tact of Dupin, and made him a direct and certainly a liberal proposition, the precise nature of which I do not feel myself at liberty to disclose, but which has no bearing upon the proper subject of my narrative. The compliment my friend rebutted as best he could, but the proposition he accepted at once, although its advantages were altogether provisional. This point being settled, the prefect broke forth at once into explanations of his own views, interspersing them with long comments upon the evidence of which latter we were not yet in possession. He discoursed much and beyond doubt learnedly, while I hazarded an occasional suggestion. As the night wore drowsily away, Dupin, sitting steadily in his accustomed armchair, was the embodiment of respectful attention. He wore spectacles during the whole interview, and an occasional signal glance beneath their green glasses sufficed to convince me that he slept not the less soundly, because silently, throughout the 7 or 8 leaden-footed hours, which immediately preceded the departure of the prefect. In the morning, I procured at the prefecture a full report of all the evidence elicited, and at the various newspaper offices a copy of every paper in which from first to last had been published any decisive information in regard to this sad affair. Freed from all that was positively disproved, this mass of information stood thus. Marie Roget left the residence of her mother in the Rue Pavie, St. Andre, about 9 o'clock in the morning of Sunday, June the 22nd, 18. In going out, she gave notice to a Monsieur Jacques St. Eustache 7, and to him only of her intention to spend the day with an aunt who resided in the Rue des Drômes. The Rue des Drômes is a short and narrow but populous thoroughfare, not far from the banks of the river, and at a distance of some 2 miles, in the most direct course possible from the pension of Madame Roget St. Eustache, was the accepted suitor of Marie, and lodged as well as took his meals at the pension. he was to have gone for his betrothed at dusk, and to have escorted her home in the afternoon. However, it came on to rain heavily, and supposing that she would remain all night at her aunt's, as she had done under similar circumstances before, he did not think it necessary to keep his promise as night drew on Madame Roget, who was an infirm old lady 70 years of age, was heard to express a fear that she should never see Marie again. But this observation attracted little attention at the time. On Monday, it was ascertained that the girl had not been to the Rue d'Estromes, and when the day elapsed without tidings of her, a tardy search was instituted at several points in the city and its environs. It was not, however, until the fourth day from the period of disappearance that anything satisfactory was ascertained respecting her. On this day, Wednesday, the 25th of June, a Monsieur Beauvais ate, who with a friend had been making inquiries for Marie near the Barrière du Roule on the shore of the Seine, which is opposite the Rue Pavie Saint Andre, was informed that a corpse had just been towed ashore by some fishermen who had found it floating in the river. Upon seeing the body, Beauvais, after some hesitation, identified it as that of the perfumer girl. His friend recognized it more promptly. The face was suffused with dark blood, some of which issued from the mouth. No foam was seen, as in the case of the merely drowned. There was no discoloration in the cellular tissue about the throat, were bruises and impressions of fingers. The arms were bent over on the chest, and were rigid. The right hand was clenched, the left partially open. On the left wrist were two circular excoriations, apparently the effect of ropes, or of a rope in more than one volution. A part of the right wrist also was much chafed, as well as the back throughout its extent, but more especially at the shoulder blades. In bringing the body to the shore, the fishermen had attached to it a rope, but none of the excoriations had been affected by this. The flesh of the neck was much swollen. There were no cuts apparent or bruises, which appeared the effect of blows. A piece of lace was found tied so tightly around the neck as to be hidden from sight. It was completely buried in the flesh and was fastened by a knot, which lay just under the left ear. This alone would have sufficed to produce death. The medical testimony spoke confidently of the virtuous character of the deceased. She had been subjected, it said, to brutal violence. The corpse was in such condition, when found, that there could have been no difficulty in its recognition by friends. The dress was much torn and otherwise disordered in the outer garment. A slip about a foot wide had been torn upward from the bottom hem to the waist, but not torn off. It was wound 3 times around the waist and secured by a sort of hitch in the back. The dress immediately beneath the frock was of fine muslin, and from this a slip 18 inches wide had been torn entirely out, torn very evenly, and with great care it was found around her neck, fitting loosely, and secured with a hard knot over this muslin slip and the slip of lace. The strings of a bonnet were attached, the bonnet being appended. The knot by which the strings of the bonnet were fastened was not a lady's, but a slip or sailor's knot. After the recognition of the corpse, it was not as usual taken to the morgue, this formality being superfluous, but hastily interred, not far from the spot at which it was brought ashore. Through the exertions of Beauvais, the matter was industriously hushed up as far as possible, and several days had elapsed before any public emotion resulted. A weekly paper 9, however, at length took up the theme. The corpse was disinterred, and a re-examination instituted, but nothing was elicited beyond what has been already noted. The clothes, however, were now submitted to the mother and friends of the deceased, and fully identified as those worn by the girl upon leaving home. Meantime, the excitement increased hourly. Several individuals were arrested and discharged. St. Eustache fell especially under suspicion, and he failed at first to give an intelligible account of his whereabouts during the Sunday on which Marie left home. Subsequently, however, he submitted to Monsieur G affidavits, accounting satisfactorily for every hour of the day in question. As time passed and no discovery ensued, 1,000 contradictory rumors were circulated, and journalists busied themselves in suggestions. Among these, the one which attracted the most notice was the idea that Marie Roget still lived, that the corpse found in the Seine was that of some other unfortunate. It will be proper that I submit to the reader some passages which embody the suggestion alluded to. These passages are literal translations from L. et al. 10, a paper conducted in general with much ability. Mademoiselle Roget left her mother's house on Sunday morning, June the 22nd, 18, with the ostensible purpose of going to see her aunt or some other connection in the Rue d'Estromes. From that hour nobody is proved to have seen her. There is no trace or tidings of her at all. There has no person would ever come forward so far who saw her at all on that day, after she left her mother's door. Now, though we have no evidence that Marie Roget was in the land of the living after 9 o'clock on Sunday, June the 22nd, we have proof that up to that hour she was alive on Wednesday noon, at 12. A female body was discovered afloat on the shore of the Barrière de Roule. This was even if we presume that Marie Roget was thrown into the river within 3 hours, after she left her mother's house only 3 days from the time. She left her home 3 days to an hour. But it is folly to suppose that the murder, if murder was committed on her body, could have been consummated soon enough to have enabled her murderers to throw the body into the river. Before midnight, those who are guilty of such horrid crimes choose darkness rather the light. Thus we see that if the body found in the river was that of Marie Roget, it could only have been in the water 2.5 days or 3 at the outside. All experience has shown that drowned bodies or bodies thrown into the water immediately after death by violence require from 6 to 10 days for decomposition to take place to bring them to the top of the water, even where a cannon is fired over a corpse. And it rises before at least 5 or 6 days immersion. It sinks again. If let alone now, we ask what was there in this case to cause a departure from the ordinary course of nature, if the body had been kept in its mangled state on shore, until Tuesday night some trace would be found on shore of the murderers. It is a doubtful point, also, whether the body would be so soon afloat even were it thrown in after having been dead 2 days, and furthermore, it is exceedingly improbable that any villains who had committed such a murder, as is here supposed, would have thrown the body in without weight to sink it, when such a precaution could have so easily been taken. The editor here proceeds to argue that the body must have been in the water not 3 days merely, but at least 5 times 3 days, because it was so far decomposed that Beauvais had great difficulty in recognizing it. This latter point, however, was fully disproved. I continue the translation. What then are the facts on which Roman 1000 Beauvais says that he has no doubt the body was that of Marie Roget? He ripped up the gown sleeve, and says he found marks which satisfied him of the identity. The public generally supposed those marks to have consisted of some description of scars. He rubbed the arm and found hair upon it, something as indefinite, we think, as can readily be imagined, as little conclusive as finding an arm in the sleeve. Roman 1000 Beauvais did not return that night, but sent word to Madame Roget at 7 o'clock on Wednesday evening that an investigation was still in progress respecting her daughter, if we allow that Madame Roget from her age and grief could not go over, which is allowing a great deal. There certainly must have been someone who would have thought it worth while to go over and attend the investigation. If they thought the body was that of Marie, nobody went over. There was nothing said or heard about the matter in the Rue Pavie Saint Andre that reached even the occupants of the same building. Roman 1000 Eustache, the lover and intended husband of Marie, who boarded in her mother's house, deposes that he did not hear of the discovery of the body of his intended until the next morning, when Roman 1000 Beauvais came into his chamber and told him of it. For an item of news like this, it strikes us, it was very coolly received. In this way, the journal endeavored to create the impression of an apathy on the part of the relatives of Marie, inconsistent with the supposition that these relatives believed the corpse to be hers. Its insinuations amount to this: that Marie, with the connivance of her friends, had absented herself from the city for reasons involving a charge against her chastity, and that these friends, upon the discovery of a corpse in the Seine, somewhat resembling that of the girl, had availed themselves of the opportunity to impress the public with the belief of her death. But Edgar was again overhasty. It was distinctly proved that no apathy such as was imagined existed, that the old lady was exceedingly feeble and so agitated as to be unable to attend to any duty. That St. Eustache, so far from receiving the news coolly, was distracted with grief and bore himself so frantically that Roman 1000 Beauvais prevailed upon a friend and relative to take charge of him and prevent his attending the examination at the disinterment. Moreover, although it was stated by Edgar that the corpse was reinterred at the public expense, that an advantageous offer of private sculpture was absolutely declined by the family, and that no member of the family attended the ceremonial. Although, I say, all this was asserted by Edgar in furtherance of the impression it designed to convey it, all this was satisfactorily disproved. In a subsequent number of the paper, an attempt was made to throw suspicion upon Beauvais himself, the editor says. Now then, a change comes over the matter. We are told that on one occasion, while a Madame B was at Madame Roget's house, Roman 1000 Beauvais, who was going out, told her that a gendarme was expected there, and she, Madame B, must not say anything to the gendarme until he returned, but let the matter be for him in the present posture of affairs, Roman 1000 Bovice, appears to have the whole matter locked up in his head. A single step cannot be taken without Roman 1000 Bovice, for go which way you will you run against him. For some reason, he determined that nobody shall have anything to do with the proceedings but himself, and he has elbowed the male relatives out of the way, according to their representations, in a very singular manner. He seems to have been very much averse to permitting the relatives to see the body. By the following fact, some color was given to the suspicion, thus thrown upon Bovice, a visitor at his office, a few days prior to the girl's disappearance, and during the absence of its occupant had observed a rose in the keyhole of the door, and the name Marie inscribed upon a slate which hung near at hand. The general impression, so far as we were enabled to glean it from the newspapers, seemed to be that Marie had been the victim of a gang of desperados, that, by these, she had been borne across the river maltreated, and murdered le commercial. 11. However, a print of extensive influence was earnest in combating this popular idea. I quote a passage or two from its columns. We are persuaded that pursuit has hitherto been on a false scent so far as it has been directed to the Barrière du Roule. It is impossible that a person so well known to thousands, as this young woman was, should have passed 3 blocks without someone having seen her, and anyone who saw her would have remembered it, for she interested all who knew her. It was when the streets were full of people. When she went out, it is impossible that she could have gone to the Barrière du Roule or to the Rue des Drômes without being recognized by a dozen persons. Yet no one has come forward who saw her outside of her mother's door, and there is no evidence except the testimony concerning her expressed intentions that she did go out at all. Her gown was torn, bound round her, and tied, and by that the body was carried as a bundle. If the murder had been committed at the Barrière du Roule, there would have been no necessity for any such arrangement. The fact that the body was found floating near the barrière is no proof as to where it was thrown into the water. A piece of one of the unfortunate girl's petticoats 2 feet long and 1 foot wide was torn out and tied under her chin around the back of her head, probably to prevent screams. This was done by fellows who had no pocket handkerchief. A day or two before the prefect called upon us, however, some important information reached the police, which seemed to overthrow at least the chief portion of Le Commercial's argument. 2 small boys, sons of a Madame de Luc, while roaming among the woods near the Barrière du Roule, chanced to penetrate a close thicket within which were 3 or 4 large stones, forming a kind of seat with a back and footstool. On the upper stone lay a white petticoat, on the second a silk scarf, a parasol, gloves, and a pocket handkerchief were also here found. The handkerchief bore the name Marie Roget. Fragments of dress were discovered on the brambles around. The earth was trampled, the bushes were broken, and there was every evidence of a struggle between the thicket and the river. The fences were found taken down, and the ground bore evidence of some heavy burthen having been dragged along it. A weekly paper, Le Solo 12, had the following comments upon this discovery, comments which merely echoed the sentiment of the whole Parisian press. The things had all evidently been there at least 3 or 4 weeks. They were all mildewed down hard with the action of the rain, and stuck together from mildew. The grass had grown around, and over some of them, the silk on the parasol was strong, but the threads of it were run together within the upper part, where it had been doubled and folded, was all mildewed and rotten and tore on its being opened. The pieces of her frock torn out by the bushes were about 3 inches wide and 6 inches long. One part was the hem of the frock, and it had been mended. The other piece was part of the skirt, not the hem. They looked like strips torn off, and were on the thorn bush about a foot from the ground. There can be no doubt, therefore, that the spot of this appalling outrage has been discovered. Consequent upon this discovery, new evidence appeared. Madame de Luc testified that she keeps a roadside inn not far from the bank of the river, opposite the Barrière du Roule. The neighborhood is secluded particularly, so it is the usual Sunday resort of blackguards from the city who cross the river in boats about 3 o'clock in the afternoon of the Sunday in question. A young girl arrived at the inn accompanied by a young man of dark complexion. The 2 remained here for some time. On their departure, they took the road to some thick woods in the vicinity. Madame de Luc's attention was called to the dress worn by the girl, on account of its resemblance to one worn by a deceased relative. A scarf was particularly noticed soon after the departure of the couple. A gang of miscreants made their appearance, behaved boisterously, ate and drank without making payment, followed in the route of the young man and girl, returned to the inn about dusk, and recrossed the river as if in great haste. It was soon after dark upon this same evening that Madame de Luc, as well as her eldest son, heard the screams of a female in the vicinity of the inn. The screams were violent but brief. Madame Roman 500 recognized not only the scarf which was found in the thicket, but the dress which was discovered upon the corpse in omnibus driver Valence 13 now also testified that he saw Marie Roget cross a ferry on the Seine on the Sunday in question, in company with a young man of dark complexion. He Valence knew Marie, and could not be mistaken in her identity. The articles found in the thicket were fully identified by the relatives of Marie. The items of evidence and information thus collected by myself from the newspapers at the suggestion of Dupin embraced only one more point, but this was a point of seemingly vast consequence. It appears that immediately after the discovery of the clothes as above, described the lifeless or nearly lifeless body of St. Eustache Mary's betrothed was found in the vicinity of what all now supposed the scene of the outrage. A phial labeled laudanum, and emptied was found near him. His breath gave evidence of the poison he died without speaking upon his person. Was found a letter briefly stating his love for Marie with his design of self-destruction. I need scarcely tell you, said Dupin, as he finished the perusal of my notes, that this is a far more intricate case than that of the Rue Morgue, from which it differs in one important respect. This is an ordinary, although an atrocious instance of crime. There is nothing peculiarly outre about it. You will observe that for this reason the mystery has been considered easy, when for this reason it should have been considered difficult of solution. Thus, at first it was thought unnecessary to offer a reward. The myrmidons of G were able at once to comprehend how and why such an atrocity might have been committed. They could picture to their imaginations a modemini, modesend, a motivemini motives. And because it was not impossible that either of these numerous modes and motives could have been the actual one, they have taken it for granted that one of them must, but the case with which these variable fancies were entertained, and the very plausibility which each assumed, should have been understood as indicative rather of the difficulties than of the facilities which must attend elucidation. I have before observed that it is by prominences above the plane of the ordinary that reason feels her way, if at all, in her search for the true, and that the proper question in cases such as this is not so much what has occurred as what has occurred that has never occurred before. In the investigations at the house of Madame L'Espanne 14, the agents of G were discouraged and confounded by that very unusualness which to a properly regulated intellect would have afforded the surest omen of success, while this same intellect might have been plunged in despair at the ordinary character of all that met the eye in the case of the perfumery girl, and yet told of nothing but easy triumph to the functionaries of the prefecture. In the case of Madame L'Espanne and her daughter, there was even at the beginning of our investigation no doubt that murder had been committed. The idea of suicide was excluded at once. Here, too, we are freed at the commencement from all supposition of self-murder. The body found at the Barrière du Roule was found under such circumstances as to leave us no room for embarrassment upon this important point. But it has been suggested that the corpse discovered is not that of the Marie Roget, for the conviction of whose assassin or assassins the reward is offered, and respecting whom solely our agreement has been arranged with the prefect. We both know this gentleman well. It will not do to trust him too far if, dating our inquiries from the body found, and thence tracing a murderer, we yet discover this body to be that of some other individual than Marie, or if starting from the living Marie we find her unassassinate. In either case we lose our labor, since it is Monsieur G with whom we have to deal for our own purpose. Therefore, if not for the purpose of justice, it is indispensable that our first step should be the determination of the identity of the corpse, with the Marie Roget who is missing. With the public the arguments of L. Edel have had weight, and that the journal itself is convinced of their importance, would appear from the manner in which it commences one of its essays upon the subject. Several of the morning papers of the day, it says, speak of the conclusive article in Monday's Edel. To me this article appears conclusive of little beyond the zeal of its inditer. We should bear in mind that in general it is the object of our newspapers rather to create a sensation to make a point than to further the cause of truth. The latter end is only pursued when it seems coincident with the former. The print, which merely falls in with ordinary opinion, however well founded this opinion, maybe earns for itself no credit with the mob. The mass of the people regard as profound only him who suggests pungent contradictions of the general idea in ratiocination, not less than in literature. It is the epigram which is the most immediately and the most universally appreciated in both. It is of the lowest order of merit. What I mean to say is that it is the mingled epigram and melodrame of the idea that Marie Roget still lives rather than any true plausibility in this idea, which have suggested it to L. Edel, and secured it a favorable reception with the public, Let us examine the heads of this journal's argument, endeavoring to avoid the incoherence with which it is originally set forth. The first aim of the writer is to show from the brevity of the interval between Mary's disappearance and the finding of the floating corpse that this corpse cannot be that of Marie. The reduction of this interval to its smallest possible dimension becomes thus at once an object with the reasoner in the rash pursuit of this object. He rushes into mere assumption at the outset. It is folly to suppose, he says, that the murder, if murder was committed on her body, could have been consummated soon enough to have enabled her murderers to throw the body into the river before midnight. We demand at once, and very naturally, why is it folly to suppose that the murder was committed within 5 minutes after the girl's quitting her mother's house? Why is it folly to suppose that the murder was committed at any given period of the day? There have been assassinations at all hours, but had the murder taken place at any moment between 9 o'clock in the morning of Sunday and a quarter before midnight, there would still have been time enough to throw the body into the river before midnight. This assumption then amounts precisely to this: that the murder was not committed on Sunday at Allan. If we allow L. Edel to assume this, we may permit it any liberties whatever. The paragraph beginning it is folly to suppose that the murder, etc., however it appears as printed in L. Edel, may be imagined to have existed actually thus. In the brain of its indicter, it is folly to suppose that the murder, if murder was committed on the body, could have been committed soon enough to have enabled her murderers to throw the body into the river before midnight. It is folly, we say, to suppose all this, and to suppose at the same time, as we are resolved to suppose, that the body was not thrown in until after midnight, a sentence sufficiently inconsequential in itself, but not so utterly preposterous as the one printed. Were it my purpose, continued Dupin, merely to make out a case against this passage of L. Edel's argument, I might safely leave it where it is. It is not, however, with L. Edel that we have to do, but with the truth. The sentence in question has but one meaning as it stands, and this meaning I have fairly stated, but it is material that we go behind the mere words for an idea which these words have obviously intended and failed to convey. It was the design of the journalist to say that at whatever period of the day or night of Sunday this murder was committed, it was improbable that the assassins would have ventured to bear the corpse to the river before midnight, and herein lies really the assumption of which I complain. It is assumed that the murder was committed at such a position, and under such circumstances, that the bearing it to the river became necessary. Now, the assassination might have taken place upon the river's brink, or on the river itself, and thus the throwing the corpse in the water might have been resorted to at any period of the day or night as the most obvious and most immediate mode of disposal. You will understand that I suggest nothing here as probable or as coincident with my own opinion. My design, so far, has no reference to the facts of the case. I wish merely to caution you against the whole tone of L. Edel's suggestion, by calling your attention to its ex parte character at the outset. Having prescribed thus a limit to suit its own preconceived notions, having assumed that if this were the body of Marie it could have been in the water but a very brief time, the journal goes on to say, all experience has shown that drowned bodies or bodies thrown into the water immediately after death by violence require from 6 to 10 days for sufficient decomposition to take place to bring them to the top of the water, even when a cannon is fired over a corpse, and it rises before at least 5 or 6 days' immersion. It sinks again if let alone. These assertions have been tacitly received by every paper in Paris, with the exception of Le Moniteur 15. This latter print endeavors to combat that portion of the paragraph, which has reference to drowned bodies, only by citing some 5 or 6 instances in which the bodies of individuals known to be drowned were found floating. After the lapse of less time than is insisted upon by L. Edel, but there is something excessively unphilosophical in the attempt on the part of Le Moniteur to rebut the general assertion of L. Edel by a citation of particular instances, militating against that assertion. Had it been possible to adduce 50 instead of 5 examples of bodies found floating at the end of 2 or 3 days, these 50 examples could still have been properly regarded only as exceptions to L. Edel's rule, until such time as the rule itself should be confuted admitting the rule. And this Le Moniteur does not deny insisting merely upon its exceptions. The argument of L. Edel is suffered to remain in full force, for this argument does not pretend to involve more than a question of the probability of the body having risen to the surface in less than 3 days, and this probability will be in favor of L. Edel's position, until the instances so childishly adduced shall be sufficient in number to establish an antagonistical rule. You will see at once that all argument upon this head should be urged, if at all, against the rule itself. And for this end, we must examine the rationale of the rule. Now, the human body in general is neither much lighter nor much heavier than the water of the Seine, that is to say, the specific gravity of the human body in its natural condition is about equal to the bulk of fresh water, which it displaces. The bodies of fat and fleshy persons with small bones, and of women generally, are lighter than those of the lean and largeboned and of men, and the specific gravity of the water of a river is somewhat influenced by the presence of the tide from sea, but leaving this tide out of question, it may be said that very few human bodies will sink at all, even in fresh water of their own accord. Almost anyone falling into a river will be enabled to float if he suffer the specific gravity of the water fairly to be adduced in comparison with his own, that is to say, if he suffer his whole person to be immersed with as little exception as possible. The proper position for one who cannot swim is the upright position of the walker on land with the head thrown fully back, and immersed the mouth and nostrils alone, remaining above the surface. Thus circumstanced, we shall find that we float without difficulty, and without exertion. It is evident, however, that the gravities of the body and of the bulk of water displaced are very nicely balanced, and that a trifle will cause either to preponderate. An arm, for instance, uplifted from the water, and thus deprived of its support, is an additional weight sufficient to immerse the whole head, while the accidental aid of the smallest piece of timber will enable us to elevate the head, so as to look about. Now, in the struggles of one unused to swimming, the arms are invariably thrown upwards, while an attempt is made to keep the head in its usual perpendicular position. The result is the immersion of the mouth and nostrils, and the inception during efforts to breathe while beneath the surface of water into the lungs. Much is also received into the stomach, and the whole body becomes heavier by the difference between the weight of the air originally distending these cavities and that of the fluid which now fills them. This difference is sufficient to cause the body to sink as a general rule, but is insufficient in the cases of individuals with small bones and an abnormal quantity of flaccid or fatty matter. Such individuals float even after drowning. The corpse being supposed at the bottom of the river will there remain until by some means its specific gravity again becomes less than that of the bulk of water which it displaces. This effect is brought about by decomposition or otherwise. The result of decomposition is the generation of gas distending the cellular tissues and all the cavities, and giving the puffed appearance which is so horrible when this distension has so far progressed that the bulk of the corpse is materially increased without corresponding increase of mass or weight. Its specific gravity becomes less than that of the water displaced, and it forthwith makes its appearance at the surface. But decomposition is modified by innumerable circumstances, hastened or retarded by innumerable agencies, for example, by the heat or cold of the season, by the mineral impregnation or purity of the water, by its depth or shallowness, by its currency or stagnation, by the temperament of the body, by its infection or freedom from disease before death. Thus it is evident that we can assign no period with anything like accuracy at which the corpse shall rise through decomposition under certain conditions. This result would be brought about within an hour under others. It might not take place at all. There are chemical infusions by which the animal frame can be preserved forever from corruption. The bichloride of mercury is one, but apart from decomposition, there may be, and very usually is, a generation of gas within the stomach from the acetous fermentation of vegetable matter, or within other cavities from other causes sufficient to induce a distension, which will bring the body to the surface. The effect produced by the firing of a cannon is that of simple vibration. This may either loosen the corpse from the soft mud or ooze in which it is embedded, thus permitting it to rise when other agencies have already prepared it for so doing, or it may overcome the tenacity of some putrescent portions of the cellular tissue, allowing the cavities to distend under the influence of the gas. Having thus before us the whole philosophy of this subject, we can easily test by it the assertions of L. et al. All experience shows, says this paper, that drowned bodies or bodies thrown into the water immediately after death by violence require from 6 to 10 days for sufficient decomposition to take place to bring them to the top of the water, even when a cannon is fired over a corpse, and it rises before at least 5 or 6 days immersion. It sinks again if let alone. The whole of this paragraph must now appear a tissue of inconsequence and incoherence. All experience does not show that drowned bodies require from 6 to 10 days for sufficient decomposition to take place to bring them to the surface. Both science and experience show that the period of their rising is, and necessarily must be, indeterminate. If moreover a body has risen to the surface through firing of cannon, it will not sink again, if let alone, until decomposition has so far progressed as to permit the escape of the generated gas. But I wish to call your attention to the distinction, which is made between drowned bodies and bodies thrown into the water immediately after death by violence. Although the writer admits the distinction, he yet includes them all in the same category. I have shown how it is that the body of a drowning man becomes specifically heavier than its bulk of water, and that he would not sink at all, except for the struggles by which he elevates his arms above the surface, and his gasps for breath, while beneath the surface gasps, which supply by water the place of the original air in the lungs. But these struggles and these gasps would not occur in the body thrown into the water immediately after death by violence. Thus in the latter instance the body as a general rule would not sink at all, a fact of which L. et al. Is evidently ignorant, when decomposition had proceeded to a very great extent, when the flesh had in a great measure left the bones. Then indeed, but not till then should we lose sight of the corpse. And now, what are we to make of the argument that the body found could not be that of Marie Roget, because 3 days only having elapsed, this body was found floating? If drowned being a woman, she might never have sunk, or having sunk, might have reappeared in 24 hours or less. But no one supposes her to have been drowned, and dying before being thrown into the river, she might have been found floating at any period afterwards whatever. But says L. et al., if the body had been kept in its mangled state on shore, until Tuesday night some trace would be found on shore of the murderers here, it is at first difficult to perceive the intention of the reasoner. He means, to anticipate what he imagines, would be an objection to his theory of is, that the body was kept on shore 2 days suffering rapid decomposition, more rapid than if immersed in water. He supposes that had this been the case it might have appeared at the surface on the Wednesday, and thinks that only under such circumstances it could so have appeared. He is accordingly in haste to show that it was not kept on shore, for if so some trace would be found on shore of the murderers. I presume you smile at the sequitur. You cannot be made to see how the mere duration of the corpse on the shore could operate to multiply traces of the assassins, nor can Roman 1, and furthermore, it is exceedingly improbable, continues our journal, that any villains who had committed such a murder as is here supposed would have thrown the body in without weight to sink it, when such a precaution could have so easily been taken. Observe here the laughable confusion of thought. No one, not even L. et al. Disputes the murder committed on the body, found the marks of violence are too obvious. It is our reasoners object merely to show that this body is not Mary's. He wishes to prove that Marie is not assassinate, not that the corpse was not. Yet his observation proves only the latter point. Here is a corpse without weight attached. Murderers casting it in would not have failed to attach a weight, therefore it was not thrown in by murderers. This is all which is proved. If anything is, the question of identity is not even approached, and L. et al. Has been at great pains merely to gainsay now what it has admitted only a moment before we are perfectly convinced. It says that the body found was that of a murdered female. Nor is this the sole instance, even in this division of his subject, where our reasoner unwittingly reasons against himself. His evident object, I have already said, is to reduce as much as possible the interval between Mary's disappearance and the finding of the corpse. Yet we find him urging the point that no person saw the girl from the moment of her leaving her mother's house. We have no evidence, he says, that Marie Roget was in the land of the living after 9 o'clock on Sunday, June the 22nd. As his argument is obviously an ex part 1, he should at least have left this matter out of sight. For had anyone been known to see Marie, say, on Monday or on Tuesday, the interval in question would have been much reduced, and by his own ratiocination, the probability much diminished of the corpse being that of the grisette. It is nevertheless amusing to observe that L. et al. Insists upon its point, in the full belief of its furthering its general argument. Reperuse now that portion of this argument which has reference to the identification of the corpse by Bovies in regard to the hair upon the arm. L. et al. Has been obviously disingenuous. Roman 1000 Bovies, not being an idiot, could never have urged in identification of the corpse simply hair upon its arm. No arm is without hair. The generality of the expression of L. et al. Is a mere perversion of the witness phraseology. He must have spoken of some peculiarity in this hair. It must have been a peculiarity of color, of quantity, of length, or of situation. Her foot, says the journal, was small, so are thousands of feet. Her garter is no proof whatever. Is her shoe, for shoes and garters are sold in packages. The same may be said of the flowers in her hat. One thing, upon which Roman 1000 Bovies strongly insists, is that the clasp on the garter found had been set back. To take it in this amounts to nothing, for most women find it proper to take a pair of garters home and fit them to the size of the limbs. They are to encircle rather than to try them in the store where they purchase. Here it is difficult to suppose the reasoner in earnest had Roman 1000 Bovies in his search for the body of Marie. discovered a corpse corresponding in general size and appearance to the missing girl, he would have been warranted without reference to the question of habiliment at all, informing an opinion that his search had been successful, if, in addition to the point of general size and contour, he had found upon the arm a peculiar hairy appearance which he had observed upon the living Marie. His opinion might have been justly strengthened, and the increase of positiveness might well have been in the ratio of the peculiarity or unusualness of the hairy mark. If the feet of Marie being small those of the corpse were also small, the increase of probability that the body was that of Marie would not be an increase in a ratio merely arithmetical, but in one highly geometrical or accumulative. Add to all this shoes, such as she had been known to wear upon the day of her disappearance, and although these shoes may be sold in packages, you so far augment the probability as to verge upon the certain, what of itself would be no evidence of identity, becomes through its corroborative position proof. Most sure give us then flowers in the hat, corresponding to those worn by the missing girl. And we seek for nothing farther. If only one flower, we seek for nothing farther. What then? If two or three or more, each successive one is multiple evidence of proof, not added to proof, but multiplied by hundreds or thousands. Let us now discover upon the deceased garters such as the living used. And it is almost folly to proceed, but these garters are found to be tightened by the setting back of a clasp, in just such a manner as her own had been tightened by Marie shortly previous to her leaving home. It is now madness or hypocrisy to doubt what L. Edel says in respect to this abbreviation of the garters, being an usual occurrence, shows nothing beyond its own pertinacity in error the elastic nature of. The clasp garter is self-demonstration of the unusualness of the abbreviation. What is made to adjust itself must of necessity require foreign adjustment. But rarely it must have been by an accident in its strictest sense that these garters of Marie needed the tightening described. They alone would have amply established her identity. But it is not that the corpse was found to have the garters of the missing girl, or found to have her shoes or her bonnet, or the flowers of her bonnet, or her feet, or a peculiar mark upon the arm, or her general size and appearance. It is that the corpse had each and all collectively. Could it be proved that the editor of L. Edel really entertained a doubt under the circumstances, there would be no need in his case of a commission de lunatico inquirendo. He has thought it sagacious to echo the small talk of the lawyers, who for the most part content themselves with echoing the rectangular precepts of the courts. I would here observe that very much of what is rejected as evidence by a court is the best of evidence to the intellect, for the court guiding itself by the general principles of evidentia, recognized and booked principlicis averse, from swerving at particular instances, and this steadfast adherence to principle with rigorous disregard of the conflicting exception, is a sure mode of attaining the maximum of attainable truth in any long sequence of time. The practice in mass is therefore philosophical, but it is not the less certain that it engenders vast individual error. 16. In respect to the insinuations leveled at Beauvais, you will be willing to dismiss them in a breath. You have already fathomed the true character of this good gentleman. He is a busybody with much of romance, and little of wit. Anyone so constituted will readily so conduct himself upon occasion of real excitement as to render himself liable to suspicion on the part of the over-acute or the ill-disposed Roman. 1000 Beauvais, as it appears from your notes, had some personal interviews with the editor of L. Edel, and offended him by venturing an opinion that the corpse, notwithstanding the theory of the editor, was in sober fact that of Marie. He persists, says the paper, in asserting the corpse to be that of Marie, but cannot give a circumstance, in addition to those which we have commented upon, to make others believe. Now, without reverting to the fact that stronger evidence to make others believe could never have been adduced, it may be remarked that a man may very well be understood to believe, in a case of this kind, without the ability to advance a single reason for the belief of a second party. Nothing is more vague than impressions of individual identity. Each man recognizes his neighbor, yet there are few instances in which anyone is prepared to give a reason for his recognition. The editor of L. Edel had no right to be offended at Roman 1000 Beauvais' unreasoning belief. The suspicious circumstances which invest him will be found to tally much better with my hypothesis of romantic busybodyism than with the reasoner's suggestion of guilt. Once adopting the more charitable interpretation, we shall find no difficulty in comprehending the rose in the keyhole, the Marie upon the slate, the elbowing the male relatives out of the way, the aversion to permitting them to see the body, the caution given to Madame B that she must hold no conversation with the gendarme until his return Beauvais, and lastly, his apparent determination that nobody should have anything to do with the proceedings except himself. It seems to me unquestionable that Beauvais was a suitor of Mary's, that she coquetted with him, and that he was ambitious of being thought to enjoy her fullest intimacy and confidence, I shall say nothing more upon this point. And as the evidence fully rebuts the assertion of L. Edel touching the matter of apathy on the part of the mother, and other relatives in apathy, inconsistent with the supposition of their believing the corpse to be that of the perfumer girl, we shall now proceed as if the question of identity were settled to our perfect satisfaction. And what I here demanded, do you think of the opinions of Le Commercial? That in spirit they are far more worthy of attention than any which have been promulgated upon the subject. The deductions from the premises are philosophical and acute, but the premises in two instances at least are founded in imperfect observation. Le Commercial wishes to intimate that Marie was seized by some gang of low ruffians not far from her mother's door. It is impossible, it urges, that a person so well known to thousands as this young woman was should have passed 3 blocks without someone having seen her. This is the idea of a man long resident in Paris, a public man and one whose walks to and fro in the city have been mostly limited to the vicinity of the public offices. He is aware that he seldom passes so far as a dozen blocks from his own bureau without being recognized and accosted, and knowing the extent of his personal acquaintance with others and of others with him, he compares his notoriety with that of the perfumer. A girl finds no great difference between them, and reaches at once the conclusion that she in her walks would be equally liable to recognition with himself in his. This could only be the case were her walks of the same unvarying methodical character, and within the same species of limited region, as are his own. He passes to and fro at regular intervals within a confined periphery, abounding in individuals who are led to observation of his person, through interest in the kindred nature of his occupation with their own. But the walks of Marie may in general be supposed discursive. In this particular instance, it will be understood as most probable that she proceeded upon a route of more than average diversity from her accustomed ones. The parallel which we imagine to have existed in the mind of Le Commercial would only be sustained in the event of the two individuals traversing the whole city. In this case, granting the personal acquaintances to be equal, the chances would be also equal that an equal number of personal rencounters would be made. For my own part, I should hold it not only as possible, but as very far more than probable that Marie might have proceeded at any given period by any one of the many routes between her own residence and that of her aunt without meeting a single individual whom she knew or by whom she was known. In viewing this question in its full and proper light, we must hold steadily in mind the great disproportion between the personal acquaintances of even the most noted individual in Paris and the entire population of Paris itself. But whatever force there may still appear to be in the suggestion of Le Commercial will be much diminished when we take into consideration the hour at which the girl went abroad. It was when the streets were full of people, says Le Commercial, that she went out, but not so. It was at 9 o'clock in the morning, now at 9 o'clock of every morning in the week, with the exception of Sunday. The streets of the city are, it is true, thronged with people at 9. On Sunday, the populace are chiefly within doors preparing for church. No observing person can have failed to notice the peculiarly deserted air of the town. From about 8 until 10 on the morning of every Sabbath, between 10 and 11, the streets are thronged, but not at so early a period as that designated. There is another point at which there seems a deficiency of observation on the part of Le Commercial. A piece, it says, of one of the unfortunate girl's petticoats 2 feet long and 1 foot wide was torn out and tied under her chin and around the back of her head, probably to prevent screams. This was done by fellows who had no pocket handkerchiefs. Whether this idea is or is not well founded, we will endeavor to see hereafter. But by fellows who have no pocket handkerchiefs, the editor intends the lowest class of ruffians. These, however, are the very description of people who will always be found to have handkerchiefs, even when destitute of shirts. You must have had occasion to observe how absolutely indispensable of late years to the thorough blackguard has become the pocket handkerchief. And what are we to think, I asked, of the article in Le Soleil? That it is a vast pity its inditer was not born a Puritan, which case he would have been the most illustrious parrot of his race. He has merely repeated the individual items of the already published opinion, collecting them with a laudable industry from this paper. And from that the things had all evidently been there, he says, at least 3 or 4 weeks, and there can be no doubt that the spot of this appalling outrage has been discovered. The facts here restated by Le Soleil are very far indeed from removing my own doubts upon this subject, and we will examine them more particularly hereafter, in connection with another division of the theme. At present, we must occupy ourselves with other investigations. You cannot fail to have remarked the extreme laxity of the examination of the corpse. To be sure, the question of identity was readily determined, or should have been, but there were other points to be ascertained. Had the body been in any respect despoiled? Had the deceased any articles of jewelry about her person upon leaving home? If so, had she any when found? These are important questions, utterly untouched by the evidence. And there are others of equal moment which have met with no attention. We must endeavor to satisfy ourselves by personal inquiry. The case of St. Eustache must be re-examined. I have no suspicion of this person, but let us proceed methodically. We will ascertain beyond a doubt the validity of the affidavits in regard to his whereabouts on the Sunday. Affidavits of this character are readily made matter of mystification should there be nothing wrong here. However, we will dismiss St. Eustache from our investigations. His suicide, however corroborative of suspicion, were there found to be deceit in the affidavits, is without such deceit in no respect an unaccountable circumstance, or one which need cause us to deflect from the line of ordinary analysis. In that which I now propose, we will discard the interior points of this tragedy, and concentrate our attention upon its outskirts. Not the least usual error in investigations such as this is the limiting of inquiry to the immediate with total disregard of the collateral or circumstantial events. It is the malpractice of the courts to confine evidence and discussion to the bounds of apparent relevancy. Yet experience has shown, and a true philosophy will always show, that a vast, perhaps the larger portion of truth, arises from the seemingly irrelevant. It is through the spirit of this principle, if not precisely through its letter, that modern science has resolved to calculate upon the unforeseen. But perhaps you do not comprehend me. The history of human knowledge has so uninterruptedly shown that to collateral or incidental or accidental events, we are indebted for the most numerous and most valuable discoveries, that it has at length become necessary, in any prospective view of improvement, to make not only large, but the largest allowances for inventions that shall arise by chance, and quite out of the range of ordinary expectation. It is no longer philosophical to base upon what has been a vision of what is to be accident, is admitted as a portion of the substructure. We make chance a matter of absolute calculation. We subject the unlooked for and unimagined to the mathematical formulae of the schools. I repeat that it is no more than fact that the larger portion of all truth has sprung from the collateral, and it is but in accordance with the spirit of the principle involved in this fact that I would divert inquiry, in the present case, from the trodden and hitherto unfruitful ground of the event itself to the contemporary circumstances which surround it. While you ascertain the validity of the affidavits, I will examine the newspapers more generally than you have as yet done. So far, we have only reconnoitered the field of investigation. But it will be strange indeed if a comprehensive survey, such as I propose of the public prints, will not afford us some minute points, which shall establish a direction for inquiry. In pursuance of Dupin's suggestion, I made scrupulous examination of the affair of the affidavits. The result was a firm conviction of their validity, and of the consequent innocence of St. Eustache. In the meantime, my friend occupied himself with what seemed to me a minuteness altogether objectless, in a scrutiny of the various newspaper files. At the end of a week, he placed before me the following extracts. About 3 years and a half ago, a disturbance very similar to the present was caused by the disappearance of this same Marie Roget from the parfumerie of Monsieur Leblanc in the Palais Royal. At the end of a week, however, she reappeared at her customary comptoir, as well as ever, with the exception of a slight paleness not altogether usual. It was given out by Monsieur Leblanc and her mother that she had merely been on a visit to some friend in the country, and the affair was speedily hushed up. We presume that the present absence is a freak of the same nature, and that at the expiration of a week or perhaps of a month, we shall have her among us again. Evening Paper, Monday, June 23, 17. An evening journal of yesterday refers to a former mysterious disappearance of Mademoiselle Roget. It is well known that, during the week of her absence from Leblanc's parfumerie, she was in the company of a young naval officer much noted for his debaucheries. A quarrel, it is supposed, providentially led to her return home. We have the name of the Lothario in question, who is at present stationed in Paris, but for obvious reasons forbear to make it public. Le Mercury, Tuesday morning, June 24, 18. An outrage of the most atrocious character was perpetrated near this city the day before yesterday. A gentleman with his wife and daughter engaged about dusk the services of 6 young men who were idly rowing a boat to and fro near the banks of the Seine. To convey him across the river upon reaching the opposite shore, the three passengers stepped out, and had proceeded so far as to be beyond the view of the boat. When the daughter discovered that she had left in it her parasol, she returned, for it was seized by the gang, carried out into the stream, gagged, brutally treated, and finally taken to the shore, at a point not far from that at which she had originally entered the boat with her parents. The villains have escaped for the time, but the police are upon their trail, and some of them will soon be taken. Morning paper, June 25, 19. We have received one or two communications, the object of which is to fasten the crime of the late atrocity upon Menis 20, but as this gentleman has been fully exonerated by a loyal inquiry, and as the arguments of our several correspondents appear to be more zealous than profound, we do not think it advisable to make them public. Morning paper, June 28, 21. We have received several forcibly written communications, apparently from various sources, and which go far to render it a matter of certainty that the unfortunate Marie Roget has become a victim of one of the numerous bands of blackguards which infest the vicinity of the city. Upon Sunday, our own opinion is decidedly in favor of this supposition. We shall endeavor to make room for some of these arguments hereafter. Evening, paper, Tuesday, June 30, 122. On Monday, one of the bargemen connected with the revenue service saw an empty boat floating down the Seine. Sails were lying in the bottom of the boat. The bargeman towed it under the barge office. The next morning, it was taken from thence, without the knowledge of any of the officers. The rudder is now at the barge office. La Diligence, Thursday, June 26. Upon reading these various extracts, they not only seemed to me irrelevant, but I could perceive no mode in which any one of them could be brought to bear upon the matter in hand. I waited for some explanation from Dupin. It is not my present design, he said, to dwell upon the first and second of those extracts. I have copied them chiefly to show you the extreme remissness of the police, who, as far as I can understand from the prefect, have not troubled themselves in any respect with an examination of the naval officer alluded to. Yet it is mere folly to say that between the first and second disappearance of Marie there is no supposable connection. Let us admit the first elopement to have resulted in a quarrel between the lovers and the return home of the betrayed. We are now prepared to view a second elopement, if we know that an elopement has again taken place, as indicating a renewal of the betrayer's advances, rather than as the result of new proposals by a second individual. We are prepared to regard it as a making up of the old amour rather than as the commencement of a new one. The chances are 10 to 1 that he who had once eloped with Marie would again propose an elopement, rather than that she, to whom proposals of elopement had been made by one individual, should have them made to her by another. And here let me call your attention to the fact that the time elapsing between the first ascertained and the second supposed elopement is a few months more than the general period of the cruises of our metaphor. Had the lover been interrupted in his first villainy by the necessity of departure to sea, and had he seized the first moment of his return to renew the base designs, not yet altogether accomplished, or not yet altogether accomplished by him, of all these things we know nothing. You will say, however, that in the second instance there was no elopement, as imagined, certainly not, but are we prepared to say that there was not the frustrated design beyond St. Eustache, and perhaps Beauvais? We find no recognized, no open, no honorable suitors of Marie, of none other. Is there anything said? Who then is the secret lover of whom the relatives, at least most of them, know nothing, but whom Marie meets upon the morning of Sunday, and who is so deeply in her confidence that she hesitates not to remain with him until the shades of the evening descend amid the solitary groves of the Barrière du Roule? Who is that secret lover, I ask, of whom at least most of the relatives know nothing? And what means the singular prophecy of Madame Roget on the morning of Mary's departure? I fear that I shall never see Marie again. But if we cannot imagine Madame Roget privy to the design of elopement, may we not at least suppose this design entertained by the girl upon quitting home? She gave it to be understood that she was about to visit her aunt in the Rue des Drômes, and St. Eustache was requested to call for her at dark. Now, at first glance, this fact strongly militates against my suggestion, but let us reflect that she did meet some companion, and proceed with him across the river, reaching the Barrière du Roule at so late an hour as 3 o'clock in the afternoon is known. But in consenting so to accompany this individual for whatever purpose, though her mother, known or unknown, she must have thought of her expressed intention when leaving home, and of the surprise and suspicion aroused in the bosom of her affianced suitor, St. Eustache, when calling for her at the hour appointed in the Rue des Drômes, he should find that she had not been there, And when moreover upon returning to the pension, with this alarming intelligence, he should become aware of her continued absence from home, she must have thought of these things, I say. She must have foreseen the chagrin of St. Eustache, the suspicion of all she could not have thought of returning to brave this suspicion. But the suspicion becomes a point of trivial importance to her, if we suppose her not intending to return. We may imagine her thinking thus: I am to meet a certain person for the purpose of elopement, or for certain other purposes known only to myself. It is necessary that there be no chance of interruption. There must be sufficient time given us to elude pursuiti. Will give it to be understood that I shall visit and spend the day with my aunt at the Rue des Drômes. I will tell St. Eustache not to call for me until dark. In this way my absence from home, for the longest possible period, without causing suspicion or anxiety, will be accounted for, and I shall gain more time than in any other manner. If I bid St. Eustache call for me at dark, he will be sure not to call before, but if I wholly neglect to bid him call, my time for escape will be diminished, since it will be expected that I return the earlier, and my absence will the sooner excite anxiety. Now, if it were my design to return at Aleph, I had in contemplation merely a stroll with the individual in question. It would not be my policy to bid St. Eustache call, for calling he will be sure to ascertain that I have played him falsy, fact of which I might keep him forever in ignorance by leaving home, without notifying him of my intention, by returning before dark, and by then stating that I had been to visit my aunt in the Rue des Drômes. But as it is my design never to return, or not for some weeks or not, until certain concealments are effected, gaining of time is the only point about which I need give myself any concern. You have observed in your notes that the most general opinion in relation to this sad affair is, and was from the first, that the girl had been the victim of a gang of blackguards. Now the popular opinion, under certain conditions, is not to be disregarded when arising of itself, when manifesting itself in a strictly spontaneous manner. We should look upon it as analogous with that intuition, which is the idiosyncrasy of the individual man of genius. In 99 cases from the 100, I would abide by its decision. But it is important that we find no palpable traces of suggestion. The opinion must be rigorously the public's own, and the distinction is often exceedingly difficult to perceive and to maintain in the present instance. It appears to me that this public opinion in respect to a gang has been superinduced by the collateral event which is detailed in the third of my extracts. All Paris is excited by the discovered corpse of Marie, a girl young, beautiful, and notorious. This corpse is found bearing marks of violence and floating in the river. But it is now made known that at the very period, or about the very period, in which it is supposed that the girl was assassinated, an outrage, similar in nature to that endured by the deceased, although less in extent, was perpetuated by a gang of young ruffians upon the person of a second young female. Is it wonderful that the one known atrocity should influence the popular judgment in regard to the other unknown? This judgment awaited direction, and the known outrage seemed so opportunely to afford it. Marie, too, was found in the river, and upon this very river was this known outrage committed. The connection of the two events had about it so much of the palpable that the true wonder would have been a failure of the populace to appreciate and to seize it. But in fact, the one atrocity known to be so committed is, if anything, evidence that the other, committed at a time nearly coincident, was not so committed. It would have been a miracle indeed, if, while a gang of ruffians were perpetrating at a given locality a most unheard-of wrong, there should have been another similar gang in a similar locality in the same city, under the same circumstances, with the same means and appliances, engaged in a wrong of precisely the same aspect at precisely the same period of time. Yet in what, if not in this marvelous train of coincidence, does the accidentally suggested opinion of the populace call upon us to believe? Before proceeding farther, let us consider the supposed scene of the assassination in the thicket at the Barrière du Roule. This thicket, although dense, was in the close vicinity of a public road. Within were 3 or 4 large stones, forming a kind of seat, with a back and footstool. On the upper stone was discovered a white petticoat, on the second a silk scarf, a parasol, gloves, and a pocket handkerchief were also here found. The handkerchief bore the name Marie Roget. Fragments of dress were seen on the branches around. The earth was trampled, the bushes were broken, and there was every evidence of a violent struggle. Notwithstanding the acclamation with which the discovery of this thicket was received by the press, and the unanimity with which it was supposed to indicate the precise scene of the outrage, it must be admitted that there was some very good reason for doubt that it was the scene. I may, or I may not believe a but there was. Excellent reason for doubt had the true scene been, as Le Commercial suggested, in the neighborhood of the Rue Pavie Saint Andre, the perpetrators of the crime, supposing them still resident in Paris, would naturally have been stricken with terror at the public attention, thus acutely directed into the proper channel, and in certain classes of minds there would have arisen at once a sense of the necessity of some exertion to redivert this attention, and thus the thicket of the Barrière du Roule, having been already suspected the idea of placing the articles where they were found might have been naturally entertained, there is no real evidence, although Le Soleil so supposes that the articles discovered had been more than a very few days in the thicket, while there is much circumstantial proof that they could not have remained there without attracting attention during the 20 days elapsing between the fatal Sunday and the afternoon upon which they were found by the boys. They were all mildewed down hard, says Le Soleil, adopting the opinions of its predecessors with the action of the rain, and stuck together from mildew. The grass had grown around, and over some of them the silk of the parasol was strong, but the threads of it were run together within the upper part, where it had been doubled and folded, was all mildewed and rotten, and tore on being opened in respect to the grass having grown around, and over some of them. It is obvious that the fact could only have been ascertained from the words, and thus from the recollections of two small boys, for these boys removed the articles and took them home before they had been seen by a third party. But grass will grow especially in warm and damp, whether such as was that of the period of the murder, as much as 2 or 3 inches in a single day. A parasol lying upon a newly turfed ground might in a single week be entirely concealed from sight by the upspringing grass, and touching that mildew upon which the editor of Le Soleil so pertinaciously insists that he employs the word no less than 3 times in the brief paragraph just quoted. Is he really unaware of the nature of this mildew? Is he to be told that it is one of the many classes of fungus of which the most ordinary feature is its upspringing and decadence within 24 hours? Thus we see at a glance that what has been most triumphantly adduced in support of the idea that the articles had been for at least 3 or 4 weeks in the thicket is most absurdly null as regards any evidence of that fact. On the other hand, it is exceedingly difficult to believe that these articles could have remained in the thicket specified for a longer period than a single week, for a longer period than from one Sunday to the next. Those who know anything of the vicinity of Paris know the extreme difficulty of finding seclusion, unless at a great distance from its suburbs. Such a thing as an unexplored or even an unfrequently visited recess amid its woods or groves is not for a moment to be imagined. Let anyone who, being at heart a lover of nature, is yet chained by duty to the dust and heat of this great metropolis, let any such one attempt, even during the weekdays, to slake his thirst for solitude amid the scenes of natural loveliness which immediately surround us at every second step, he will find the growing charm dispelled by the voice and personal intrusion of some ruffian or party of carousing blackguards. He will seek privacy amid the densest foliage. All in vain. Here are the very nooks where the unwashed most abound. Here are the temples most desecrate with sickness of the heart. The wanderer will flee back to the polluted Paris, as to a less odious because less incongruous sink of pollution. But if the vicinity of the city is so beset during the working days of the week, how much more so on the Sabbath it is. Now especially that released from the claims of labor, or deprived of the customary opportunities of crime, the town blackguard seeks the precincts of the town, not through love of the rural which in his heart he despises, but by way of escape from the restraints and conventionalities of society. He desires less the fresh air and the green trees than the utter license of the country. Here at the roadside inn, or beneath the foliage of the woods, he indulges unchecked by any eye, except those of his boon companions, in all the mad excess of a counterfeit hilaritized joint offspring of liberty, and of rum I say nothing more than what must be obvious to every dispassionate observer, when I repeat that the circumstance of the articles in question having remained undiscovered for a longer period than from one Sunday to another in any thicket in the immediate neighborhood of Paris, is to be looked upon as little less than miraculous. But there are not wanting other grounds for the suspicion that the articles were placed in the thicket with the view of diverting attention from the real scene of the outrage. And first let me direct your notice to the date of the discovery of the articles. Collate this with the date of the 5th extract made by myself from the newspapers. You will find that the discovery followed almost immediately the urgent communications sent to the evening paper. These communications, although various and apparently from various sources, tended all to the same point, viz. The directing of attention to a gang as the perpetrators of the outrage, and to the neighborhood of the barriere du rule. As it's seen now here, of course, the suspicion is not that in consequence of these communications, or of the public attention by them, directed the articles were found by the boys, but the suspicion might and may well have been that the articles were not before found by the boys, for the reason that the articles had not before been in the thicket, having been deposited there only at so late a period, as at the date or shortly prior to the date of the communication, by the guilty authors of these communications themselves. This thicket was a singular and exceedingly singular one. It was unusually dense within its naturally walled enclosure, were three extraordinary stones forming a seat with a back and footstool, and this thicket, so full of a natural art, was in the immediate vicinity within a few rods of the dwelling of Madame de Luc, whose boys were in the habit of closely examining the shrubberies about them in search of the bark of the sassafras. Would it be a rash wager of 1,000 to 1 thet a day never passed over the heads of these boys, without finding at least one of them, ensconced in the umbrageous hall and enthroned upon its natural throne? Those who would hesitate at such a wager have either never been boys themselves, or have forgotten the boyish nature. I repeat, it is exceedingly hard to comprehend how the articles could have remained in this thicket, undiscovered for a longer period than 1 or 2 days, and that thus there is good ground for suspicion, in spite of the dogmatic ignorance of Le Solil, that they were at a comparatively late date deposited where found. But there are still other and stronger reasons for believing them so deposited than any which I have as yet urged. And now let me beg your notice to the highly artificial arrangement of the articles on the upper stone. Lay a white petticoat on the second, a silk scarf scattered around, were a parasol, gloves, and a pocket handkerchief bearing the name Marie Roget here, is just such an arrangement as would naturally be made by a not over-cute person, wishing to dispose the articles naturally. But it is by no means a really natural arrangement. I should rather have looked to see the things all lying on the ground, and trampled underfoot, in the narrow limits of that bower. It would have been scarcely possible that the petticoat and scarf should have retained a position upon the stones, when subjected to the brushing to and fro of many struggling persons. There was evidence, it is said, of a struggle, and the earth was trampled, the bushes were broken, but the petticoat and the scarf are found deposited as if upon shelves. The pieces of the frock torn out by the bushes were about 3 inches wide, and 6 inches long. One part was the hem of the frock, and it had been mended. They looked like strips torn off here, inadvertently. Le Solil has employed an exceedingly suspicious phrase. The pieces as described do indeed look like strips torn off, but purposely, and by hand. It is one of the rarest of accidents that a piece is torn off from any garment, such as is now in question, by the agency of a thorn. From the very nature of such fabrics, a thorn or nail, becoming entangled in them, tears them, rectangularly divides them into two longitudinal rents at right angles with each other, and meeting at an apex where the thorn enters, but it is scarcely possible to conceive the piece torn off. I never so knew it, nor did you, to tear a piece off from such fabric. Two distinct forces in different directions will be in almost every case required. If there be two edges to the fabric, if, for example, it be a pocket handkerchief, and it is desired to tear from it a slip, then, and then only will the one force serve the purpose. But in the present case, the question is of a dress presenting but one edge. To tear a piece from the interior where no edge is presented could only be effected by a miracle through the agency of thorns, and no one thorn could accomplish it. But even where an edge is presented, two thorns will be necessary, operating the one in two distinct directions, and the other in one, and this in the supposition that the edge is unhemmed. If hemmed, the matter is nearly out of the question. We thus see the numerous and great obstacles in the way of pieces being torn off through the simple agency of thorns. Yet we are required to believe not only that one piece, but that many have been so torn, and one part, too, was the hem of the frock. Another piece was part of the skirt, not the hem, that is to say, was torn completely out through the agency of thorns from the uncaged interior of the dress. These, I say, are things which one may well be pardoned for disbelieving, yet taken collectively, they form perhaps less of reasonable ground for suspicion than the one startling circumstance of the articles having been left in this thicket at all by any murderers who had enough precaution to think of removing the corpse. You will not have apprehended me rightly, however, if you suppose it my design to deny this thicket, as the scene of the outrage. There might have been a wrong here, or more possibly an accident at Madame de Luc's, but in fact this is a point of minor importance. We are not engaged in an attempt to discover the scene, but to produce the perpetrators of the murder. What I have adduced, notwithstanding the minuteness with which I have adduced it, has been with the view, first, to show the folly of the positive and headlong assertions of Le Solil, but secondly, and chiefly to bring you by the most natural route to a further contemplation of the doubt, whether this assassination has or has not been the work of a gang. We will resume this question by mere allusion to the revolting details of the surgeon examined at the inquest. It is only necessary to say that his published inferences in regard to the number of ruffians have been properly ridiculed as unjust and totally baseless by all the reputable anatomists of Paris. Not that the matter might not have been as inferred, but that there was no ground for the inferences, there not much for another. Let us reflect now upon the traces of a struggle, and let me ask what these traces have been supposed to demonstrate a gang. But do they not rather demonstrate the absence of a gang? What struggle could have taken place, what struggle so violent and so enduring as to have left its traces in all directions between a weak and defenseless girl? And the gang of ruffians imagined the silent grasp of a few rough arms, and all would have been over. The victim must have been absolutely passive at there. Well, you will here bear in mind that the arguments urged against the thicket, as the scene are applicable in chief part only against it, as the scene of an outrage committed by more than a single individual, if we imagine but one violator we can conceive, and thus only conceive the struggle of so violent and so obstinate a nature as to have left the traces apparent. And again, I have already mentioned the suspicion to be excited by the fact that the articles in question were suffered to remain at all in the thicket, where discovered it seems almost impossible that these evidences of guilt should have been accidentally left where found there was sufficient presence of mind, it is supposed to remove the corpse. And yet a more positive evidence than the corpse itself, whose features might have been quickly obliterated by decay, is allowed to lie conspicuously in the scene of the outrage. I allude to the handkerchief with the name of the deceased. If this was accident, it was not the accident of a gang, we can imagine it, only the accident of an individual. Let us see an individual has committed the murder. He is alone with the ghost of the departed. He is appalled by what lies motionless before him. The fury of his passion is over, and there is abundant room in his heart for the natural awe of the deed. His is none of that confidence which the presence of numbers inevitably inspires. He is alone with the dead. He trembles and is bewildered. Yet there is a necessity for disposing of the corpse. He bears it to the river, but leaves behind him the other evidences of guilt, for it is difficult, if not impossible, to carry all the burthen at once, and it will be easy to return for what is left. But in his toilsome journey to the water, his fears redouble within him. The sounds of life encompass his path. A dozen times he hears or fancies the step of an observer. Even the very lights from the city bewilder him. Yet in time, and by long and frequent pauses of deep agony, he reaches the river's brink and disposes of his ghastly charge, perhaps through the medium of a boat. But now what treasure does the world hold? What thread of vengeance could it hold out which would have power to urge the return of that lonely murderer over that toilsome and perilous path to the thicket and its blood-chilling recollections? He returns, not let the consequences be what they may. He could not return. If he would, his sole thought is immediate escape. He turns his back forever upon those dreadful shrubberies and flees as from the wrath to come. But how with a gang? Their number would have inspired them with confidence, if indeed confidence is ever wanting in the breast of the errant blackguard, and of errant blackguards alone, are the supposed gangs ever constituted. Their number, I say, would have prevented the bewildering and unreasoning terror which I have imagined to paralyze the single man. Could we suppose an oversight in one or two or three? This oversight would have been remedied by a fourth. They would have left nothing behind them, for their number would have enabled them to carry all at once. There would have been no need of return. Consider now the circumstance that in the outer garment of the corpse, when found a slip about a foot wide, had been torn upward from the bottom, hem to the waist wound 3 times round the waist, and secured by a sort of hitch in the back. This was done with the obvious design of affording a handle by which to carry the body. But would any number of men have dreamed of resorting to such an expedient? To 3 or 4, the limbs of the corpse would have afforded not only a sufficient, but the best possible hold. The device is that of a single individual, and this brings us to the fact that between the thicket and the river, the rails of the fences were found taken down, and the ground bore evident traces of some heavy burden having been dragged along it. But would a number of men have put themselves to the superfluous trouble of taking down a fence for the purpose of dragging through it a corpse which they might have lifted over any fence in an instant? Would a number of men have so dragged a corpse at all as to have left evident traces of the dragging? And here we must refer to an observation of Le Commercial, an observation upon which I have already in some measure commented a piece. says this journal of one of the unfortunate girl's petticoats was torn out and tied under her chin and around the back of her head, probably to prevent screams. This was done by fellows who had no pocket handkerchiefs. I have before suggested that a genuine blackguard is never without a pocket handkerchief. But it is not to this fact that I now especially advert that it was not through want of a handkerchief for the purpose imagined by Le Commercial that this bandage was employed is rendered apparent by the handkerchief left in the thicket, and that the object was not to prevent screams appears also from the bandage, having been employed in preference to what would so much better have answered the purpose. But the language of the evidence speaks of the strip in question as found around the neck fitting loosely and secured with a hard knot. These words are sufficiently vague, but differ materially from those of Le Commercial. The slip was 18 inches wide, and therefore, although of muslin, would form a strong band when folded or rumpled longitudinally, and thus rumpled it was discovered. My inference is this: the solitary murderer, having borne the corpse for some distance, whether from the thicket or elsewhere, by means of the bandage hitched around its middle, found the weight in this mode of procedure too much for his strength. He resolved to drag the burthened evidence. Goes to show that it was dragged with this object in view. It became necessary to attach something like a rope to one of the extremities. It could be best attached about the neck where the head would prevent its slipping off, and now the murderer bethought him, unquestionably of the bandage. About the loins he would have used this. But for its volution about the corpse, the hitch which embarrassed it, and the reflection that it had not been torn off from the garment, it was easier to tear a new slip from the petticoat he tore. It made it fast about the neck, and so dragged his victim to the brink of the river, that this bandage, only attainable with trouble and delay, and but imperfectly answering its purpose, that this bandage was employed at all, demonstrates that the necessity for its employment sprang from circumstances arising at a period when the handkerchief was no longer attainable, that is to say, arising, as we have imagined, after quitting the thicket, if the thicket it was, and on the road between the thicket and the river. But the evidence, you will say, of Madame de Luc points especially to the presence of a gang in the vicinity of the thicket at or about the epoch of the murder. This I grant. I doubt if there were not a dozen gangs, such as described by Madame de Luc, in and about the vicinity of the Barrière du Roule, at or about the period of this tragedy. But the gang which has drawn upon itself the pointed animadversion, although the somewhat tardy and very suspicious evidence of Madame de Luc, is the only gang which is represented by that honest and scrupulous old lady as having eaten her cakes and swallowed her brandy without putting themselves to the trouble of making her payment et hinc ill. But what is the precise evidence of Madame de Luc? A gang of miscreants made their appearance, behaved boisterously, ate and drank, without making payment, followed in the route of the young man and girl, returned to the inn about dusk, and recrossed the river as if in great haste. Now this great haste very possibly seemed greater haste in the eyes of Madame de Luc, since she dwelt lingeringly and lamentingly upon her violated cakes and alecakes, an ale for which she might still have entertained a faint hope of compensation. Why otherwise, since it was about dusk, should she make a point of the haste? It is no cause for wonder, surely, that even a gang of blackguards should make haste to get home when a wide river is to be crossed in small boats, when storm impends, and when night approaches. I say approaches, for the night had not yet arrived. It was only about dusk that the indecent haste of these miscreants offended the sober eyes of Madame de Luc. But we are told that it was upon this very evening that Madame de Luc, as well as her eldest son, heard the screams of a female in the vicinity of the inn. And in what words does Madame de Luc designate the period of the evening at which these screams were heard? It was soon after dark, she says, but soon after dark is at least dark, and about dusk is as certainly daylight. Thus, it is abundantly clear that the gang quitted the Barrière du Roule prior to the screams overheard by Madame de Luc. And although in all the many reports of the evidence, the relative expressions in question are distinctly and invariably employed, just as I have employed them in this conversation with yourself, no notice whatever of the gross discrepancy has as yet been taken by any of the public journals, or by any of the myrmidons of police. I shall add but one to the arguments against a gang, but this one has to my own understanding at least a weight altogether irresistible, under the circumstances of large reward offered, and full pardon to any king's evidence. It is not to be imagined for a moment that some member of a gang of low ruffians, or of any body of men, would not long ago have betrayed his accomplices. Each one of a gang so placed is not so much greedy of reward or anxious for escape as fearful of betrayal. He betrays eagerly and early, that he may not himself be betrayed, that the secret has not been divulged, is the very best of proof that it is in fact a secret. The horrors of this dark deed are known only to one or two living human beings, and to God. Let us sum up now the meager yet certain fruits of our long analysis. We have attained the idea either of a fatal accident under the roof of Madame de Luc, or of a murder perpetrated in the thicket at the Barrière du Roule by a lover, or at least by an intimate and secret associate of the deceased. This associate is of swarthy complexion, this complexion the hitch in the bandage, and the sailor's knot with which the bonnet ribbon is tied. Point to a seaman, his companionship with the deceased a gay, but not an abject young girl designates him, as above the grade of the common sailor. Here the well-written and urgent communications to the journals are much in the way of corroboration. The circumstance of the first elopement, as mentioned by Le Mercury, tends to blend the idea of this seaman with that of the naval officer, who is first known to have led the unfortunate into crime. And here most fitly comes the consideration of the continued absence of him of the dark complexion. Let me pause to observe that the complexion of this man is dark and swarthy. It was no common swarthiness, which constituted the sole point of remembrance, both as regards Valence and Madame de Luc. But why is this man absent? Was he murdered by the gang? If so, why are there only traces of the assassinated girl? The scene of the two outrages will naturally be supposed identical. And where is his corpse? The assassins would most probably have disposed of both in the same way. But it may be said that this man lives, and is deterred from making himself known, through dread of being charged. With the murder, this consideration might be supposed to operate upon him. No, at this late period, since it has been given in evidence that he was seen with Mary, but it would have had no force at the period of the deed. The first impulse of an innocent man would have been to announce the outrage. And to aid in identifying the ruffians, this policy would have suggested he had been seen with the girl, he had crossed the river with her, in an open ferryboat. The denouncing of the assassins would have appeared even to an idiot the surest and sole means of relieving himself from suspicion. We cannot suppose him on the night of the fatal Sunday, both innocent himself and incognizant of an outrage committed, yet only under such circumstances. Is it possible to imagine that he would have failed if alive in the denouncement of the assassins? And what means are ours of attaining the truth? We shall find these means multiplying and gathering distinctness. As we proceed, let us sift to the bottom this affair of the first elopement. Let us know the full history of the officer with his present circumstances and his whereabouts at the precise period of the murder. Let us carefully compare with each other the various communications sent to the evening paper, in which the object was to inculpate a gang. This done, let us compare these communications, both as regards style and MS, with those sent to the morning paper at a previous period, and insisting so vehemently upon the guilt of menace. And all this done, let us again compare these various communications with the known MSS of the officer. Let us endeavor to ascertain, by repeated questionings of Madame de Luc and her boys as well as of the omnibus driver Valence, something more of the personal appearance and bearing of the man of dark complexion. Queries skillfully directed will not fail to elicit from some of these parties information on this particular point, or upon others information, which the parties themselves may not even be aware of possessing. And let us now trace the boat picked up by the bargeman on the morning of Monday, the 23rd of June, and which was removed from the bargefice, without the cognizance of the officer in attendance and without the rudder at some period, prior to the discovery of the corpse. With a proper caution and perseverance, we shall infallibly trace this boat, for not only can the bargeman who picked it up identify it, but the rudder is at hand. The rudder of a sailboat would not have been abandoned without inquiry by one altogether at ease in heart. And here, let me pause to insinuate a question. There was no advertisement of the picking up of this boat. It was silently taken to the bargefice, and as silently removed, but its owner or employer, how happened he at so early a period as Tuesday morning to be informed, without the agency of advertisement, of the locality of the boat taken up on Monday, unless we imagine some connection with the Navy, some personal permanent connection, leading to cognizance of its minute, in interests its petty local news. In speaking of the lonely assassin dragging his burden to the shore, I have already suggested the probability of his availing himself of a boat now. We are to understand that Marie Roget was precipitated from a boat. This would naturally have been the case. The corpse could not have been trusted to the shallow waters of the shore. The peculiar marks on the back and shoulders of the victim tell of the bottom ribs of a boat that the body was found without weight, is also corroborative of the idea if thrown from the shore, a weight would have been attached. We can only account for its absence by supposing the murderer to have neglected the precaution of supplying himself with it. Before pushing off in the act of consigning the corpse to the water, he would unquestionably have noticed his oversight. But then no remedy would have been at hand. Any risk would have been preferred to a return to that accursed shore, having rid himself of his ghastly charge. The murderer would have hastened to the city there, at some obscure wharf. He would have leaped on land, but the boat would he have secured it, he would have been in too great haste for such things as securing a boat moreover. In fastening it to the wharf he would have felt as if securing evidence against himself. His natural thought would have been to cast from him as far as possible all that had held connection with his crime. He would not only have fled from the wharf, but he would not have permitted the boat to remain assuredly. He would have cast it adrift. Let us pursue our fancies in the morning. The wretch is stricken with unutterable horror at finding that the boat has been picked up and detained at a locality which he is in the daily habit of frequenting, at a locality, perhaps which his duty compels him to frequent the next night. Without daring to ask for the rudder, he removes it. Now, where is that rudderless boat? Let it be one of our first purposes to discover. With the first glimpse we obtain of it, the dawn of our success shall begin. This boat shall guide us with a rapidity which will surprise even ourselves. To him who employed it in the midnight of the fatal Sabbath, corroboration will rise upon corroboration, and the murderer will be traced. For reasons which we shall not specify, but which to many readers will appear obvious, we have taken the liberty of here omitting from the MSS, placed in our hands such portion, as details the following up of the apparently slight clue obtained by Dupin. We feel it advisable only to state in brief that the result desired was brought to pass, and that the prefect fulfilled punctually, although with reluctance, the terms of his compact with the Chevalier Mr. Poe's article concludes with the following words: eds. 23. It will be understood that I speak of coincidences, and no more. What I have said above upon this topic must suffice. In my own heart there dwells no faith in turniture that nature and its God are two. No man who thinks will deny that the latter, creating the former, can at will control or modify. It is also unquestionable, I say, at will, for the question is of will, and not as the insanity of logic has assumed of power. It is not that the deity cannot modify his laws, but that we insult him in imagining a possible necessity for modification in their origin. These laws were fashioned to embrace all contingencies, which could lie in the future. With God all is now. I repeat then that I speak of these things only as of coincidences, and farther, in what I relate it will be seen, that between the fate of the unhappy Mary Cecilia Rogers, so far as that fate is known, and the fate of one Marie Rogers up to a certain epoch in her history, there has existed a parallel, in the contemplation of whose wonderful exactitude the reason becomes embarrassed. I say all this will be seen, but let it not for a moment be supposed that, in proceeding with the sad narrative of Marie from the epoch just mentioned, and in tracing to its denouement the mystery which enshrouded her, it is my covert design to hint at an extension of the parallel, or even to suggest that the measures adopted in Paris for the discovery of the assassin of a grisette, or measures founded in any similar ratiocination, would produce any similar result. For in respect to the latter branch of the supposition, it should be considered that the most trifling variation in the facts of the two cases might give rise to the most important miscalculations, by diverting thoroughly the two courses of events, very much as in arithmetic an error which in its own individuality may be inappreciable produces at length, by dint of multiplication at all points of the process, a result enormously at variance with truth. And in regard to the former branch, we must not fail to hold in view that the very calculus of probabilities to which I have referred forbids all idea of the extension of the parallel, forbids it with a positiveness strong and decided, just in proportion as this parallel has already been long drawn, and exact. This is one of those anomalous propositions which, seemingly appealing to thought altogether apart from the mathematical, is yet one which only the mathematician can fully entertain. Nothing, for example, is more difficult than to convince the merely general reader that the fact of sixes having been thrown twice in succession by a player at dice is sufficient cause for betting the largest odds that sixes will not be thrown in the third attempt. A suggestion to this effect is usually rejected by the intellect. At once it does not appear that the two throws which have been completed, and which lie now absolutely in the past, can have influence upon the throw which exists only in the future. The chance for throwing sixes seems to be precisely as it was at any ordinary time, that is to say subject only to the influence of the various other throws which may be made by the dice, and this is a reflection which appears so exceedingly obvious that attempts to controvert it are received more frequently with a derisive smile than with anything like respectful attention. The error here involved a gross error redolent of mischief. I cannot pretend to expose within the limits assigned me at present, and with the philosophical it needs no exposure. It may be sufficient here to say that it forms one of an infinite series of mistakes, which arise in the path of reason through her propensity for seeking truth in detail. 1. Upon the original publication of Marie Roget, the footnotes now appended were considered unnecessary, but the lapse of several years, since the tragedy upon which the tale is based renders it expedient to give them, and also to say a few words in explanation of the general design. A young girl, Mary Cecilia Rogers, was murdered in the vicinity of New York, and although her death occasioned an intense and long-enduring excitement, the mystery attending it had remained unsolved at the period when the present paper was written and published November 1842. Herein, under pretense of relating the fate of a Parisian grisette, the author has followed in minute detail the essential, while merely paralleling the inessential facts of the real murder of Mary Rogers. Thus all argument founded upon the fiction is applicable to the truth, and the investigation of the truth was the object. The mystery of Marie Roget was composed at a distance from the scene of the atrocity, and with no other means of investigation than the newspapers afforded. Thus much escaped the writer of which he could have availed himself had he been upon the spot and visited the localities. It may not be improper to record, nevertheless, that the confessions of two persons, one of them, the Madame de Luc of the narrative, made at different periods, long subsequent to the publication, confirmed in full not only the general conclusion, but absolutely all the chief hypothetical details by which that conclusion was attained. 2. The nom de plume of von Hardenberg. 3. Nassau Street. 4. Anderson. 5. The Hudson. 6. Weehawken. 7. Payne. 8. Crommelin. 9. The New York Mercury. 10. The New York Brother Jonathan, edited by H. Hastings Weld-esque. 11. New York Journal of Commerce. 12. Philadelphia Saturday Evening Post, edited by Roman 100 Roman 1 Peterson-esque. 13. Adam. 14. See Murders in the Rue Morgue. 15. The New York Commercial Advertiser, edited by Carl Stone. 16. A theory based on the qualities of an object will prevent its being unfolded according to its objects, and he who arranges topics in reference to their causes will cease to value them according to their results. Thus, the jurisprudence of every nation will show that, when law becomes a science and a system, it ceases to be justice. The errors into which a blind devotion to principles of classification has led the common law will be seen by observing how often the legislature has been obliged to come forward to restore the equity its scheme had lost. Landor. 17. New York Express. 18. New York Herald. 19. New York Courier and Enquirer. 20. Menes was one of the parties originally suspected and arrested, but discharged through total lack of evidence. 21. New York Courier and Enquirer. 22. New York Evening Post. 23. Of the magazine in which the article was originally published. The Balloon Hoax. Astounding news by express via Norfolk. The Atlantic crossed in 3 days. Signal triumph of Mr. Monk Mason's flying machine. Arrival at Sullivan's Island, near Charlestown. S. Roman 100. Of Mr. Mason, Mr. Robert Holland, Mr. Henson, Mr. Harrison Ainsworth, and 4 others in the steering balloon Victoria, after a passage of 7 to 5 hours, from land to land. Full particulars of the voyage. The subjoined Jeu d'Esprit, with the preceding heading in magnificent capitals, well interspersed with notes of admiration, was originally published as matter of fact in the New York Sun, a daily newspaper, and therein fully subserved the purpose of creating indigestible aliment for the quidnuncs during the few hours intervening between a couple of the Charleston mails. The rush for the sole paper, which had the news, was something beyond even the prodigious. And in fact, if, as some assert, the Victoria did not absolutely accomplish the voyage recorded, it will be difficult to assign a reason why she should not have accomplished it. The great problem is at length solved. The air, as well as the earth and the ocean, has been subdued by science, and will become a common and convenient highway for mankind. The Atlantic has been actually crossed in a balloon, and this too without difficulty, without any great apparent danger with thorough control of the machine end. In the inconceivably brief period of 7 to 5 hours from shore to shore by the energy of an agent at Charleston S. Roman 100, we are enabled to be the first to furnish the public with a detailed account of this most extraordinary voyage, which was performed between Saturday the 6th instant at 11 A. Roman 1000 and 2 P. Roman 1000 on Tuesday, the 9th instant by Sir Everard Bringhurst Mr. Osborne, a nephew of Lord Bentinck's Mr. Monk Mason, and Mr. Robert Holland, the well-known Ronauts Mr. Harrison Ainsworth, author of Jack Sheppard Roman 100, and Mr. Henson, the projector of the late unsuccessful flying machine with 2 seamen from Woolwichin, all 8 persons, the particulars furnished below, may be relied on as authentic and accurate in every respect, as with a slight exception they are copied verbatim from the joint diaries of Mr. Monk Mason and Mr. Harrison Ainsworth, to whose politeness our agent is also indebted for much verbal information respecting the balloon itself, its construction, and other matters of interest. The only alteration in the MS received has been made for the purpose of throwing the hurried account of our agent Mr. Forsyth into a connected and intelligible form. The balloon. 2 very decided failures of Latithos of Mr. Henson and Sir George Cayley had much weakened the public interest in the subject of aerial navigation. Mr. Henson's scheme, which at first was considered very feasible, even by men of science, was founded upon the principle of an inclined plane, started from an eminence by an extrinsic force applied, and continued by the revolution of impinging vanes in form and number, resembling the vanes of a windmill. But in all the experiments made with models at the Adelaide Gallery, it was found that the operation of these fans not only did not propel the machine, but actually impeded its flight. The only propelling force it ever exhibited was the mere impetus acquired from the descent of the inclined plane, and this impetus carried the machine farther when the vanes were at rest than when they were in motion, a fact which sufficiently demonstrates their inutility. And in the absence of the propelling, which was also the sustaining power, the whole fabric would necessarily descend. This consideration led Sir George Cayley to think only of adapting a propeller to some machine having of itself an independent power of supporting a word to a balloon, the idea, however, being novel or original with Sir George only so far as regards the mode of its application to practice. He exhibited a model of his invention at the Polytechnic Institution. The propelling principle or power was here also applied to interrupted surfaces or vanes put in revolution. These vanes were 4 in number, but were found entirely ineffectual in moving the balloon or in aiding its ascending power. The whole project was thus a complete failure. It was at this juncture that Mr. Monk Mason, whose voyage from Dover to Weilburg in the balloon Nassau occasioned so much excitement in 1837, conceived the idea of employing the principle of the Archimedean screw for the purpose of propulsion through the air, rightly attributing the failure of Mr. Henson's scheme and of Sir George Cayley's to the interruption of surface in the independent vanes. He made the first public experiment at Willis Rooms, but afterward removed his model to the Adelaide Gallery. Like Sir George Cayley's balloon, his own was an ellipsoid. Its length was 13 feet 6 inches, height 6 feet 8 inches. It contained about 320 cubic feet of gas, which if pure hydrogen would support 21 pounds upon its first inflation, before the gas has time to deteriorate or escape. The weight of the whole machine and apparatus was 17 pounds, leaving about 4 pounds to spare. Beneath the center of the balloon was a frame of light wood about 9 feet long, and rigged on to the balloon itself with a network in the customary manner. From this framework was suspended a wicker basket or car. The screw consists of an axis of hollow brass tube 18 inches in length, through which, upon a semispiral inclined at 15 degrees, pass a series of steel wire radii 2 feet long, and thus projecting a foot on either side. These radii are connected at the outer extremities by 2 bands of flattened wire hole in this manner, forming the framework of the screw, which is completed by a covering of oiled silk cut into gores and tightened, so as to present a tolerably uniform surface at each end of its axis. This screw is supported by pillars of hollow brass tube descending from the hoop. In the lower ends of these tubes are holes in which the pivots of the axis revolve. From the end of the axis, which is next the car, proceeds a shaft of steel, connecting the screw with the pinion of a piece of spring machinery. Fixed in the car by the operation of this spring, the screw is made to revolve with great rapidity, communicating a progressive motion to the whole. By means of the rudder, the machine was readily turned in any direction. The spring was of great power compared with its dimensions, being capable of raising 4 to 5 pounds upon a barrel of 4 inches diameter. After the first turn, and gradually increasing. As it was wound up, it weighed altogether 8 pounds 6 ounces. The rudder was a light frame of cane covered with silk shaped somewhat like a battledore and was about 3 feet long, and at the widest 1 foot. Its weight was about 2 ounces. It could be turned flat and directed upwards or downwards, as well as to the right or left, and thus enabled the ronot to transfer the resistance of the air, which in an inclined position it must generate in its passage to any side upon which he might desire to act, thus determining the balloon in the opposite direction. This model, which through want of time we have necessarily described in an imperfect manner, was put in action at the Adelaide Gallery, where it accomplished a velocity of 5 miles per hour, although, strange to say, it excited very little interest in comparison with the previous complex machine. Of Mr. Henson, so resolute is the world to despise anything which carries with it an air of simplicity, to accomplish the great desideratum of real navigation. It was very generally supposed that some exceedingly complicated application must be made of some unusually profound principle in dynamics. So well satisfied, however, was Mr. Mason of the ultimate success of his invention that he determined to construct immediately, if possible, a balloon of sufficient capacity to test the question, by a voyage of some extent the original design, being to cross the British Channel, as before in the Nassau balloon. To carry out his views, he solicited and obtained the patronage of Sir Everard Bringhurst and Mr. Osborne, two gentlemen well known for scientific acquirement, and especially for the interest they have exhibited in the progress of rustation. The project, at the desire of Mr. Osborne, was kept a profound secret from the public, only persons entrusted with the design being those actually engaged in the construction of the machine, which was built under the superintendence of Mr. Mason, Mr. Holland, Sir Everard Bringhurst, and Mr. Osborne. At the seat of the latter gentleman near Penstruthal in Wales, Mr. Henson, accompanied by his friend Mr. Ainsworth, was admitted to a private view of the balloon on Saturday last, when the two gentlemen made final arrangements to be included in the adventure. We are not informed for what reason the two seamen were also included in the party, but, in the course of a day or two, we shall put our readers in possession of the minutest particulars respecting this extraordinary voyage. The balloon is composed of silk varnished with the liquid gum caoutchouc. It is of vast dimensions, containing more than 40,000 cubic feet of gas. But as coal gas was employed in place of the more expensive and inconvenient hydrogen, the supporting power of the machine, when fully inflated and immediately after inflation, is not more than about 2,500 pounds. The coal gas is not only much less costly, but is easily procured and managed. For its introduction into common use for purposes of aerostation, we are indebted to Mr. Charles Green up to his discovery. The process of inflation was not only exceedingly expensive, but uncertain too, and even 3 days have frequently been wasted in futile attempts to procure a sufficiency of hydrogen to fill a balloon, from which it had great tendency to escape owing to its extreme subtlety and its affinity for the surrounding atmosphere, in a balloon sufficiently perfect to retain its contents of coal gas, unaltered in quantity or amount, for 6 months. An equal quantity of hydrogen could not be maintained in equal purity for 6 weeks. The supporting power being estimated at 2,500 pounds, and the united weights of the party amounting only to about 1,200, there was left a surplus of 1,300, of which again 1,200 was exhausted by ballast, arranged in bags of different sizes, with their respective weights marked upon them by cordage barometers, telescopes, barrels containing provision for a fortnight, water casks, cloaks, carpet bags, and various other indispensable matters, including a coffee warmer, contrived for warming coffee by means of slacklime, so as to dispense altogether with fire, if it should be judged prudent to do so. All these articles, with the exception of the ballast and a few trifles, were suspended from the hoop overhead. The car is much smaller and lighter in proportion than the one appended to the model. It is formed of a light wicker, and is wonderfully strong for so frail-looking a machine. Its rim is about 4 feet deep. The rudder is also very much larger in proportion than that of the model, and the screw is considerably smaller. The balloon is furnished besides with a grapnel and a guide rope, which latter is of the most indispensable importance. A few words in explanation will here be necessary for such of our readers as are not conversant with the details of aerostation. As soon as the balloon quits the earth, it is subjected to the influence of many circumstances, tending to create a difference in its weight, augmenting or diminishing its ascending power. For example, there may be a deposition of dew upon the silk, to the extent even of several hundred pounds ballast, has then to be thrown out, or the machine may descend this ballast being discarded, and a clear sunshine evaporating the dew, and at the same time expanding the gas in the silk. The whole will again rapidly ascend. To check this ascent, the only recourse is, or rather was, until Mr. Green's invention of the guide rope, the permission of the escape of gas from the valve. But in the loss of gas is a proportionate general loss of ascending power, so that in a comparatively brief period, the misconstructed balloon must necessarily exhaust all its resources and come to the earth. This was the great obstacle to voyages of length. The guide rope remedies the difficulty in the simplest manner conceivable. It is merely a very long rope which is suffered to trail from the car, and the effect of which is to prevent the balloon from changing its level in any material degree. If, for example, there should be a deposition of moisture upon the silk, and the machine begins to descend in consequence, there will be no necessity for discharging ballast to remedy the increase of weight, for it is remedied or counteracted in an exactly just proportion by the deposit on the ground of just so much of the end of the rope, as is necessary if, on the other hand, any circumstances should cause undue levity and consequent ascent. This levity is immediately counteracted by the additional weight of rope upraised from the earth. Thus the balloon can neither ascend or descend, except within very narrow limits, and its resources either in gas or ballast remain comparatively unimpaired. When passing over an expanse of water, it becomes necessary to employ small kegs of copper or wood filled with liquid ballast of a lighter nature. Then water these float and serve all the purposes of a mere rope on land. Another most important office of the guide rope is to point out the direction of the balloon. The rope drags either on land or sea, while the balloon is free. The latter, consequently, is always in advance when any progress whatever is made. Comparison, therefore, by means of the compass of the relative positions of the two objects, will always indicate the course. In the same way, the angle formed by the rope with the vertical axis of the machine indicates the velocity when there is no angle. In other words, when the rope hangs perpendicularly, the whole apparatus is stationary, but the larger the angle, that is to say, the farther the balloon precedes the end of the rope, the greater the velocity, and the converse. As the original design was to cross the British Channel and alight as near Paris as possible, the voyagers had taken the precaution to prepare themselves with passports directed to all parts of the continent, specifying the nature of the expedition, as in the case of the Nassau voyage, and entitling the adventurers to exemption from the usual formalities of office. Unexpected events, however, rendered these passports superfluous. The inflation was commenced very quietly at daybreak on Saturday morning, the 6th instant, in the courtyard of Wheel Vor House, Mr. Osborne's, seat about a mile from Penstruthal in North Wales, and at 7 minutes past 11, everything being ready for departure, the balloon was set free, rising gently but steadily in a direction nearly south, no use being made for the first half hour of either the screw or the rudder. We proceed now with the journal, as transcribed by Mr. Forsyth, from the joint MSS of Mr. Monk Mason and Mr. Ainsworth. The body of the journal as given is in the handwriting of Mr. Mason, and a PS is appended each day by Mr. Ainsworth, who has in preparation, and will shortly give the public a more minute and no doubt a thrillingly interesting account of the voyage. The journal. Saturday, April the 6th, every preparation likely to embarrass us having been made overnight, we commenced the inflation this morning at daybreak, but owing to a thick fog which encumbered the folds of the silk and rendered it unmanageable, we did not get through before nearly 11 o'clock. Cut loose, then in high spirits, and rose gently but steadily with a light breeze at north, which bore us in the direction of the British Channel, found the ascending force greater than we had expected, and as we arose higher and so got clear of the cliffs, and more in the sun's rays, our ascent became very rapid. I did not wish, however, to lose gas at so early a period of the adventure, and so concluded to ascend for the present. We soon ran out our guide rope, but even when we had raised it clear of the earth, we still went up very rapidly. The balloon was unusually steady, and looked beautifully in about 10 minutes. After starting, the barometer indicated an altitude of 15,000 feet. The weather was remarkably fine, and the view of the subjacent country, a most romantic one, when seen from any point, was now especially sublime. The numerous deep gorges presented the appearance of lakes, on account of the dense vapors with which they were filled, and the pinnacles and crags to the south-east piled in inextricable confusion, resembling nothing so much as the giant cities of Eastern fable. We were rapidly approaching the mountains in the south, but our elevation was more than sufficient to enable us to pass them in safety in a few minutes. We soared over them in fine style, and Mr. Ainsworth, with the seamen, was surprised at their apparent want of altitude. When viewed from the car, the tendency of great elevation in a balloon being to reduce inequalities of the surface below, to nearly a dead level at 11:30, still proceeding nearly south, we obtained our first view of the Bristol Channel, and in 15 minutes afterward the line of breakers on the coast appeared immediately beneath us, and we were fairly out at sea. We now resolved to let off enough gas to bring our guide rope, with the buoys affixed into the water. This was immediately done, and we commenced a gradual descent. In about 20 minutes our first buoy dipped, and at the touch of the second soon afterwards, we remained stationary. As to elevation, we were all now anxious to test the efficiency of the rudder and screw, and we put them both into requisition forthwith for the purpose of altering our direction more to the eastward, and in a line for Paris by means of the rudder. We instantly effected the necessary change of direction, and our course was brought nearly at right angles to that of the wind when we set in motion the spring of the screw, and were rejoiced to find it propel us readily as desired. Upon this, we gave 9 hearty cheers, and dropped in the sea a bottle, enclosing a slip of parchment, with a brief account of the principle of the invention. Hardly, however, had we done with our rejoicings, when an unforeseen accident occurred which discouraged us in no little degree. The steel rod connecting the spring with the propeller was suddenly jerked out of place at the car end by a swaying of the car through some movement of one of the 2 seamen we had taken up, and in an instant hung dangling out of reach from the pivot of the axis of the screw. While we were endeavoring to regain it, our attention being completely absorbed, we became involved in a strong current of wind from the east which bore us with rapidly increasing force towards the Atlantic. We soon found ourselves driving out to sea at the rate of not less certainly than 50 or 60 miles an hour, so that we came up with Cape Clear at some 40 miles to our north before we had secured the rod, and had time to think what we were about. It was now that Mr. Ainsworth made an extraordinary, but to my fancy, a by no means unreasonable or chimerical proposition, in which he was instantly seconded by Mr. Holland, viz., that we should take advantage of the strong gale which bore us on, and in place of beating back to Paris, make an attempt to reach the coast of North America. After slight reflection, I gave a willing assent to this bold proposition, which, strange to say, met with objection from the 2 seamen. Only as the stronger party, however, we overruled their fears and kept resolutely upon our course. We steered due west, but as the trailing of the buoys materially impeded our progress, and we had the balloon abundantly at command, either for ascent or descent, we first threw out 50 pounds of ballast, and then wound up by means of a windlass so much of the rope as brought it quite clear of the sea. We perceived the effect of this maneuver immediately in a vastly increased rate of progress, and as the gale freshened we flew with a velocity nearly inconceivable, the guide rope flying out behind the car, like a streamer from a vessel. It is needless to say that a very short time sufficed us to lose sight of the coast. We passed over innumerable vessels of all kinds, a few of which were endeavoring to beat up, but the most of them lying to. We occasioned the greatest excitement on board Allan, excitement greatly relished by ourselves, and especially by our 2 men who now, under the influence of a dram of Geneva, seemed resolved to give all scruple or fear to the wind. Many of the vessels fired signal guns, and in all we were saluted with loud cheers, which we heard with surprising distinctness, and the waving of caps and handkerchiefs. We kept on in this manner throughout the day, with no material incident, and as the shades of night closed around us, we made a rough estimate of the distance traversed. It could not have been less than 500 miles, and was probably much more. The propeller was kept in constant operation, and no doubt aided our progress materially. As the sun went down, the gale freshened into an absolute hurricane, and the ocean beneath was clearly visible on account of its phosphorescence. The wind was from the east all night, and gave us the brightest omen of success. We suffered no little from cold, and the dampness of the atmosphere was most unpleasant, but the ample space in the car enabled us to lie down, and by means of cloaks and a few blankets we did sufficiently well. P.S. By Mr. Ainsworth, the last 9 hours have been unquestionably the most exciting of my life. I can conceive nothing more sublimating than the strange peril and novelty of an adventure, such as this. May God grant that we succeed. I ask not success for mere safety to my insignificant person, but for the sake of human knowledge, and for the vastness of the triumph. And yet the feat is only so evidently feasible that the sole wonder is why men have scrupled to attempt it before one single gale, such as now befriends us. Let such a tempest whirl forward a balloon for 4 or 5 days. These gales often last longer, and the voyager will be easily borne in that period from coast to coast. In view of such a gale, the broad Atlantic becomes a mere lake. I am more struck just now with the supreme silence which reigns in the sea beneath us, notwithstanding its agitation, than with any other phenomenon presenting itself. The the waters give up no voice to the heavens, the immense flaming. Ocean writhes and is tortured uncomplainingly. The mountainous surges suggest the idea of innumerable dumb gigantic fiends, struggling in impotent agony. In a night such as is this to me, a man lives a whole century of ordinary lifener. Would I forgo this rapturous delight for that of a whole century of ordinary existence? Sunday the 7th Mr. Mason's MS this morning, the gale by 10 had subsided to an 8 or 9 knot breeze for a vessel at sea, and bears us perhaps 30 miles per hour or more. It has veered, however, very considerably to the north, and now at sundown, we are holding our course due west principally by the screw and rudder which answer their purposes to admiration. I regard the project as thoroughly successful, and the easy navigation of the air in any direction, not exactly in the teeth of a gale, as no longer problematical. We could not have made head against the strong wind of yesterday, but by ascending, we might have got out of its influence if requisite. Against a pretty stiff breeze, I feel convinced we can make our way with the propeller at noon, today, ascended to an elevation of nearly 25,000 feet, by discharging ballast, did this to search for a more direct current, but found none so favorable as the one we are now in. We have an abundance of gas to take us across this small pond. Even should the voyage last 3 weeks, I have not the slightest fear for the result. The difficulty has been strangely exaggerated and misapprehended. I can choose my current, and should I find all currents against me, I can make very tolerable headway with the propeller. We have had no incidents worth recording. The night promises fair. P.S. by Mr. Ainsworth, I have little to record except the fact, to me quite a surprising one, that at an elevation equal to that of Cotopaxi, I experienced neither very intense cold, nor headache, nor difficulty of breathing. Neither, I find, did Mr. Mason, nor Mr. Holland, nor Sir Everard, Mr. Osborne, complained of constriction of the chest, but this soon wore off. We have flown at a great rate during the day, and we must be more than half way across the Atlantic. We have passed over some 20 or 30 vessels of various kinds, and all seem to be delightfully astonished. Crossing the ocean in a balloon is not so difficult a feat, after all. Omni ignotum pro magnifico mem. At 25,000 feet elevation, the sky appears nearly black, and the stars are distinctly visible, while the sea does not seem convex as one might suppose, but absolutely and most unequivocally concave one. Monday the 8th Mr. Mason's MS this morning, we had again some little trouble with the rod of the propeller, which must be entirely remodeled for fear of serious accidenti. Mean the steel rod, not the vanes. The latter could not be improved. The wind has been blowing steadily and strongly from the northeast all day, and so far fortune seems bent upon favoring us just before day. We were all somewhat alarmed at some odd noises and concussions in the balloon, accompanied with the apparent rapid subsidence of the whole machine. These phenomena were occasioned by the expansion of the gas through increase of heat in the atmosphere, and the consequent disruption of the minute particles of ice, with which the network had become encrusted during the night. Threw down several bottles to the vessels below, saw one of them picked up by large ship, seemingly one of the New York line packets. Endeavored to make out her name, but could not be sure of it. Mr. Osborne's telescope made it out something like Atalanta. It is now 12 at night, and we are still going nearly west at a rapid pace. The sea is peculiarly phosphorescent. P.S. by Mr. Ainsworth, it is now 2 A Roman 1000, and nearly calm as well as I can judge, but it is very difficult to determine this point. Since we move with the air so completely, I have not slept since quitting Wheel Vor, but can stand it no longer, and must take a nap. We cannot be far from the American coast. Tuesday the 9th Mr. Ainsworth's MS 1 P Roman 1000, we are in full view of the low coast of South Carolina. The great problem is accomplished. We have crossed the Atlantic fairly, and easily crossed it in a balloon. God be praised. Who shall say that anything is impossible hereafter? The journal here ceases. Some particulars of the descent were communicated, however, by Mr. Ainsworth to Mr. Forsyth. It was nearly dead calm when the voyagers first came in view of the coast, which was immediately recognized by both the seamen and by Mr. Osborne. The latter gentleman having acquaintances at Fort Moultrie, it was immediately resolved to descend in its vicinity. The balloon was brought over the beach, the tide being out, and the sand hard, smooth, and admirably adapted for a descent, and the grapnel let go, which took firm hold at once. The inhabitants of the island and of the fort thronged out, of course, to see the balloon, but it was with the greatest difficulty that anyone could be made to credit the actual voyage crossing of the Atlantic. The grapnel caught at 2 P Roman 1000 precisely, and thus the whole voyage was completed in 7 to 5 hours, or rather less, counting from shore to shore. No serious accident occurred, no real danger was at any time apprehended. The balloon was exhausted and secured without trouble. And when the MS from which this narrative is compiled was dispatched from Charleston, the party were still at Fort Moultrie. Their farther intentions were not ascertained, but we can safely promise our readers some additional information either on Monday or in the course of the next day at farthest. This is unquestionably the most stupendous, the most interesting, and the most important undertaking ever accomplished or even attempted by man. What magnificent events may ensue, it would be useless now to think of determining. One note: Mr. Ainsworth has not attempted to account for this phenomenon, which, however, is quite susceptible of explanation. A line dropped from an elevation of 25,000 feet, perpendicularly, to the surface of the earth or sea, would form the perpendicular of a right-angled triangle, of which the base would extend from the right angle to the horizon, and the hypotenuse from the horizon to the balloon. But the 25,000 feet of altitude is little or nothing in comparison with the extent of the prospect. In other words, the base and hypotenuse of the supposed triangle would be so long when compared with the perpendicular that the two former may be regarded as nearly parallel. In this manner, the horizon of the Ronot would appear to be on a level with the car. But as the point immediately beneath him seems, and is at a great distance below him, it seems of course also at a great distance below the horizon, hence the impression of concavity. And this impression must remain until the elevation shall bear so great a proportion to the extent of prospect, that the apparent parallelism of the base and hypotenuse disappears when the Earth's real convexity must become apparent. MS found in a bottle. Qui ne plus qu'un moment à vivre. Ne plus rien à dissimuler. Quinalt Aides. Of my country and of my family, I have little to say. Ill usage and length of years have driven me from the one, and estranged me from the other. Hereditary wealth afforded me an education of no common order, and a contemplative turn of mind enabled me to methodize the stores which early study very diligently garnered up. Beyond all things, the study of the German moralists gave me great delight, not from any ill-advised admiration of their eloquent madness, but from the ease with which my habits of rigid thought enabled me to detect their falsities. I have often been reproached with the aridity of my genius. A deficiency of imagination has been imputed to me as a crime, and the Pyrrhonism of my opinions has at all times rendered me notorious. Indeed, a strong relish for physical philosophy has, I fear, tinctured my mind with a very common error of this age. I mean the habit of referring occurrences, even the least susceptible of such reference, to the principles of that science. Upon the whole, no person could be less liable than myself to be led away from the severe precincts of truth by the ens fadui of superstition. I have thought proper to premise thus, much less the incredible tale I have to tell should be considered rather the raving of a crude imagination than the positive experience of a mind, to which the reveries of fancy have been a dead letter and a nullity. After many years spent in foreign travel, I sailed in the year 18 from the port of Batavia, in the rich and populous island of Java, on a voyage to the archipelago of the Sunda Islands. I went as passenger, having no other inducement than a kind of nervous restlessness, which haunted me as a fiend. Our vessel was a beautiful ship of about 400 tons, copper fastened, and built at Bombay of Malabar teak. She was freighted with cotton wool and oil from the Lachetive Islands. We had also on board coir jaggery ghee coconuts, and a few cases of opium. The stowage was clumsily done, and the vessel consequently crank. We got under way with a mere breath of wind, and for many days stood along the eastern coast of Java, without any other incident to beguile the monotony of our course than the occasional meeting with some of the small grabs of the archipelago to which we were bound. One evening, leaning over the taffrail, I observed a very singular isolated cloud to the NW. It was remarkable as well for its color, as from its being the first we had seen since our departure from Batavia. I watched it attentively until sunset, when it spread all at once to the eastward and westward, girding in the horizon with a narrow strip of vapor, and looking like a long line of low beach. My notice was soon afterwards attracted by the duskered appearance of the moon and the peculiar character of the sea. The latter was undergoing a rapid change, and the water seemed more than usually transparent, although I could distinctly see the bottom. Yet, heaving the lead, I found the ship in 15 fathoms. The air now became intolerably hot, and was loaded with spiral exhalations, similar to those arising from heat iron. As night came on, every breath of wind died away in more entire calm, It is impossible to conceive the flame of a candle, burned upon the poop, without the least perceptible motion, and a long hair held between the finger and thumb hung without the possibility of detecting a vibration. However, as the captain said, he could perceive no indication of danger. And as we were drifting in bodily to shore, he ordered the sails to be furled, and the anchor let go. No watch was set, and the crew, consisting principally of Malays, stretched themselves deliberately upon deck. I went below not without a full presentiment of evil. Indeed, every appearance warranted me in apprehending a simoom. I told the captain my fears, but he paid no attention to what I said, and left me without deigning to give a reply. My uneasiness, however, prevented me from sleeping, and about midnight, I went upon deck. As I placed my foot upon the upper step of the companion ladder, I was startled by a loud humming noise like that occasioned by the rapid revolution of a mill wheel, and before I could ascertain its meaning, I found the ship quivering to its center. In the next instant, a wilderness of foam hurled us upon our beam ends, and rushing over us fore and aft, swept the entire decks from stem to stern. The extreme fury of the blast proved in a great measure the salvation of the ship. Although completely waterlogged, yet as her masts had gone by the board, she rose after a minute heavily from the sea, and staggering a while beneath the immense pressure of the tempest, finally righted. By what miracle I escaped destruction, it is impossible to say. Stunned by the shock of the water, I found myself upon recovery, jammed in between the stern post and rudder. With great difficulty I gained my feet, and looking dizzily around, was at first struck with the idea of our being among breakers so terrific beyond the wildest imagination was the whirlpool of mountainous and foaming ocean within which we were engulfed. After a while, I heard the voice of an old Swede, who had shipped with us at the moment of our leaving port. I hallooed to him with all my strength, and presently he came reeling. After we soon discovered that we were the sole survivors of the accident. All on deck, with the exception of ourselves, had been swept overboard. The captain and mates must have perished as they slept, for the cabins were deluged with water. Without assistance, we could expect to do little for the security of the ship, and our exertions were at first paralyzed by the momentary expectation of going down. Our cable had of course parted like pack-thread at the first breath of the hurricane, or we should have been instantaneously overwhelmed. We scudded with frightful velocity before the sea and the water made clear breaches over us. The framework of our stern was shattered excessively, and in almost every respect we had received considerable injury, but to our extreme joy, we found the pumps unchoked, and that we had made no great shifting of our ballast. The main fury of the blast had already blown over, and we apprehended little danger from the violence of the wind, but we looked forward to its total cessation with dismay, well believing that in our shattered condition, we should inevitably perish in the tremendous swell which would ensue. But this very just apprehension seemed by no means likely to be soon verified. For 5 entire days and nights, during which our only subsistence was a small quantity of jaggery procured with great difficulty from the forecastle, Hulk flew at a rate defying computation, before rapidly succeeding flaws of wind, which, without equaling the first violence of the simoom, were still more terrific than any tempest I had before encountered. Our course for the first 4 days was with trifling variations SC and by S, and we must have run down the coast of New Holland. On the 5th day, the cold became extreme. Although the wind had hauled round a point more to the northward, the sun arose with a sickly yellow luster, and clambered a very few degrees above the horizon, emitting no decisive light. There were no clouds apparent, yet the wind was upon the increase, and blew with a fitful and unsteady fury. About noon, as nearly as we could guess, our attention was again arrested by the appearance of the sun. It gave out no light properly so called, but a dull and sullen glow without reflection, as if all its rays were polarized just before sinking within the turgid sea. Its central fires suddenly went out, as if hurriedly extinguished by some unaccountable power. It was a dim sliver-like rim alone, as it rushed down the unfathomable ocean. We waited in vain for the arrival of the 6th day. That day, to me, has not yet arrivedto. The Swede never did arrive thenceforward. We were enshrouded in patchy darkness, so that we could not have seen an object at 20 paces from the ship. Eternal night continued to envelop us all, unrelieved by the phosphoric sea brilliancy to which we had been accustomed in the tropics. We observed, too, that although the tempest continued to rage with unabated violence, there was no longer to be discovered the usual appearance of surf or foam which had hitherto attended us all around. Were horror and thick gloom, and a black sweltering desert of ebony superstitious terror, crept by degrees into the spirit of the old Swede, and my own soul was wrapped up in silent wonder. We neglected all care of the ship as worse than useless, and securing ourselves as well as possible to the stump of the mizzenmast, looked out bitterly into the world of ocean. We had no means of calculating time, nor could we form any guess. Of our situation, we were however well aware of having made farther to the southward than any previous navigators, and felt great amazement at not meeting with the usual impediments of ice in the meantime. Every moment threatened to be our last. Every mountainous billow hurried to overwhelm us. The swell surpassed anything I had imagined possible, and that we were not instantly buried is a miracle. My companion spoke of the lightness of our cargo, and reminded me of the excellent qualities of our ship, but I could not help feeling the utter hopelessness of hope itself, and prepared myself gloomily for that death, which I thought nothing could defer beyond an hour. As with every knot of way, the ship made the swelling of the black stupendous seas, became more dismally appalling at times. We gasped for breath at an elevation beyond the albatross, at times became dizzy with the velocity of our descent into some watery hell, where the air grew stagnant, and no sound disturbed the slumbers of the kraken. We were at the bottom of one of these abysses, when a quick scream from my companion broke fearfully upon the night. CC cried, he shrieking in my ears, Almighty God, CC. As he spoke, I became aware of a dull, sullen glare of red light, which streamed down the sides of the vast chasm, where we lay, and threw a fitful brilliancy upon our deck. Casting my eyes upwards, I beheld a spectacle which froze the current of my blood at a terrific height directly above us, and upon the very verge of the precipitous descent hovered a gigantic ship of perhaps 4,000 tons, although upreared upon the summit of a wave more than 100 times her own altitude. Her apparent size exceeded that of any ship of the line or East Indiaman in existence. Her huge hull was of a deep, dingy black, unrelieved by any of the customary carvings of a ship. A single row of brass cannon protruded from her open ports, and dashed from their polished surfaces the fires of innumerable battle lanterns which swung to and fro about her rigging. But what mainly inspired us with horror and astonishment was that she bore up under a press of sail in the very teeth of that supernatural sea, and of that ungovernable hurricane. When we first discovered her, her bows were alone to be seen, as she rose slowly from the dim and horrible gulf beyond her. For a moment of intense terror, she paused upon the giddy pinnacle, as if in contemplation of her own sublimity, then trembled and tottered and came down. At this instant, I know not what sudden self-possession came over my spirit. Staggering as far aft as I could, I awaited fearlessly the ruin that was to overwhelm our own vessel, was at length ceasing from her struggles, and sinking with her head to the sea. The shock of the descending mass struck her consequently in that portion of her frame which was already under water, and the inevitable result was to hurl me with irresistible violence upon the rigging of the stranger. As I fell, the ship hove in stays and went about, and to the confusion ensuing, I attributed my escape from the notice of the crew. With little difficulty, I made my way unperceived to the main hatchway, which was partially open, and soon found an opportunity of secreting myself in the hold. Why I did so, I can hardly tell. An indefinite sense of awe which at first sight of the navigators of the ship had taken hold of my mind was perhaps the principle of my concealment. I was unwilling to trust myself with a race of people who had offered to the cursory glance. I had taken so many points of vague novelty, doubt, and apprehension. I therefore thought proper to contrive a hiding place in the hold. This I did by removing a small portion of the shifting boards in such a manner as to afford me a convenient retreat between the huge timbers of the ship. I had scarcely completed my work when a footstep in the hold forced me to make use of it. A man passed by my place of concealment with a feeble and unsteady gait. I could not see his face, but had an opportunity of observing his general appearance. There was about it an evidence of great age and infirmity. His knees tottered beneath a load of years, and his entire frame quivered under the burthen. He muttered to himself, in a low, broken tone, some words of a language which I could not understand, and groped in a corner among a pile of singular-looking instruments and decayed charts of navigation. His manner was a wild mixture of the peevishness of second childhood and the solemn dignity of a god. He at length went on deck, and I saw him no more. A feeling for which I have no name has taken possession of my soul, a sensation which will admit of no analysis, to which the lessons of bygone times are inadequate, and for which I fear futurity itself will offer me no key to a mind constituted like my own. The latter consideration is an evil. I know that I shall never be satisfied with regard to the nature of my conceptions. Yet it is not wonderful that these conceptions are indefinite, since they have their origin in sources so utterly novel. A new new entity is added to my soul. It is long since I first trod the deck of this terrible ship, and the rays of my destiny, are, I think, gathering to a focus incomprehensible men, wrapped up in meditations of a kind, which I cannot divine they pass me by unnoticed concealment, is utter folly on my part, for the people will not see it was, but just now that I passed directly before the eyes of the mate it was no long while ago that I ventured into the captain's own private cabin, and took thence the materials with which I write, and have written I shall from time to time continue this journal. It is true that I may not find an opportunity of transmitting it to the world, but I will not fall to make the endeavor at the last moment. I will enclose the MS in a bottle, and cast it within the sea. An incident has occurred which has given me new room for meditation. Are such things the operation of ungoverned chance? I had ventured upon deck, and thrown myself down, without attracting any notice among a pile of ratlin stuff and old sails in the bottom of the yawl while, musing upon the singularity of my fate, I unwittingly daubed with a tar brush the edges of a neatly folded stunsail, which lay near me on a barrel. The stunsail is now bent upon the ship, and the thoughtless touches of the brush are spread out into the word discovery. I have made many observations lately upon the structure of the vessel. Although well armed, she is not, I think, a ship of war, her rigging, build, and general equipment all negative a supposition of this kind. What she is not, I can easily perceive you hat she is, I fear. It is impossible to say, I know not how it is, but in scrutinizing her strange model and singular cast of spars, her huge size, and overgrown suits of canvas, her severely simple bow, and antiquated stern, there will occasionally flash across my mind a sensation of familiar things. And there is always mixed up with such indistinct shadows of recollection an unaccountable memory of old foreign chronicles, and ages long ago. I have been looking at the timbers of the ship. She is built of a material to which I am a stranger. There is a peculiar character about the wood, which strikes me as rendering it unfit for the purpose to which it has been applied. I mean its extreme porousness, considered independently by the worm-eaten condition, which is a consequence of navigation in these seas, and apart from the rottenness attendant upon age. It will appear perhaps an observation somewhat over-curious, but this wood would have every characteristic of Spanish oak, if Spanish oak were distended by any unnatural means. In reading the above sentence, a curious apothegm of an old weather-beaten Dutch navigator comes full upon my recollection. It is as sure he was wont to say when any doubt was entertained of his veracity, as sure as there is a sea where the ship itself will grow in bulk, like the living body of the seaman. About an hour ago, I made bold to thrust myself among a group of the crew. They paid me no manner of attention, and although I stood in the very midst of them, all seemed utterly unconscious of my presence, like the one I had at first seen in the hold. They all bore about them the marks of a hoary old age, their knees trembled with infirmity, their shoulders were bent double with decrepitude, their shriveled skins rattled in the wind, their voices were low, tremulous, and broken, their eyes glistened with the rheum of years, and their gray hairs streamed terribly in the tempest around them. On every part of the deck lay scattered mathematical instruments of the most quaint and obsolete construction. I mentioned some time ago the bending of a stunsail. From that period, the ship being thrown dead off the wind has continued her terrific course due south, with every rag of canvas packed upon her from her trucks to her lower stunsail booms, and rolling every moment her topgallant yardarms into the most appalling hell of water which it can enter into the mind of a man to imagine. I have just left the deck, where I find it impossible to maintain a footing. Although the crew seem to experience little inconvenience, it appears to me a miracle of miracles that our enormous bulk is not swallowed up at once and forever. We are surely doomed to hover continually upon the brink of eternity, without taking a final plunge into the abyss from billows 1,000 times more stupendous than any I have ever seen. We glide away with the facility of the arrowy seagull, and the colossal waters rear their heads above us like demons of the deep, but like demons confined to simple threats and forbidden to destroy. I am led to attribute these frequent escapes to the only natural cause which can account for such effect. I must suppose the ship to be within the influence of some strong current or impetuous undertow. I have seen the captain face to face, and in his own cabin, but, as I expected, he paid me no attention, although in his appearance there is to a casual observer nothing which might bespeak him more or less than man, still a feeling of irrepressible reverence, and awe mingled with the sensation of wonder, with which I regarded him in stature. He is nearly my own height, that is about 5 feet 8 inches. He is of a well-knit and compact frame of body, neither robust nor remarkably otherwise, but it is the singularity of the expression which reigns upon the face. It Is the intense, the wonderful, the thrilling evidence of old age, so utter, so extreme, which excites within my spirit a sensy sentiment, ineffable his forehead, although little wrinkled, seems to bear upon it the stamp of a myriad of years. His gray hairs are records of the past, and his grayer eyes are sibyls of the future. The cabin floor was thickly strewn with strange iron-clasped folios, and moldering instruments of science and obsolete long-forgotten charts. His head was bowed down upon his hands, and he pored with a fiery, unquiet eye over a paper which I took to be a commission, and which at all events bore the signature of a monarch. He muttered to himself, as did the first seaman whom I saw in the hold, some low, peevish syllables of a foreign tongue. And although the speaker was close at my elbow, his voice seemed to reach my ears from the distance of a mile. The ship and all in it are imbued with the spirit of eld, the crew glide to and fro like the ghosts of buried centuries. Their eyes have an eager and uneasy meaning, and when their fingers fall athwart my path in the wild glare of the battle lanterns, I feel as I have never felt before, although I have been all my life a dealer in antiquities, and have imbibed the shadows of fallen columns at Baalbek and Tadmor and Persepolis, until my very soul has become a ruin. When I look around me, I feel ashamed of my former apprehensions. If I trembled at the blast which has hitherto attended us, shall I not stand aghast at a warring of wind and ocean, to convey any idea of which the words tornado and simoom are trivial and ineffective? All in the immediate vicinity of the ship is the blackness of eternal night and a chaos of foamless water, but about a league on either side of us may be seen indistinctly, and at intervals stupendous ramparts of ice towering away into the desolate sky and looking like the walls of the universe. As I imagine the ship proves to be in a currentif, that appellation can properly be given to a tide, which howling and shrieking by the white ice thunders on to the southward, with a velocity like the headlong dashing of a cataract. To conceive the horror of my sensations is, I presume, utterly impossible, yet a curiosity to penetrate the mysteries of these awful regions predominates even over my despair, and will reconcile me to the most hideous aspect of death. It is evident that we are hurrying onwards to some exciting knowledge, some never to be imparted secret, whose attainment is destruction. Perhaps this current leads us to the southern pole itself. It must be confessed that a supposition apparently so wild has every probability in its favor. The crew pace the deck with unquiet and tremulous step, but there is upon their countenances an expression more of the eagerness of hope than of the apathy of despair. In the meantime, the wind is still in our poop, and as we carry a crowd of canvas, the ship is at times lifted bodily from out the sea. O horror upon horror! The ice opens suddenly to the right and to the left, and we are whirling dizzily in immense concentric circles round and round the borders of a gigantic amphitheater, the summit of whose walls is lost in the darkness and the distance. But little time will be left me to ponder upon my destiny. The circles rapidly grow small. We are plunging madly within the grasp of the whirlpool, amid a roaring and bellowing and thundering of ocean, and of tempest. The ship is quivering, go God, and going down. Note the MS found in a bottle was originally published in 1831, and it was not until many years afterwards that I became acquainted with the maps of Mercator, in which the ocean is represented as rushing by four mouths into the northern polar gulf, to be absorbed into the bowels of the earth, the pole itself being represented by a black rock towering to a prodigious height. The oval portrait, the chateau into which my valet had ventured to make forcible entrance, rather than permit me in my desperately wounded condition to pass a night in the open air, was one of those piles of commingled gloom and grandeur, which have so long frowned among the Apennines, not less in fact than in the fancy of Mrs. Radcliffe. To all appearance it had been temporarily, and very lately, abandoned. We established ourselves in one of the smallest and least sumptuously furnished apartments. It lay in a remote turret of the building. Its decorations were rich yet tattered and antique. Its walls were hung with tapestry and bedecked with manifold and multiform armorial trophies, together with an unusually great number of very spirited modern paintings in frames of rich golden arabesque. In these paintings, which depended from the walls not only in their main surfaces, but in very many nooks which the bizarre architecture of the chateau rendered necessary in these paintings, my incipient delirium perhaps had caused me to take deep interest, so that I bade Pedro to close the heavy shutters of the room, since it was already night. O light the tongues of a tall candelabrum which stood by the head of my bed, and to throw open far and wide the fringed curtains of black velvet, which enveloped the bed itself. I wished all this done, that I might resign myself, if not to sleep, at least alternately to the contemplation of these pictures, and the perusal of a small volume which had been found upon the pillow, and which purported to criticize and describe them. Long I read and devoutly devotedly. I gazed rapidly, and gloriously the hours flew by, and the deep midnight came. The position of the candelabrum displeased me, and outreaching my hand with difficulty, rather than disturb my slumbering valet, I placed it so as to throw its rays more fully upon the book. But the action produced an effect altogether unanticipated. The rays of the numerous candles, for there were many, now fell within a niche of the room, which had hitherto been thrown into deep shade by one of the bedposts. I thus saw in vivid light a picture all unnoticed before. It was the portrait of a young girl just ripening into womanhood. I glanced at the painting hurriedly, and then closed my eyes. Why I did this was not at first apparent even to my own perception. But while my lids remained thus shut, I ran over in my mind my reason for so shutting them. It was an impulsive movement to gain time for thought, make sure that my vision had not deceived me, to calm and subdue my fancy for a more sober and more certain gaze. In a very few moments I again looked fixedly at the painting. That I now saw aright I could not, and would not doubt, for the first flashing of the candles upon that canvas had seemed to dissipate the dreamy stupor which was stealing over my senses, and to startle me at once into waking life. The portrait, I have already said, was that of a young girl. It was a mere head and shoulders done in what is technically termed a vignette manner, much in the style of the favorite heads of Sully, the arms, the bosom, and even the ends of the radiant hair, melted imperceptibly into the vague, yet deep shadow, which formed the background of the whole. The frame was oval, richly gilded, and filigreed in moresque. As a thing of art, nothing could be more admirable than the painting itself, but it could have been neither the execution of the work, nor the immortal beauty of the countenance, which had so suddenly and so vehemently moved me. Least of all could it have been that my fancy, shaken from its half-slumber, had mistaken the head for that of a living person. I saw at once that the peculiarities of the design of the vignetting and of the frame must have instantly dispelled such idea, must have prevented even its momentary entertainment. Thinking earnestly upon these points, I remained for an hour, perhaps half sitting, half reclining, with my vision riveted upon the portrait. At length, satisfied with the true secret of its effect, I fell back within the bed. I had found the spell of the picture in an absolute lifelikeliness of expression which at first startling, finally confounded, subdued, and appalled me. With deep and reverent awe, I replaced the candelabrum in its former position. The cause of my deep agitation being thus shut from view, I sought eagerly the volume which discussed the paintings, and their histories, turning to the number which designated the oval portrait. I there read the vague and quaint words which follow. She was a maiden of rarest beauty, and not more lovely than full of glee, and evil was the hour when she saw and loved, and wedded the painter, he passionate, studious, austere, and having already a bride in his art, she a maiden of rarest beauty, and not more lovely than full of glee, all light and smiles, and frolicsome as the young fawn, loving and cherishing all things, hating only the art which was her rival, dreading only the palette and brushes, and other untoward instruments, which deprived her of the countenance of her lover. It was thus a terrible thing for this lady to hear the painter speak of his desire to portray even his young bride, but she was humble and obedient, and sat meekly for many weeks in the dark high turret chamber, where the light dripped upon the pale canvas only from overhead. But he, the painter, took glory in his work, which went on from hour to hour, and from day to day, and he was a passionate and wild and moody man who became lost in reveries, so that he would not see that the light which fell so ghastly in that lone turret withered the health and the spirits of his bride, who pined visibly to all but him. Yet she smiled on, and still on uncomplainingly, because she saw that the painter who had high renown took a fervid and burning pleasure in his task, and wrought day and night to depict her who so loved him, yet who grew daily more dispirited and weak. And in sooth some who beheld the portrait spoke of its resemblance in low words, as of a mighty marvel, and a proof not less of the power of the painter than of his deep love for her whom he depicted so surpassingly well. But at length, as the labor drew nearer to its conclusion, there were admitted none into the turret, for the painter had grown wild with the ardor of his work, and turned his eyes from canvas, merely even to regard the countenance of his wife. And he would not see that the tints which he spread upon the canvas were drawn from the cheeks of her who sate beside him. And when many weeks had passed, and but little remained to do save one brush upon the mouth, and one tint upon the eye, the spirit of the lady again flickered up as the flame within the socket of the lamp. And then the brush was given, and then the tint was placed. And for one moment the painter stood entranced before the work which he had wrought, but in the next, while he yet gazed, He grew tremulous and very pallid and aghast, and crying with a loud voice, "This is indeed life itself," turned suddenly to regard his beloved she was dead.